Here we go. Right, let's have a look. See where we are with things.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, hello. What was that?
Sounds like a
There
phone.
we go. Right, we're on.
Lovely.
Greetings, one and all. You foolish
indeed.
people have come here to watch this rubbish. So, we are joined by the illustrious Mr. Jim Glue. Hello.
Hello again.
Hello. Hello.
Jimbo.
Evening, Jim.
Evening. How you doing,
How you
Pete?
doing?
You Rob? You Kent?
Hello.
Greeting. Oh, I didn't bring a bloody coffee up with me, did I?
Going up.
Right,
Do you want to go get one?
Loop back. Oh. Yeah, Robbie can run the show. He's much better at it.
I can't because I've got no controls here. I'm not
That's
going
no
to talk.
excuse. That's never stopped you before, is it?
So you need to upgrade to the Pro, I think, the Pro account that allows you to have
I just
an
did.
admin.
Multiple
Did
hosts.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just did. But all it did was put me back in twice. So
So
far.
what you then need to do is go into your... I think you have to do it from the main page, right? Rather than the show page, and you can go into, I believe it is called members. Honestly, I wasn't even going to go.
It's going to be that sort of evening, isn't it?
And you're allowed
3
to
minutes
have,
in.
yeah, you're allowed to have one admin if you're a Pro member, and then you have to pay for extra if you want to do that. But
I'll help me set it up for next week,
yeah, no worries.
if there is a next week.
There always is.
Yeah. Well, there might not be. Current state of play in the world.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we did dark last week. We'll keep it light this week, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, there's nothing wrong, people. Oh. Don't rip them.
That's my new VL card.
Oh, it was. I couldn't work out whether it was that or whether Fiona was coming up the stairs. Harping again.
I thought I was in an episode of Rhubarb and Custard. You
Yeah.
remember that?
I do indeed.
It's actually quite good. I'm quite impressed with it.
Well, apparently it's a Furby being tortured off screen.
Yeah.
Take that, you little bitch. I see.
Bit harsh.
So, yes. So, yeah, interesting. Oh, that's much better. Oh, that cleans the tubes out, doesn't it? Oh. So, yeah, I had somebody hit me up last week and they were saying, I noticed that one of your shows is like 8 hours long. Can you tell me what it's about before I invest half my life watching it?
No, that's not how it works.
I said, you can't describe this. Least of all with the word show. Yeah, or the word entertainment. Or
It's a pub
Other words
beer
beginning
garden
with shit.
without the garden or the pub.
yeah, it's a bit like waking up in a skip. That sort of
I honestly don't know how that feels. Bloke did that round here a little while back, and went missing and has never been found since. It was quite the story. He
probably in a landfill somewhere now.
well, that's where they went looking for him, and they thought they found him and didn't. Yeah, he was
Somebody else.
It's a squaddy from RAF Honington, I think it was, and apparently well known for getting rather inebriated in Bury St Edmunds. And there's a place like there's a whole bunch of back rears of shops, and they've got lots of big wheelie bins or dumpsters, as the Americans call them. And apparently he was well known for climbing into them and going to sleep. And unfortunately, the one he climbed into about half an hour later was picked up by a lorry, and off he went and was never seen again.
Well, having been drinking with a a bunch of squaddies in both Exeter and Colchester. I can fully believe anything can happen on those evenings.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Uncle Andy, how are you?
Yeah, good evening, people. Is
Andy.
this microphone
Actually-
working?
Yeah, your
Is it-
microphone's working. We don't get a drink.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry about
Oh,
that.
that's
I'll
one
have a
thing
drink
to do.
for you instead.
okay.
Honestly, God, what a day! I just thought, sod it, I'm having a beer tonight.
Well, what's up?
Oh, it's just crap in it. It's just crap in it.
Aren't you on
Right.
half term?
No, I was last week, so it was all nice and lovely last week.
Bloody
and now I'm back at work and it's
Northerners.
crap.
It's
Always
all downhill
different.
from now. All
Well,
downhill from here on in.
No, it's not all downhill because the ever-growing brain that sprawls out of the centre of that rack over there has got another module in it. It arrived today. Yeah, me's got my Happy Nerding FX8 XL, so I've got one I can finally clock delays on and things, which is going to be ace. So I'm looking forward to trying that. I've only just screwed the bloody thing in the rack, so it's in with my new Nurleys. I bought a tin of Nurleys.
When you
shout at me
buy
for that.
modules, right? So
Yeah.
As everybody knows, I'm completely devoid of all experience. When you buy a new module,
Yeah.
do you get a sense of frustration that this is like a one-trick thing, that it does just the one thing, like it might be an oscillator, it might be a filter, and you don't see, or do you also get a feeling of, yay, it's another piece in this jigsaw that I'm creating, but it's still not finished yet, and I need...
Yeah, it's a bit of both, probably, actually. To be honest, at the start, when originally there was just the one Go case, and I didn't have anything in it. I thought, well, the first thing you got to get a case. So I bought the case, and it sat around empty. Jamie Agiasin sent me my first module. The first module I actually ever got was sent to me very kindly by Jamie because he said he didn't need it anymore, so I could have it. He sent me that. That was a dual filter in the Behringer System 100 range. Now, I wasn't planning to go with the System 100 route, but as I got that, I thought, oh, why not? So then I kept buying these things and building it up. And actually, yeah, it's been very satisfying. It getting more, another bit that works with that and things. And now, I mean, now that I'm sort of getting more into like the big boys Euro rack, if you like.
Right.
Ooh. What was that funny noise? Is that
Sorry,
Ken?
that was my phone just telling me that their squat pyramid has appeared on eBay.
Oh yeah, you get it right. Yeah,
How much?
yeah, it's a lot. The modules at the bottom here are actually the ones that are providing just a bit more interest and a bit more flexibility. Because I realised with the whole System 100M, System 100 from Behringer, what I'd actually got in there was essentially a 2 oscillator synth and a single oscillator synth. I mean, it doesn't have to be that, but that's how I'd sort of kept patching it, which was basically a Pro 1 and an SH101. I'm sort of going, that's what you've done, Andy. You've just made a modular version of something that you've already got, you tit head. Right. So, but that was all part of the thing. That was part of the process when you realise it. And then, of course, I was round at Grace's last week and she showed me, oh, well, you could do this with it. Or have you thought about doing that? Well, you can always plug that into that. And I'm going, oh, is this how you use the modular? So Grace, you know. But it's just, but yeah, these modules arrive, and I do get excited. Oh, I've got this new modular. I mean, the one that I was really buzzing about was the Basimilus. That is just an awesome thing. He just chuck fucking triggers at it, and he chuck triggers at it, and it just twiddle the knobs and chuck some modulation, and it just sounds ace. It's just great. It really is fab. And it's just a new world, so it's great. Yeah, Grace has just gone hee. Yeah, that's because Grace is really, really clever and really talented, and just has interesting ideas that I could never possibly have. So she's a great teacher. Thank you very much for the instruction, Grace. Always appreciated.
I must admit, I do hate watching Rand's show because normally I'm sort of going, yeah, Euro rack, I don't want to know. I don't want to know, mate. Then I watch Rand's using the stuff and I'm going, oh, you bastard, now I want it.
I just, is there something wrong with me that I just don't
No.
get that feeling?
He was
Robert.
messing with a module last week. I think it was probably the pre-show. He's messing with this module and the sounds it was making and how interesting it was being. I'm going, no, don't look,
Yeah.
stop
You've got.
looking.
I think you're right. It's a bit of all of it. If you are absolutely determined that you've got to have total recall of all your patches and everything's, that's no way to go. Because even
Yeah.
when you leave it wired up, you switch it off, go to bed, get up in the morning, come out and switch it on, and it's not behaving in the same way. And that's like, what's that all about? But it's part of the job. What I love about it is I'm never really quite sure where it's going to go. Now I've got. Originally, it was. I mean, to be the first things I had was the Model D, which is basically the Minimo module from Behringer, and the 960 sequencer. And it took me an hour. I'm not kidding. It took me an hour of sitting there looking at the manual, looking at these modules, and thinking, I really don't know which hole. Trying this hole. That's got nothing out. Now it's triggering, but I'm getting no pitch. Why are that? And I'm thinking, I know, since I used to use the Pro One of CV and Gate. I know what CV and Gate are. And now I'm sitting there, I thought, right, I've got to give up the unequal struggle here. I've got to go and look at what I've got to do with this, because I knew there was a video on Eurorack on YouTube of using the 960 with a Model D. I think a guy called Vicar Tones his video, and oh, you're joking! It's the oscillator output. The sequencer's got an oscillator. On every other bloody thing, it's called trigger or gate. No, on that stupid thing, because they're using the Moog old terminology, is oscillator, which means clock. And you're going, oh, right. Oh, that's obvious. But you think, oh, why didn't you just call it?
So in a way, you sort of have to learn multiple standards to get.
No, just Behringer are dickheads, really. I mean,
well, of that we can agree.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. I mean, if they've taken the sorts of, I mean, this is one of the problems that they have with the System 55 is that they've stuck absolutely to the Moog terminology and labeling for all of those modules that were in those old modular synthesizers, which occurred before there was standards. Now, of course, we've got these standards. Why couldn't you just label it as such? And the 960, I know that on the original 960, it's called oscillator, but it doesn't have to be in today's Eurorack. You could actually just say, gate out.
Aren't they also using S trigger and V trigger?
Only in certain modules. I mean, I was watching Tim Shoebridge's videos on these, and he's brilliant at them. Really, really brilliant. If you're interested in how they work together, what the differences are in the systems, Tim Shoebridge has done fantastic videos on those. Really, really helpful, really instructive. But it was also interesting on how the sort of different patching you need between the two systems, and the problems that the S-trig, V-trig things. I mean, I think in reality, one's just an inversion of the other. I mean, Kent, I hope maybe you'll know about those things. I'm sure you do. But it's, I haven't, apart from the 960 sequencer, I've got none of the System 55. I looked at it all, looked at the cost, looked at the complexity, and went, just get a Model D and stick it in a rack and trigger it. It'll do the same job. And it does. I mean, it really does. But
isn't that the case with most semi-modular? So you look at the Neutron, the Crave, etc. They are they provide a reasonable facsimile of a modular rig.
Yeah, a modular analog rig. I mean, like I've got on the top row of this case here, the System 100. It's fairly standard analog stuff. There's not an awful lot of head scratching once you've worked out where gate goes to, where the envelope needs to go to trigger. It just takes a little bit of thinking. Once you've worked that out, it's not that dissimilar to using something like a Pro One, really, in that sense. The interesting stuff from Eurorack is these sort of slightly off the wall modules that do slightly off the wall things, or introduce a little bit of unexpected chaos or random, or like the Euclidean circles. Thank you, Grace, for showing me how that works as well properly. these are gaps, these are triggers. Haven't you looked at the map? Yeah, I have, but I didn't work it. Yeah. Right, so you turn a dial and one notch, and you suddenly got a different pattern. So you can't quite predict, but suddenly you're off into this different territory. And that sort of thing appeals to me hugely. I really like that.
Because I had somebody explain modular, because he said he didn't like Eurorack. He wasn't really into it and modulars in general. And I was saying to him, well, why is that? He said, well, look, best way to put this is, imagine you're going out on a date. You go to the restaurant where you're supposed to meet this new lovely lady, and there she is. She's gorgeous. She's blonde and all this business, blah, blah, blah. And she's lovely. I go, yeah. He goes, that's a synth. Now imagine you go to a restaurant, same restaurant, and all there is a bin liner full of body parts. That's not attractive, is it? I mean,
Interesting, yeah.
Okay. What if you're into
That's a
body
good
parts?
analogy. I quite like that. That's
It's not bad, is it?
you've
Do you-
really got to like
Are you-
somebody who definitely has a foot on the end of their arm. That's a really good thought.
I think you've just confirmed that modulars for serial killers.
And that could not be much more accurate.
Or
I
wannabe
think.
butchers.
Blimey,
See,
who have I killed?
I differentiate people that like modular.
I could think of one or two that I'd like to. But I haven't actually gone about it.
Yeah.
Well, one of my friends this week has he's obviously taken the piss out of me, knowing that I'm not a modular fan per se,
Modular.
and I don't really use VSTs, but the one that I won from ProSynth Network, the Pulsar Modular Fixed Filter Bank, it's a fantastic little VST, and it sounds wonderful. So the sods just bought me a Behringer 914 fixed filter bank module.
Oh, good. I haven't got that one.
So I don't know whether to sell it or to just build a power supply and power it up.
You can get quite small little racks. If you have a look at IntelliGel, and there's one or two others that do. I think is it Bafaco do some which are just designed so you can put just a module in. If there's just one module that you're interested in wanting to work it, then they have got a range. But then you've got to go out and spend 60, 70 quid on a little
That's how
bottle.
it starts.
I've got a small case like that. It's called a dustbin.
Oh, Robbie, you are so,
the way I
so
differentiate a lot of not all, but a lot of modular users and non-modular users is non-modular users like melody. That's it. Because honestly, I know I'm going to upset a lot of people, but I hear very few pieces of music or musical performances, should we say, by people using modular that has melody and some kind of basic form of structure, not song structure, but a kind of structure. And it seems to be bleeps and bloops and
farts.
Yeah, and farts and things just kind of going off and doing their own thing. And I appreciate that, the randomization of all this stuff.
There's some absolute. I'm gonna sound like a repeating record, but the guy at the minute who I just love listening to. Go and listen to Matt. Go and listen to Matt Hodson and what he does with his modular. It's absolutely stunning, and it's got structure. Now it may be it may be that they've got. He's multi-tracking it and arranging it in his DAW. That's possible. But some of these things that he's got up are live streams that he's done. But I quite like and always have done electronic repetitive music, which does evolve. It may not evolve in 8-bar, 8-bar, 16-bar, 2-bar break. In that sort of structured Lego brick kind of way of arranging things. It evolves slowly or differently, and this will come in. But sometimes you don't even notice that it's changed, and I love that. I mean, that sort of idea. That pertains back to all sorts of ideas of minimalism from way back, and I think that's. I mean, I used to just love sitting at my piano with the sustain pedal held down and just playing chords. I'm playing the same chord. I'm playing the same chord again. And hearing how it was different, it used to drive me mother nuts. Andrew, play proper music. And I'm going, ding, ding, play it quietly, play it harder. And you can hear how it resonated. Or the other trick, you put your hand down on the keys and you press a chord, and then you hear the strings vibrating. Spring reverb, amazing. And you do all that on an acoustic piano. I used to do that all the time. And I've always had a sort of fascination for that. I mean, mother used to say, I used to sit at the piano playing things just the same patterns over and over again. I'd never heard of minimalism, but
That's called practice.
Scales.
No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that at all. I mean, just
no, because scales have
structure. Repeat. Next
Sorry,
time I meet you,
melody.
Robbie, I'm going to. Am I a serial killer? Right. Who's number one on the bleeding list now?
To be fair, though, I mean, a point you made, Robbie, which you were saying about, but when it comes to modular, you don't get the structure, right? And I'm going, yeah, I know what you mean. And then I'm thinking to myself, Tangerine Dream,
Cloud.
Yeah, but a lot of that stuff, but a lot. If you listen to a lot of that stuff, it's not just rambling kind of stuff. I don't want to say everything. I know that everything I say is going to come across to a lot of people like I'm pigeonholing and throwing everything into the same bucket. I'm not. But do
you like synth jams, Robbie?
No, unless it's spread on my toast and then shoved in the bin. No, I just you can listen to Tangerine Dream and you can listen to all of that stuff, and they've got lots of stuff bubbling in the background, but then they build something on top of that say doesn't necessarily conform to a traditional song structure, but has. It goes from one interesting thing to another thing to another thing, and
Jean-Michel Jarre did the same.
I mean, there's, I don't know. It's. But I guess what I'm saying is the majority of Eurorack stuff that you see on YouTube channels today and shared around and in synth jam performances and stuff just doesn't, for me personally, and this is just my completely personal subjective opinion, that it just doesn't grab me, because I'm somebody who is a massive fan of melody and structure and not necessarily things repeating, but
music.
Yeah, I think what it is it's actually a product of its format. So that if you have like a standard synthesizer in front of you, you couldn't do the things that they do on the modular.
No.
When they let it run and twiddle and mess around with it. No. And it's almost like it's an ideal style of music, a genre of music that works with that format.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's different, and I just don't particularly like it. I mean, was it Martin said in the chat there about Wendy Carlos used modular? Well, yes, but she used modular in a lot of her stuff in a traditional melodic
musical
way. She didn't just kind of like press go on a few sequences and shift them a little bit so that there's always some kind of evolving thing there. I mean, I guess what I'm always looking for is a hook that interests me.
Yeah, we're talking about Tangerine Dream and these others. The modulars were there, but they were part of a system. Yeah, careful, Jim. They were part of a system, and see, this doesn't exist on its own here. It's part of another sound. Like to my right, I've got a polysynth here. I've got other little bits up there. I don't see it as something that I'm still learning. I mean, it's taken me years really, but I'm still getting into the idea of how this. I see that as an integrated. Oops, just come on. A gig system. When I've got different voices which are controlled, they're clocked. I can bring them in and out when I want them. I've got. Neil Wharton in the chat just asked to sample on the modular onto the MPC. That's part of the plan. When I actually get me arse in gear and actually do something that approaches a track, to actually track it and then sample and have bits come, it would be, or even just have a track going on here and use that as a synth. It's a synthesizer. It's an instrument. That's the way I see it.
Isn't the problem that most of the demos that you see, especially on YouTube, of purely modular gear are just that. They're purely modular, as opposed to Tangerine Dream, they would use them perhaps more for the rhythm, backing, etc.
Yeah.
And that's what you're saying with your rig. You've got keyboards as well as modular.
Yeah.
Whereas when you just listen to a purely modular setup, evening time, it sounds it doesn't necessarily sound as acoustically pleasing as a normal melodic track.
There we go.
I mean, you listen to like Depeche Mode in their last, I don't know, 4 or 5 albums. There's a lot of modular going on in that, but it's a complement to other things. It provides a rhythm, or it provides an arpeggiation or an atmosphere or something, but they then construct a song on top of that. Whereas, you know, the stuff that I see, which is just, some of it's dead clever. I can't, I'm not saying it isn't, but some people, you know, set all these things off and they just tweak things there and they filter this and they fade, you know, they mix things up and down. But it doesn't grab me, and I'm always looking for something that's interesting in the song. What's the next interesting thing that's going to happen? Where's this going? Where's that chord progression going to end up? Are we going to resolve that with, you know, a big major key thing or a minor key thing?
I'm surprised that you've said that you don't hear that when you listen to Matt Hodson, because one of the things that I've really been quite fascinated by is, if all this is being done on a modular system, which it seems to be, is he's got these bits and then it will go into there's the bits which will shift key. The chords will progress. The album that he's got up on Spotify, not Spotify, what's it called? I never listen to Spotify, so he can't. Bandcamp, called Detach. There's loads of examples of that where it suddenly shifts itself into a different thing, and I'm thinking, well, that's brilliant. No, it could be that he's recorded that section and that section, and he's arranged it all in Ableton or Logic or whatever he uses. But that to me is I mean, we've got Ty here. I mean, Ty's got his blooming big modular. He's got his lovely Moog, and that must form part of it. So I'm interested what Ty thinks about that sort of thing, modular as part of a wider system.
Modular as part of a wider system is
rather than a thing on its own in and of itself. Just see, I don't think of that on its own. I think of it as part of what's going on in here.
Yeah, but you see, because I've got a hello everyone, by the way.
Hi, Ty.
I've got so I was completely anti Eurorack, and I now got a my system kind of grew. No, don't worry, you haven't. You absolutely fucking haven't. I can tell you that for a fact.
Praise Jeebus.
So I kind of started, kind of going down that route a bit. Kent knows. I kind of fell into it. I didn't plan to get Eurorack. It was only the fact that I got a few interesting. I didn't know. I got a few interesting modules. Literally, a couple of things would come out. I go, oh, that looks interesting.
Here, mate, try this.
And I'd buy the module. Yeah, exactly. And I'd buy the module and have nothing to put it in. And they basically just sat there in their boxes because I thought one day I'll use them. And one day I thought, I wonder how many modules I have got. And I figured out that I had far too many. And I had a system just sat there that had never been out of the box. So I put that together, filled that rack, then filled a KB37. And I've got another rack as well, all Eurorack things. And I fucking hate it. Absolutely fucking hate it.
Don't sit on the fence, Ty.
Load of absolute shit. I honestly. So my 55. The reason I bought the 55 is the fact that it's a self-contained instrument, and as a self-contained instrument, it's a beautiful thing, and it's a lovely thing. But am I the type that sits there and tries to do whole tracks on it or that kind of thing? Absolutely not. It's just I get a nice sound in a traditional mono or duophonic synth way. I'll get a patch and it's a synth for me. That's all it is. Eurorack for me, I've got some really lovely modules but the overall thing, no, absolutely not me. And in terms of what Robbie said, I'm with Robbie all the way. I'm yet to hear anything, and I do genuinely mean this, anything that's good that's just done on Eurorack. There's no, I'm with Robbie. I'm all about melody. I'm all about harmonic key shifts. I'm about rich harmony.
Arrangement,
I'm not just arrangement. All of the shit you just don't get when people sit there and try to do it all in Eurorack. And as for synth, I'm not going to go down the whole synth jams routine. Synth jams for me don't really work for me anyway. That's fine. Eurorack jams, fuck off. I mean, I've no interest in it whatsoever. Literally no interest.
Do you think it's a generational thing?
It could be.
Because we're of an age.
certainly.
It could be because we were brought up. Oh my God, here we go.
Listening to music.
Back in
my day.
Back in the day.
Back in which bloody day?
Music
Back in
was,
Tuesday.
Music was
Tuesday.
It was all about chords. It was all about tunes. And yes, the stuff we liked. Well, I liked, and I'm sure some of you was. It's all quite synth orientated that I loved, and it was. But the synths weren't determining the structure and the songs and the melody.
Yeah, they could be played on another instruments and they would still sound good.
All the great songs, I think of great songs from like kind of the 80s and late 70s and whatever, you could play on any instrument and they're still going to be great songs. And I know that it sounds like a real old person thing to say, but you could take anything, even down to the real.
Look at there's a tour that's being announced where an orchestra is doing all the Duran Duran and Newman, etc.
I did it with Midge's album.
Yeah, with Midge,
I spent 2 years doing it with Midge's album, where I took all of the Ultravox songs and all of the Midge songs, and I completely redid them all for orchestra and synths, and I just completely rearranged everything with Midge. So that's what I did. But the thing is, they were great songs. The reality is, and I'm not just aiming it at Eurorack stuff, but the kind of shit you hear. That I don't get me started on the whole. I don't want to start down the whole. It's not music. A lot of Eurorack stuff is not music. Now, this is coming from someone who studied Xenakis and Berio, and is really into early 1950s electroacoustic music concrete, Stockhausen. All of this stuff is really my bag. I studied all of this. I fucking love it. I absolutely love it. That was music. Just plugging in a few Euroracks, sticking a kick on, kind of on every beat, and setting a sequence going, and opening the filter and changing the resonance, and all of that. That's not music. It's not music. I will not stand corrected on that. I mean, please shoot me. I don't care. I don't care. It's shit.
I could hear the cocking of 1,000 guns.
The thing is, I don't care, because for me, there's two types of music. There's good music and there's shit music. That's the bottom line. And I'm actually, do you know what? Fuck, I'm gonna backstep there, and I can't remember her name. There was a woman that did a Eurorack. It might have been using a booklet easel. About 6 months ago, there's a woman that did a YouTube thing, and it was all done on a booklet easel, and I think there was a bit of modular on it. But she absolutely dared to actually include melody on it. She actually did some harmonic shifts on it, so it was actually using.
People should. I think that's where it should go.
And that, I have to say, that was and I mean this is the first piece I actually thought, fuck, this is actually proper music. This is good. This is really good. And then never heard from her again.
But the problem isn't necessarily the technology. It's not the fact that modular exists. It's that it's what people do with modular.
Completely. And it's completely. I mean,
they just get obsessed with tweaking sounds, basically, and it's sound design, not music, as much as. But that's
fine. But that's absolutely fine. Treat it. But what I'm saying is, music as sound design is fine. But even then, at least make it. I don't know. There's just such a lack of quality from the stuff that I'm seeing from it. It's just lacking in as you say, arrangement. It's lacking in variation. It's lacking in moments. It's lacking in all the things that the kind of music I love hangs off. All of those elements that all of my music that I like is based on just doesn't exist in everything that I'm seeing from Europe. But at the same time, as ever with me, please someone point me in the direction of something that's absolutely going to change my mind, and I will be the first to sit there and eat humble pie and admit that I'm a twat, and I'm wrong. I have no problem doing that, but I'm yet to actually see otherwise. But there we go. Anyway, I did say to Kent.
That was odd.
Me? Sorry. That wasn't me, was it? No, it wasn't.
No,
nothing.
I'm literally, as Kent knows, I literally am on the last. I know this seems to be a fucking ongoing.
You're always on the last half hour.
I'm on the I'm on the last. No, I'm literally on the last day of this David Attenborough thing. I'm preparing the last lot of stems, and this is my last night on it.
Yay!
Yay!
He'll be dead by the time you finished it.
No. It is literally tonight. I started the first note of this. First note of this was written in July, and it finishes tonight. And,
until the next thing, that is.
Well, no, the next thing is already on, but this is just this project. So anyways, yeah. So I'm just doing the last lot of stems tonight. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's all done and dusted, and so I can't stop. But it's only the fact that I did actually genuinely sat here watching. I did say I was going to be watching, and I was just sat there listening to you talk about your rack, and I thought, fucking hell, I've got to say something.
Shouting at the laptop. Shouting at the laptop, waving his fist.
Yeah,
I'm pissed off, Ty Unwin. What am I going to do? I'm sorry, Ty.
It's a big club, Ed. It's a big club.
It really wasn't deliberate.
Because
I agree with actually what you're saying. I do thoroughly understand. In fact, what I'd really love to be able to do is to actually work out. Well, I mean, one thing. I mean, there are things. I don't know why people don't do it, because it's not actually that difficult. I've got a little thing there. It's a quantizer. It's got a gate. It's got a CV input. And when I move my finger up the key, it will transpose the sequences up through different codes. And it can be done. It's not.
It can absolutely be done. But that's exactly as Robbie said. You know, it can be done. But
it's how it's used.
People tend not to do it, and sometimes because I'm sure people either don't want to or they don't know. I can't say how to. Of course, they know that. You know, you can't
do they,
put together. Well, no, it's not that they can't, but do they understand what to do with it? This is the thing. Because now we get into the whole realm where I really get on my high horse, and it's a shame that Rich isn't here to back me up, which is all about music. About musical knowledge and musical background and musical, you know, all of this stuff. We're old school. We're into understanding harmony, understanding chord structures, and understanding everything to do with that. And that's where our music comes from. The reality is, quite often with Eurorack, you don't have to have that knowledge. You don't have to have that, and that's not a bad thing. But it's just for the kind of stuff that I do, the kind of stuff that I like. It's all based around having that knowledge, and exactly as Robbie said, you know, I'm sure they do know that they could do some quantizing and actually start moving the pitch, but do they know where they're going to and what they need to do and how chords are formed, and are they even bothered about chords?
And
you know,
how they want to make people feel, because that's like
exactly,
ultimately what you're trying to do.
Which is, and you see, again, bearing in mind the kind of music I write, which is all about that. From the very beginning of my day to the very end of my day, it's all about fucking shaping how people are meant to feel with the music I do. Yeah. So when I hear stuff where that's just completely absent, it's just like, oh my God. And the other thing with all of this shit is, honestly, go and listen to some Berio. Go and listen to some, I'm going to say late 50s, early 60s Berio, or late 50s, early 60s Stockhausen. If you want to hear how to write music that is more sound design, but still has structure, still has direction, still has substance, go and listen to that, because that's how you do it, not the kind of shit that loads of people are just churning out these days. So, you know, but anyway, on that note, I genuinely am going to turn around and go, I love you all. I'm going to carry on watching you. It's fantastic. But yeah, unless obviously one of you really fucks me off by talking some shit.
Challenge accepted.
The
gauntlet has been thrown.
I know, otherwise I'm going to be there.
The Unwin whack-a-mole.
No, it's going to be me tomorrow.
That's me, isn't it?
Yeah. It's going to be me going, sorry, Mr. BBC, I know that I've missed the deadline, but fucking hell.
But I had to put somebody straight on modular.
Yeah. You had to be there. I
was arguing for 8.5 hours.
Yeah, there was this dickhead called Andy, and he just wouldn't shut up and telling me I was wrong all the time. And I know that I'm right, because I'm Ty Unwin, and he's just a school teacher who doesn't know.
No. The one thing that you will always know is I will never, ever say that I'm right. All I'm saying is my opinion. I am absolutely not right. There's so many.
You haven't said a thing I don't disagree with.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of things in this world that I'm not right on, but they're my opinions, and fuck off, I'm right. Anyway. Love you all.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Anyway, take care.
See you
Good
later.
night.
mate. Take care.
Cheers, Ty.
Hello, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
Actually, Steve Powell in the chat
Well, that's told
pointed
me.
something
I
out.
know where I stand. Sorry.
Yeah, Steve Powell in the chat pointed something out about there was the modular world thing that was like done on a punk theme a couple of weeks back, and that was brilliant. I mean, that people were sort of combining guitars and all sorts, just like loads of stuff, just doing really sort of out of this world sort of punk stuff, and it, had real sort of emotion and structure and a proper sort of ideology behind it, and that stuff was really good. So it can be done.
I sometimes think that is modular the punk, or modular music, is that the kind of the punk music of the 21st century, like punk rock was this. And
it's
and there are some equivalents, but there are many non-equivalents.
Definitely not.
No. You see,
I'll tell you what the punk equivalent is the digital audio workstation. Full stop. The fact that anybody can download one for free and stick it on their device
I disagree.
and do whatever they want.
That's what I'm driving at with modular. Is that that's what I'm driving at with modular. Is that it's a bunch of people who've managed to pick up these tools at very reasonable prices and are making their own music out of it, and that's the thing that I equate to what was happening in sort of 76, 77, where people saw the Pistols were just grabbed some instruments and weren't very good, but had an energy and an enthusiasm about it, and then lots of other people did the same sort of thing. And then what you got was a lot of punk bands that all kind of were pretty much of a muchness. There's only so much you can do with 3 chords, and a lot of these bands that is all they knew. But they did it, and a lot of them just thought, you just think, this is just the same old, and you're just shouting a bit differently, or maybe you've got a girl fronting the band, or maybe the band is all girls, but that's the only difference. You're still, and there was pure punk rock before it kind of became commercialized. That was a lot. I mean, that's not Sex Pistols, that's not the Stranglers, it's not who else? I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to throw Clash in there as well, because Clash are a different class altogether. But
yep.
You've what I'm saying is that with modular, you've got
Jim, what have you broken?
You've got a generation of musicians who are able to, and the door. I take exactly. The door, and the fact that you can now legitimately download free instruments of every type and every description, free effects of every type of every description. You can make your own music sat here, but punk was so much more than just the music. That's the other thing that everyone seems to forget, is that punk wasn't just a bunch of rock bands. It was art, it was fashion, it was an idealism, it was politics, it was all of these other things, and that's what made punk. And as soon as it got in the hands of the big labels, that was all over. But that's another soapbox that I can get on, but I won't. But no, I've got nothing against modulars people at all. Just
it is.
You just said you do. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
All right, Matt.
Modular is accessible to people who don't have to be musicians. It's not like picking up a guitar and having to work out where your fingers go, or trying to span a keyboard. It is, plug a wire in, twiddle a knob, and you can get a sound out of it, which is great for discovery, but it doesn't lead you really forward as picking up a stringed instrument would be.
So
Robbie,
I just saw some abuse in the chat room, and then I just realised who was abusing who.
Oh, good.
Just completely disregard Fiona.
Robbie, do you remember when you asked me to come on Pro Synth Network the first time?
Yeah, regretted it ever since.
Yeah, I thought you might. I don't blame you for regretting it.
Not at all.
Do you remember what I wafted around?
Was it before the show or during the show? Because that was 2 different things.
That was impressive.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Honestly,
I have been told.
Talk about needing a wide angle.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah.
Now, go on, remind me, because my memory's shit.
Okay, I'll remind you. I'll be back in a second.
Go on then.
Hey, Matt, how are you?
I'm all right. Are you?
Yeah, good.
Oh, he's not going to go get it again, is he?
I don't know what.
I think so. What was it?
It's going to be a keyboard.
No.
It's going to be an album.
Yeah.
Go on.
Here we go.
Oh.
Oh yes. I do remember that.
My magnum opus. From
Yes.
When I've even written the dates on it, so it was written between March and July 1982. It's on there. March 1982, and it's as I said before, fully scored piano concerto. Fully scored. I sat at my piano with a Parker pen and manuscript paper and created the whole orchestral bleeding score. Pages and pages of it. I mean, I look at this and I go, how the chuffing hell. I even drew the bar lines in and everything. How the chuffing hell did I do that? I was 13 years old. I knew the music theory. I knew harmony. I knew all that stuff. I know chord progression. I know that stuff. And do you know what? Synthesizers was a way of going, fuck off. Right?
Yeah.
Because I realized that I wasn't going to be the next Beethoven. That really wasn't going to happen. As you know, it just was not. I had this great idea that I was going to be this great composer, and they'd have me. I'd be there at the last night at the proms, wafting a baton, playing my latest. Yeah, okay. We could honestly.
I never had that fantasy.
Bloody good job, Jim, because it's ridiculous, really. But it's so pretentious, it's unbelievable. But what I discovered was that the synthesizers and the Atari ST and Pro 24 as it was back then enabled me with a multi-timbral synth called a TX81Z, Robbie, and a drum machine to actually create arrangements and my own orchestra and build it. And that was, and I knew about me synth, and I was sold. That was how it went.
It's similar for me too. I mean, I didn't write a magnum opus, but
I've always, and I love a good. I mean, Grace Griffin's in the chat. In Chillage People, all the tunes, the hummable tunes, all the melodies, all the lead lines and stuff that was played was yo. Right? That was me. I put the tunes on the top. I write proper good tune, as in a melody. I don't mean putting a nice track together and sticking it out on Bandcamp because I'm crap at that. But sitting down and playing a nice tune of what somebody else has done, I can noodle away for hours doing that. Brilliant. And I love doing it. I love it. I love melody. I really love melody, and I don't see it as being divorced from these two bloody things up here.
No, I'm not saying that the technology doesn't allow you to do it. It absolutely does, but not a lot of people do
I'm
it.
going to have to put my money where my mouth is now, aren't I? I really am. Gee, God, this bloody social media thing's a nightmare.
So melodic tune with Bandcamp, out on Bandcamp.
See what Grace has just said? She just said, it's supposed to be out by the end of February. It's not going to happen. Too many other things have got in the way. Like being a lazy git, but I mean, and having crap at work and stuff like that. But, so yeah, anyway, thanks, Grace. Love you loads.
So how's Matt?
All right, yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm on my laptop tonight. I'm not at home, so yes, I'm doing all right. Everyone all right?
Yeah, good to see you, Matt. How are you? What's it saying? A T-shirt?
It's a Jeff Toman special. Jeff Toman
synth porn. Brilliant.
Yes.
Oh, at least we're talking about synths tonight, not shooting people. Cool, blimey.
Yeah.
Oh, we could do because.
Nah.
Yeah, I won't bring it down this week like I did last. So.
No, it was last week. We got into quite some serious, heavy debate, didn't we?
It was me. A bit, yeah.
Well, yeah. Anyway.
Kent's going to come back and go, oh, for fuck's sake, they've started again.
No, we haven't.
Well, we should be talking about a selection of water voles, discussing the implications of gas tariffs in an open market controlled by inanimate objects. But
I object to being identified as a water vole to start with.
Nothing wrong.
Why? They're very cuddly, Sass, and we've met, and I know the truth.
Too kind.
I'm going too far, actually. Don't know, too kind.
Well, this is getting very weird. It's getting very sort of like fairy tales.
Go on, bring us back then, Kent. Is it quiz time yet?
Tales from
how's
Hebden Bridge.
Any moment.
How's the deluxe?
Hebden Bridge.
It's all right now.
Go on. What's happened?
Go on.
All right. Spent 2 hours trying to get a sound out of it.
What, like me and my modular system? Sorry.
Says the resident intake.
Slightly different reason. I set it all up, turned it on. I went, oh, I don't know. I'm sure they're supposed to have lights in the display. So messing around with it. Check the power supply. Yeah, it's a voltage. Cool. Turn it on again. No, it's supposed to be lights. Turns out it had a bit of a whack on the way over, and the power supply plug had been bounced out. So, yay! So I've opened it up and repaired it.
And voided the warranty.
So
Yes.
what's the build quality like inside? Because I haven't actually seen any photos of the guts of it.
Stonking. It's the big
It is
bollocks,
now.
isn't it? Yeah, it is now. Now that it's all together, it works a treat. What do you mean that pile of shit? Thank you. God's sake, woman. Anyway,
There speaks the voice of truth, not
And-
to be gainsaid.
You
Well,
didn't
I
seem to be that impressed with the posting from Behringer, I saw.
Which one?
yeah. Well, you see, I looked
The
at that
CS80.
board. Yeah,
Oh, that
I
one.
looked at that board, and you got all the knobs going along the bottom and everything. They were calling it a voice channel. I go,
No.
no. What, you're going to have 24 knobs on every voice? That's not a voice channel. What are we talking about, guys? And it's barely.
Do you think they'll have, if they see this through, do you think they'll have to take shortcuts, or will it just end up being astronomically? I say astronomically, but by other Behringer standards, astronomically expensive. Do you think it'll be up into the thousands of pounds for one of these things, or do you
No,
just think that they'll give up an equal struggle?
No, because I mean, when you tear away at everything that the CS80 is, what really makes the 80 really fantastic is that keybed, and they're not going to be supplying that. So when it comes to the sound engine, and what and how it works, that's pretty simple. It's not going to take an awful lot to redo that. Really, it's all about that keybed.
So pair
Yeah.
it with a Hydrasynth instead. Get the desktop
Well,
version.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I can get some lovely sounds out of that Hydra, and there's an 83 feet away, and I can't be bothered to turn the bloody thing on.
Does the Hydra output the Poly 80 on the MIDI bus?
Yeah, because it's MPE out, so you can
Nice.
poly 80. I've been poly 80ing the OBE, the PC version of OBE. Exactly wrong. And it's a girl and a half. So yeah, it's pretty. I haven't poly chained it to the other one yet, mainly because I was trying to get this one actually working. So, but now it's working. I'm hoping what also happens is that the screensaver thing it does syncs with the other one. There's probably a selection for it. Sync with other screensaver. Because there is just about everything else on it. It's a very big engine in it, that's for sure. So, you all set up there, young lady?
No.
You put a peg over your camera, you dozy nose. You could just turn it off.
Oh, be nice to each other. Be nice to each other. Come on.
Oh, we are. This is all just comedy act with her. Who's that back there?
All right. Come on,
I
then,
take
Bobby, what you
it
showing
you're
off?
impressed.
Very. Nobody picked up on it. I played it last week, and nobody said, "Oh, what's that?"
No, it wouldn't.
Because it wasn't as loud as that. What was it?
It's
You're trying to
OBE
ignore it.
version 2.
Oh, do you know
Is it
what?
Oberheim?
I watched a couple of these videos in the week, and now that it's, I'm sorry, I know that in synthesizer land it's also a heresy equivalent to Eurorack, but I use a PC, and now that it's available for the PC, yeah,
Get it.
I am sorely tempted. So
Really,
that's
seriously.
true
It's
now.
not- it's gorgeous.
I might end up having to buy 2 plugins. I might have to buy the Mellotron, so what's it called, Mtron Pro, and the
Oh, the
Which
two,
one?
you mean?
Pro.
There's Pro and there's Mark
Um,
2 in there. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mark II.
one of them anyway. And And the OBE, because
OBE
it
is
is
stunning. It really is.
It's unbelievably good.
Even the,
Are we all
even
going
the-
to sound the same though? If everybody's got
No,
the same
because
thing,
that's
we're all
no,
smothering it
because
up,
that's the beauty of the Oberheim is that literally nothing.
not all the
you play,
voices sound the same.
not all the voices sound the same. So every time you play, even if you play the same chord, it will sound slightly different because they all have these variances, and you can vary the variances.
Yeah, well, it just
It's-
sounded good. Robin Vincent's demo of it, and he was just like he was like sitting there with his almost dribbling, which was a bit, which was just great. His review of it, and I'd been tempted. I was so intrigued by it when it came out. I thought, well, there's no point getting your knickers in a twist about that because it's on the Mac and you haven't got one. So, but now it's on the PC. Yeah, Robbie. Bossa Nova Mayhem from.
But no, last night I was working on a tune that had version 1 of OBE on it, and
yeah, you said.
and I thought, I need to sort of upgrade. I'm like, and they were advising against doing it mid-project, so I thought I'm just going to render the audio down from version 1, and then obviously kept all the MIDI data and installed version 2 and did like A/B comparison with it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it went from being really nice sounding but kind of like that to being sort of like that and going in that direction as well. I was just like, whoa.
Yeah.
And then you start playing with the vintage knob and it's just like
Yeah.
the whole thing it sounds so polished. It's like really good.
Yeah, it's quite funny because Dave said to me, he says, "Oh look, here's the new build. This will be the final build." I go, "Okay, come on, put it on and trying it out." And he goes, "Oh, try this patch." I forget. Even I still can't remember the name of it. He says, "Go and try this patch." So I went, tried it out, and I went, "Oh, that's really nice. I like that sequence and everything like that." And he said, "Yeah, that's your fucking patch." Oh, is it? Because you sent me patches, remember? Did I? Oh, okay.
Lovely.
Brilliant.
So, yes, I've got some of my patches in it. You'll be able to tell they're the ones that sort of like moan at people quite a lot. Like, lovely sound. He goes,
Sort of
Has
thins out
anybody
at the
got
end.
it on the PC yet?
Yeah.
Is yours on a PC then now?
I've been testing it on both. Yeah.
yeah.
Right. I mean, my PC isn't super duper massive, so it's an i5.
Oh, it's really efficient, OBE.
Yeah.
isn't it?
Don't worry.
So
Don't worry.
it'll run it happily.
I've been
Okay,
running
yeah.
it on a VM, a Windows 10 VM, on my Mac while I've been doing other things and also remoting into my work computer. And this is only an I can't remember. Yeah, this is an i5 3.4 or something. Absolutely no. And that's a VM, shared resources and everything, and it's just didn't
Well,
bat an
I
eyelid.
had 9 instances of it running on a 2012 Mac Mini, and it was like no problem, absolutely no problem at all. I can't tell on this new one because this new computer is just mental. It's mental. So everything just fires up, and so I couldn't tell.
yeah.
But
I mean,
if you can
hats
run
off
that many
to-
on a little Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very efficient coding. Hugo
Whoever's
is,
done the sound engine, the new sound engine they're using, it's just
Yeah.
it's got to be
Hugo
so
is a-
elegant. Made
You
in
can
code.
also use something like Cantable and run it as a standalone rather than running it within a door.
Yeah, but it definitely has that analog feel
Does.
that just a few plugins possess. There are a few out there, but this one, that's not one of them.
That's not one of them.
That's not one of them. No.
What was that, Robbie? Sounded
That
like you
is-
farted.
That is a fox
his illness has come back.
farting in code. Yep.
That's
That's horrible. What
I know.
was that?
It's horrible. That is the
Have you
PLG
sampled-
150 AL, not VL card. The physical modelling
Oh,
Yamaha.
see. I was wondering if you had sampled Gaz playing his guitar through those awful pedals that he was doing last night. Oh, God, that was just
It did sound a bit
torture.
like that.
They're colourful.
It was
I
challenging.
love Gaz to bits,
wasn't it?
but I couldn't. My ears couldn't hack it anymore. why would you turn your lovely bass guitar into something that sounds like a ZX Spectrum that's been hit with a hammer? It's just wrong.
I'm sure
That
there's
they were
G
bloody
of that
expensive.
sounds absolutely beautiful. Just try, you know.
What sounds beautiful? His bass. You mean his bass, Jim, or the pedal? I missed that. Oh, I think Jim's disappeared into
Yeah.
cybers.
His
Satellite
looks
delay.
clean. So
Yeah.
I think my connection's going.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no!
It looked like you go. Sorry, I don't understand that question.
You've turned
Let
into
me
a
know when
visual
I'm back.
interpretation of one of those pedals.
Wait
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Wait.
No, he's
for the
frozen. He's
countdown.
frozen now. We'll be
Oh.
waiting a long while. Here, no,
Hey, he's back. He's back. He's back.
Sorry.
All right. Shall we do this quiz then?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Lumpy. We're gonna do this quiz. Cool. When do you
How
wanna
is
do
he?
it?
How is he still alive?
I don't know.
She knows.
Oh, him.
look, She
Don't
knows.
start,
She knows.
please.
She knows.
Can't
She
tell
knows.
Fiona not to start yet because I've got to get another beer. Bye.
All right.
Actually, yeah, let me just go. I'm going to go and grab a drink because I'm spitting sawdust here. Math's like the inside of a Turkish transvestite camel driver's jockstrap. Bear with.
Try saying that when we've had a few.
Indeed.
Or one.
What a few Turkish transvestites. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
They've all buggered off. Look at them.
That's the
know.
good thing about this show. Nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
Least of all me. I'm on my best behaviour when I'm on ProSense Network. Everybody watch ProSense. What am I
Yeah,
talking about? Everybody here watches ProSense Network.
You do notice a difference, don't you? There's a definite shift.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's sort of like you go, hello and welcome to like, oh, fuck off.
Well, last week Robbie was effing and jeffing like nobody's business on this one, and then the next night he was like, "Hey, hello."
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, you see. It's like on this show, you get to see what people are really like.
Yeah, of course.
What they're really like.
Oh,
So-
no.
Oh, God, yes. Do you know what? I was hoping we could get Darren on.
Oh, it'd be cool if we could get Darren on. I'll mention
Yeah.
it to Darren. Oh,
Yeah, 'cause-
Darren, come on if it's. See, it depends. I suppose with Darren, it depends what he's doing at his work. Because I think he has to get up at sort of stupid o'clock and things.
Oh,
So
does
I
he?
get up at stupid o'clock and things. So, but, I'll certainly ask him. If he
We've been
get,
getting up
get,
at stupid o'clock as well, haven't we?
get Rave Dave. I mean, honestly, I don't.
Yeah.
Darren amazes me. Honestly, he absolutely amazes me week in, week out, and they do sorts of creative things. I mean, what on earth went into his head to get that? I know we shouldn't say it, but to get Rave Dave, how did that happen? Because it's just. I mean, that video we did, that Filter Sweep video, was just kin hilarious. I mean, absolutely. Darren, I think I've pulled your knob up. It's just fucking-
I want to see Rave Dave on Dom's show on a Sunday night.
Oh, absolutely, we do. I mean, I sent it to Dom. I said, look, through Facebook. I said, look, Dom, get him on. Just get him on to do Rave Dave because it would be absolutely hilarious. I think it would be just the right space for it. Does that?
Yeah.
I honestly thought, get him on. I think he will because he likes it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I've done nag away. But we'll get Darren on.
It was like people said to me, "Oh, where'd you get the idea for bath sponge from?" I go, "Well, they asked me what my name was, and that was exactly the first thing that came into my mind on the show when they asked me." So it stuck.
That's just the way you're brain.
That's the way my blood works. Yeah, right. That's why I go out with you.
Oh.
You've always got to have a counter. Remember, always a counter.
Yeah, I like waking up with a pair in my pants. Thanks very much. So I don't do that shit.
Do you have any preference for any other fruit?
Don't anybody dare mention
was quick.
banana. No bananas. Bananas off
No
limits.
plums.
Okay.
No plums.
No. Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Plums.
Yeah.
Me plums.
Oh dear.
Are you ready for this, Pickle Boo?
Yes, dear.
Good stuff. Actually,
Oh.
I
So you have to put the quiz on.
Yeah, I'll do that. I just want to show them my lovely new book.
Yes,
Oh.
your lovely new book.
This will only mean something to some people. Hang on, let me put it on a full. I think that's the full thing. No, it's not. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Hang on. Hang on. Must be up here. What's that? There you go.
Oh, yeah. You're all
Ready?
full.
Classic.
Amazing.
Yep, somebody actually wrote the
It
book.
actually exists. Oh
It
my
actually is an existing book.
Brilliant.
Was it existing before
No.
the advert
No,
or not?
no.
All right. Yeah.
Actual existing book. Somebody's actually and called themselves J.R. Hartley for their
Absolute
trouble.
genius. Then I've got the
Absolutely.
Hitler Diaries. Sorry, I'm only kidding.
Yeah.
It's
well,
one of those adverts that sticks in the brain like the O2 adverts and such.
Yeah.
like.
yeah.
Shaken vac.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Dunlop advert where they're doing everything that was made by Dunlop disappearing? Do you remember that advert?
No.
They
Was
had
that on TV?
Yeah, it went for years.
yeah.
It was hilarious. They had
It's like
Dunlop
the cars on the
equipment.
tire, tires on the car
Yeah,
even would
and
disappear.
the
Yeah.
bloke walking the farmer walking in the mud. He goes,
Yeah.
Dunlop boots.
Wellies. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the biggie. Okay,
Yeah.
darling, we're going to do
No, you
this.
said that. Yeah.
Right, here we go then.
It's that Victor Meldrew's copy, said Adamski. Hey, Adamski, you all right?
I don't believe it. Right, where are you, darling? Oh, at
What did I say? He was in a TV program recently.
Really?
The actor that played I can't
Richard
remember.
Wilson.
Richard Wilson, yeah. What was
Yeah.
it? He played. Oh, that was it. He was Phileas Fogg's butler in Around the World in 80 Days with.
That's a good
What's his
public
face?
question.
Yeah.
Have you got that on your list, Fiona?
Yeah.
No, wait.
Wait.
What?
Oh, there we go. Charlie, why don't you plug your headphones in over here?
I could listen to you, but for the quiz,
Yeah, well, you're going to
but I
run.
don't want to.
You're running the quiz, darling.
It's like Steve Jobs' reality field distortion, isn't it?
All right, I'm going to add you then, and you start your quiz. Yeah. Here we go.
Right, connection quiz. Tell them about the connection.
I don't know what it is. That's why I wanted you to do it.
No, go on.
All right, we'll add it anyway. Here we go. Let's do this. Right, so what is this? Is this just
That's
it
a
goes internet.
HTTP
HTTP 404.
code. Yeah. 401.
404 can't connect or something like
No,
that.
401 unauthorized.
Yeah, they nailed that one too quickly, mate.
403 is forbidden. 404
Web error
page not
code,
found.
yeah.
What's
Isn't this
402?
supposed to be what's in the fourth?
No, it's just what's the connection on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, 404 not found.
No, that was too easy. Too easy.
I'm a developer.
Bloody clever.
Yeah.
How far have you got, Jim?
Elbow to fingertips.
Boom.
They
The
won't get
length,
this
the
one.
length of.
Elbow to
Ah,
fingertips.
right.
That's a
Do we end
cubit.
up with arse to elbow?
Standard length which measure a foot.
Yeah, that's a qubit, isn't it?
That's a cubit, isn't it? From
Elbow to fingertips. Yeah, I think so.
the length.
Left feet of 16 church.
So
Is
what's
that a
the
chain? Is it? Are these?
Measures
the
of
last one?
distance.
Yeah.
They're specific.
Old measures of distance.
Yeah.
Imperial measurements of distance.
Oh bugger, he's got it.
Oh, sorry.
Did you hear? Apparently,
Empirical.
the
Imperial.
UK government have
No,
launched
it's empirical.
a feasibility study.
Empirical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not imperial.
Have you heard the government's
Oh
launched
God!
a?
I've just unlearned something there. Sorry, Robbie. It's not. It's not imperial.
No,
It's
this is-
imperial, not
this-
empirical.
It's imperial.
these measurements are empirical. An inch and a foot and everything is imperial.
It's imperial.
Yeah.
Empirical and imperial,
Yeah.
different things.
Yeah.
Oh,
These
okay.
these are empirical measurements, not imperial.
These are a few of my favourite things.
Yeah.
Sorry, Robbie, you were saying.
I was saying
I
the
have
UK
no idea
government
about
apparently
that.
have officially launched a feasibility study to determine whether it would be cost effective for the UK to go back to imperial measurements.
Yes, I saw
I mean,
that.
seriously, fuck off.
You are
And this
fucking
headline-
kidding me.
No, and this headline was under the haunted pencil, Jacob Rees-Mogg. So
Surely most people our age just use both anyway.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
but the rest of the world tends to use metric, apart from America, because they're just weird.
Yeah.
I love American people. Don't worry.
Yeah, but we all use SI units.
Yeah,
Loads of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hold that.
Oh, yeah,
we don't
yeah,
want to go back. We don't want to
Well,
go
the
back.
United States.
or empirical or catastrophical or any other kind of units. Let's just stick with good old metric because we know what they mean.
I'm sure
Well,
the
it-
US did declare back in I don't know, the late 1800s or something to convert to metric, but it was never widely adopted.
Well, I mean, I work for an American company, and a lot of the stuff that we sell, we just put it in centimeters, millimeters, whatever, because we sell around the world.
Yeah.
So it'd be silly not to.
Pound,
All right,
shilling,
so what's
and
next one,
pence.
darling?
Oh, you ready?
Reddies.
Reddies.
Is that one word
Money.
or two?
Slang for money.
Slang for money.
I got the stretching wrong.
Sorry.
I know the feeling.
Poor Ken.
No,
Reddies. Oh, we haven't got that one.
They're
Reddies.
talking about
Bush.
money. They're talking about money.
Fighting tigers. Oh, are these US Air Force squadron names?
oh,
Or-
we got this one. No,
No?
Names
Okay.
of planes.
Owl stretching time.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, that rings a bell, but I don't
Yeah.
know why.
Oh, yeah, I know what this is. Yeah, I know what this is now.
after last week, they might get that.
Is it Spike Milligan or something?
Ooh, getting
The
close.
Goons.
Goons.
Is it Monty Python again?
Dead Belgians don't.
Not Spike Milligan. No.
Monty
Goons.
Python.
Really?
No.
It's not. No, they
Think
all
so.
have, They all have something
The
in
Marx
common.
Brothers.
they all have something in common.
It's not Harry Seacombe.
No, no particular person, but they all have something in common.
They're titles of
Episodes,
No, not of episodes.
albums.
No one in the chat knows it either.
They're
You
titles of
Oh,
titles
I
of
know
comedy
that.
albums.
It's not Faulty Towers. I'm sure it's not Faulty Towers.
Titles.
They're what? Sorry.
Just tell them. Tell them what it is.
No, we've not got that. What is that? Was
But what they are the original
Got it.
names that were dropped.
Oh,
So
That's why I've heard Owl stretching time. Yeah.
yeah, Reddies is what?
Dead
Fools and
Belgians.
horses.
Wolves and horses. Yeah, fighting tigers. Fighting tigers.
Dad's army.
Dead
it's on.
Army.
It's on the screen.
Oh yeah, it
That's
does.
Army.
I can't. I need new
No,
glasses.
Fiona's
Oh.
colour choices are slightly.
Drop
Yeah.
the Dead Donkey was
Oh.
absolutely fantastic.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
love it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
thank you.
Written by Andy Hamilton.
Little Venice.
Go on then. What's it? Little Ben.
Districts of London.
Parts of
Where David-
London, parts of California.
Where Hutch lived.
Little Venice is Meadow Vale, isn't it? Silver.
Silver.
Little Venice.
Not a clue.
No. Little Venice. Oh, we got.
Christopher Columbus.
Or Christop her Columbo.
You can make the text smaller.
Yeah.
Or just use autofit.
Sorry, we're being horrible, Fiona. We apologise.
It looked all right when I had it before.
Little Venice.
You say that
Silver.
every time.
The equator.
The equator.
My idea of size is corrupted by Kent.
Thank God. I got no idea.
No?
No.
Little Venice.
Oh,
Silver.
someone
Christopher
thinks
Columbus.
Cold War code names. No.
My first thought was the Dominican Republic.
He's closer. Dominican Republic is closer than anything else.
Yeah.
It's got to do with countries.
Cuba?
Is it place names? As in, oh no, I'm just going off.
Ecuador, Colombia.
Oh.
Yeah.
Etymology of South
Yeah.
America. That's
Yeah.
where I was going. Ecuador,
Venezuela.
Argentina,
Yeah.
Venezuela. Oh, no, that.
Oh, that's
I'm
so
annoyed.
obvious
I
when you
should
see
have
it.
got
Yeah.
that. Should have got that.
Should have done a capital S on silver.
Come on, Andy.
Because
you're
that would have made
slacking,
all
you're
the
a teacher.
difference.
Oh,
It would in my head.
I'm still trying to work out what the question was.
Country doesn't matter.
What?
Africa.
Is that a really
three-
bad Top Gear episode?
3 blokes and an antelope. Or is
That's
it,
a
it's
GNU,
caribou,
isn't it?
a
Is that a GNU?
Another GNU.
This canoe
And a
is
GNU.
fucked.
Another
Versions
GNU.
of Linux.
Oh, yeah, that was the first thought. Yeah.
What about that? Version of Linux.
Versions of Linux. I bet there was a
No.
penguin in there. And no,
There's never a penguin. In there.
there's got to be a penguin.
Oh, okay. We've got the guesses coming.
Hubcap.
in.
Cap.
Or white wall.
White wall.
Or wheel. Or tyre. Or something.
Shiny.
The shiny. My precious.
Look at the shiny.
Really? No. I'm not getting anything.
Next.
Next.
Look at what Yannis said has just typed there. Paraguay, or as Beringer calls it, the Polyguay.
What's that?
Very
Is that
good. That's great.
I do like that one.
Well
a
done, Yannis.
fox?
Is that a
Very
fox?
Looks like a fox.
It looks like
No, it's the Eye of Sauron, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I have
Is it?
Sauron.
Sauron. Sauron.
Make me an army worthy of Mordor.
Sorry, I just had to do that.
Arginduka.
I have no idea what this is.
Well, next one.
Jeremy Clarkson. Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, I know what this is. I figured this one.
What type of car is it?
That's an Explorer, isn't it? Ford Explorer?
It's
Yeah, and
a big one that I can't afford.
it's an Explorer, and that's a Fox on fire. Fire.
Oh, they're all internet browsers.
Oh,
Oh,
Safari.
Chrome.
Chrome.
Firefox. Land Rover.
Very good. Very good.
So,
There isn't a browser called Land Rover, is there?
Hey?
There isn't a browser called Land Rover.
Explorer.
That's a Ford Explorer. How dare you
there
besmirch
isn't
the
an
name?
Explorer now.
No, probably not.
No.
I saw one of the new Defenders the other day, actually, for a new version of a classic. It was pretty good.
Ineos,
They
the
don't
people who
work.
make who run a bike team, are redoing the old Defender.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ineos.
Yeah, and it looks
MG
mental.
midget. A red MG midget. I think, looking at
Is
it.
that a midget or a Triumph?
So look, let me
Is that,
let me
it's
make
not
this.
a TR, is it?
TR5, isn't it?
Nah, it's an MG midget.
It's a midget, yeah.
Yeah.
So midget, dwarf,
Boots.
wellies,
Types of sweets, midget, gems,
midget
gum.
boots,
Gum boots.
Wellington,
Oh, that's nice.
Wellington.
Small boots. Little boots.
I like the sweet idea, but it's wrong.
Oh, okay.
Pie.
pie,
Hi. Huh? I don't.
a slice of pie.
Crooked pie.
We're not going to get this.
We're not.
Weeble and Bob. What happened to Weeble and Bob?
Ah.
We were pie. I were pie.
Pie. Pie, yeah.
You'll be pie.
Cherry pie, hammer.
Hammer.
Are they all linked to each other to something, or is it what?
What?
Well, there's got to be a connection. That's the whole point of the game, isn't it?
Well, no, I mean, is it
Thanks, Robbie.
like, is it making out? Are they pseudonyms for something, or homophones, or what?
Well, that's what you've got to
Homophones who? Sorry.
Homophones much.
They might be all things
No!
that. They might be all things that you do things with.
Yeah, fuck you over with a hammer. I know that. So midget, hit
They're all things that I drop on your head.
what the midget? You did try once.
There's a video out of that.
Yeah. So we got the sports car.
Are we off track with MG Midget, or are we on track
Yeah.
with that?
On it,
MG midget?
you've got midget,
Midget.
Wellington boot, pies, and hammers.
Nicknames for football teams.
Football team nicknames. Competitive threat.
Oh, of course.
I thought it was dwarf tossing,
Yes.
not midget throwing.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. That is...
Has she been at, has she been at Jamaican Blend for cigarettes again?
I'll tell you what, you'd have trouble throwing that car.
The Phantom Plan Flinger. Yeah, the original thing. The Phantom Plan Flinger. The
Nursing
Phantom. Oh,
poppies. So now we've got to guess what the red box is.
Fourth.
Nurse selling poppies.
Selling poppies. This is for 4 points.
Yeah. No conferring.
Sound of Music. No, that's not right.
Next.
I meant Oliver.
Fireman with an hourglass. Oh, Penny Lane.
Amberwood Green.
Penny Lane.
Penny Lane.
Penny Lane by the Beatles.
Penny Lane. Robbie.
Oh, you dammy bugger.
Robbie scores a point.
Barber showing photograph. No, he didn't, because he had to get the barber showing photograph. But well done, Robbie. That was good.
Oh,
Yeah,
bugger.
well done.
Very good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that buggered that question for you, didn't it? Oh, never mind.
I'm still taking the point.
Yes,
I'll fight you for it.
he's packed it away in a little bag and put it in the fridge already.
Gone. Create.
Yeah.
Destroy.
Next. Next. Read.
It's a sensible one.
File permissions.
What was that?
File
Yeah,
permissions.
file permissions.
Yeah.
Very, very close.
Well, not file permissions.
Is this
Very, very close.
right
More
clicking?
like folder permissions.
Got something to do with
Deny.
the right click menu. So it'd be, let's see, create, read, update, delete. Delete.
Lost in cyberspace.
Delete, yeah.
Yay! The CRUD database functions.
I don't know. I have no idea what they are.
No,
Never mind.
7.
A very intelligent person might get this.
Stranger Things.
Oh, in that case, we're not getting it, are we?
That's a,
Oh, it's binary.
No,
oh,
it's that-
bloody hell.
Is that 10 over 1 or is
Oh.
that
That's
1 over 1?
101.
Well, 101.
No, 111.
The next will be
It's got
Yeah,
what,
but-
if it's binary, it'd be 111 because the next one will
yeah,
be 101.
111.
Then it'll be it'd be 110. Or is it
1101.
101 or is it 110? 111.
It'd be 1 1.
Yeah, 110.
1 1 1 1
And then 111. Yeah.
So there you go.
Oh,
oh.
sodding hell.
Fiona's going.
Well, that's good because now we
We
stopped
were trying to
saying
remember
the
how
ducks.
binary works.
It's not a year, is it? It's spelled out in binary.
But binary doesn't have
2020.
three in it.
It
Yeah.
can't be binary because there's a
Can't be
3 in
binary.
there now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's thrown it. Unless it's trinary.
no.
Oh.
What?
You,
Not content with them being prime numbers, you've made them palindromic as well.
That's evil.
Can we go back
Evil.
to that hammer so I can beat you with it?
Are they all? Is 131 a prime number? I
Well, it must
think it
be.
is. No,
Are you questioning Fiona?
Oh no, she
no,
can't.
no. Palindromic prime numbers. All right. Yeah, there we go. Fine. Well into what?
Medieval.
Medieval.
Medvedev and his mate Al.
Medieval. It's a hello. Go on next.
Elizabethan.
Oh,
Come on, Sash, you're onto this then.
go on, follow it.
Georgian.
Georgian,
Georgian.
next.
Victorian.
Victorian.
Yeah.
Victorian.
No, they don't know what it is then.
Oh,
Oh, hang on.
Hanoverian.
Medieval, Elizabethan, Georgian.
Hannah Barbarian.
Is it Hanoverian?
Tudor.
No,
No,
we're going the wrong way.
Tudor's before.
Yeah.
Georgian.
Hang on. Whoa, medieval, Elizabethan. No, because it wasn't Elizabethan. It was Tudor.
World War
And
Two.
then after
World War
that,
One.
you've got the Stuarts, medieval, Elizabethan, Georgian.
Is this Blackadder
Was it Saxe Coburg?
series?
Yeah,
First World War.
So what's
First
next?
World War.
First World
First World
War.
War.
Grazie,
Yeah.
Blackadder.
Well done. Yeah.
I'll take that.
Of course it was.
Yeah. Elizabethan. Yes.
Bob.
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 Oh, we
Darling.
did laugh. Hello, Mistress Ploppy, said I. Hello, Master Ploppy.
Okay, we're taking the vowels out.
Oh, here we go.
We will rock you.
We will rock you. Okay,
Yeah. 7 seconds later.
we'll get that. We will rock you. We got that.
Oh, right.
Darling, why don't you plug your headphones
Don't
in
stop
over
me
there?
now.
Stop me now.
Now.
For them to catch up, the others.
Oh, I
Look at
see.
them. Saxe Coburg Baggins is. That's good original synth. We like that too.
Mm.
Radio Gaga.
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
I think actually Robbie was sitting there waiting for that one to come up.
Oh, right.
Crazy little
Crazy
thing.
little
called-
thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Original synth got that many seconds ago.
No, you're hearing it many seconds ago.
No, it was written there by.
Yeah, but there's a delay.
Before it even
No,
came up.
it's 7 seconds between Robbie saying it and you hearing it.
Original synth got it. We can give it him. Well done, original synth. Flash.
Yeah, do separate scoring for the.
It's great.
The show must go. Oh, the show must go on.
Shove
Fat
the bottom
bottom
girls.
girls.
Yeah, Fat Bottom Girls.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
You're my
You're
best
my
friend.
best
friend.
friend.
Do, 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 do. Next.
See, original synth preempted it.
Yeah, he
Anyway.
put his
Bohemian
finger.
Bohemian
Rhapsody.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm having that point. Snap.
Ooh.
No.
Ooh.
Under
Ooh.
pressure.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
very good.
Just as you said it, yeah.
Dum dum
Yes.
dum dum dum.
Very good.
Well done, original synth again.
Do you think he's a Queen fan?
Someone's got one before I even.
Bicycle Race.
Go.
Right.
What?
Race.
Yeah.
Are these all going to be Queen tracks? We're going to move on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
At
good,
the
all right.
moment, they are. I don't know when
All right,
she's
good,
done.
Okay.
Common
Common
childhood
child.
ailments.
German measles.
German measles.
Measles, yeah.
Flatulence.
Yeah. Large,
Okay,
greasy
good
fat.
measles.
Yeah, yeah.
Mumps.
Mumps.
I'm having that one.
No, that was me.
Yeah, who's doing that stuff?
Chicken
Pox.
pox.
It's getting very competitive over
It
here.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
Glandular fever. No, no.
Oh, lose a point.
Point off.
Nah, there's not a lot of letters there to work with, is there?
That's
There's got to be some vowels on the front of that.
Sorry, original synth, no rubella.
Yeah, no rubella for you.
GR.
No.
I certainly don't want to catch Goat original synth.
Yeah. Oh, we're stumped.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
don't give us the answer. My brain's going there.
Oh, no. Andy wants to work this one out. He's got your calculator out.
Is it Australia?
Yeah, right. Shut up.
I've had mums come into the pharmacy for something to help with this. No, it's not.
That's not how you spell clap.
Ah, yes. Grace has got
Grace
glue
gives
ear.
a glue ear.
Yeah, glue
Glue
ear.
ear.
Ah, that's a lot of vowels.
That's good.
Yeah. Pink eye.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Speak for yourself.
Or pinky.
I shouldn't have pink eye next to glue ear, should I?
Not really. Not unless you're rubbing it.
Hand, foot, and mouth disease.
Yeah.
What?
I can see your child has been seriously ill at some time in the past, Jim.
Whooping cough. Yes.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
There you go. Just to prove the
There you
point.
go. There's a demonstration.
Pink-eyed a cat.
Pink-eyed a cat.
Inky the cat.
Yeah,
Pinky the cat.
Pinky the cat.
Pink,
Oh, it's
Pinky
getting
the
sillier
cat,
and
yeah.
sillier.
Come on, look, we've got this one.
Well done, Ken Lewis.
Whooping cough.
Yeah, we got that. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, in my kitchen toaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Toaster.
Oh, okay.
Back in the TSTR. Oh no, maybe that's not topical.
Mixing bowl.
Oh, but in the kitchen now. Oh,
Mixing
sorry, I was still
bowl.
trying to get.
Yeah, I'm still thinking diseases.
Hot water boiler.
Water boiler.
Hot water boiler.
Hot water boiler. Okay, good, yes.
Going back to the 40s.
American style fridge freezer.
Fridge freezer.
Yeah. You're not hiding these ones very well.
It's a shopping list, Kent.
Yeah. You're not far off the point.
Something's
there.
like
Vocoder.
In my kitchen.
Yeah. It's still there.
Too many
fucking
I like how you're using this as a forum to
to berate your husband.
Yeah.
domestic issues.
Yeah.
I think Fiona wants the kitchen back.
It's a public domestic, I fear. Yeah.
I'm sure we can all come down and pick
Kent's
some up.
tools.
Oh, okay.
Oscilloscope.
Oscilloscope, yeah.
Telescope.
Correct.
Yeah.
Stop it, everybody, right now. Behave, Jim.
There's something with my eyesight that makes that into a tiny dick.
So we were right.
Yep.
Yep.
Panel beating hammer.
Paddle beating hammer.
Panel beating hammer. Yeah, nailed that one.
Oh,
Not with panel beating hammer. You don't hit nails with a panel beating hammer.
Oh, dear. I'm crying.
soldering iron.
iron.
Soldering iron.
Yeah.
I'm having that.
Oh,
Hold on,
God.
everyone.
Jeez, I'm hot.
Third printer.
3D printer.
3D printer.
3D printer.
3D. Yeah. What was sneaky putting the D next to it?
Multimeter.
Multimeter, yeah. Yeah.
It's enormous brain.
I hope it is. Oh. That's the classic. Mwah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Stroke slap. Now you know why like I am to her.
Oh, hats off, Fiona.
Yeah. It's good.
And that is the end of the
Hey.
No.
Thank you, Fiona.
Well done. Resplendent.
My missus is sat in the kitchen. She can't hear this, and she's probably wondering what the hell we're doing.
It's tiny what?
What are you doing?
Oh, God.
That's a good one, girl. Oh, mate.
It's awesome.
I
Dear.
don't recall actually fixing any synthesizers with my tiny dick, but I fucked a few. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear about that, actually, Ken. Really, that's good news.
Ken,
Especially for yours.
Ken, don't send them balls back like that, mate, please.
Yeah, go. Where's he had these?
That's not our clue.
I'm sure there've been worse things on some synths. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hence,
well,
I'm
you're
not
sort of-
clue.
I tell you what, I've had a polymode that looked like it go. I think this was used in a porn film,
Oh God!
and
What-
not for the not for the musical score either.
One too many curlies in it.
It was, yeah. It was a lot. It was a lot of. I don't know. How would you describe it?
Residue.
Yeah, yeah. It was crispy.
Oh, dear.
Another bloke really loved that keyboard, but bloody hell. I can't because it's not on that page. Oh.
Would be worrying if it fit in with a 6.3mm jack.
We've got an Agatha that needs a hammer. Come on, Sassy,
yeah.
get your hammer out.
Come
How come
on.
you've got a hammer, Sassy? How do you manage that?
He has a hammer everywhere he goes.
He does, yeah.
No. I've only got it here.
We nickname him Maxwell.
Inky's the one with hammer on everything.
Oh, here we go.
Is that worse than red glue?
Oh,
White glue.
Well done, Manny.
white goo. Yeah.
Oh dear me. Oh,
Toothpaste all over the polymog.
yeah, I don't think it was toothpaste.
Nice and minty. Yeah.
We have found some weird shit inside the keyboards, but what's it? Oh, it was I think Juno 60. I've got this Juno 60, and I don't know how it got in there. There was, shall we say, a body.
Mouse.
No, I'd say
Cockroach.
it was. I think it would be a hamster.
Wow.
Still trying to figure out how a hamster got into a Juno 60.
It was placed.
Didn't
Well, it's
you
obvious.
have
You open it, put the hamster in, and just close it again.
They can get everywhere, though, can't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, I know, but bloody hell! I mean, it wasn't a small hamster, but it was interesting how when the guy came to collect it, and I got it all working and everything. And
Did you give him the hamster back? We found your dead hamster back.
in a bag? Do you want your hamster, mate? Yeah. And I said, have you got a hamster? He goes, we used to.
We found Lord Lucan.
Yeah, we found. Well, I found your
We
hamster.
opened this lip. We opened this Juno 60, and there was bloody Lord Lucan just sitting there, holding
Yeah.
his breath, grinning all
Didn't
over his face, going, "Fooled you."
Yeah, drinking tea. And playing
Good job he
cards.
dropped all those crisps in his Juno 60.
didn't you find a cheese sandwich and a shoe in one?
I found a cheese sandwich. It was a cheese sandwich, a gold watch, a stack of ICs, and some coins in a CS80, all up in one corner. There was, that was it. There was a called Monopoly. Had a brown shoe in it. And the other one brown
An old
shoe.
brand shoe.
And a big spider in one.
It belonged
that-
to,
that
George
been
Harrison.
electrocuted.
Is that my brown shoe? No. So yeah, and it's like but what purpose is it? I mean, I know the guy wanted to get a little soul into his music, but wait,
Fish.
try the fish, lads. Yeah, so I'm trying to think what some of the other shit I found. Oh, I
Well,
found
drugs,
shit.
obviously.
Yeah, drugs. I have actually found actual excrement.
Oh,
And yeah, but it belonged to a band, so I reckon probably the drummer didn't like the keyboard player or something. Opened it up and literally just
Oh, inside it.
yeah,
Not just
oh
on it.
yeah. No, inside it and then closed it up again.
It's obviously a shit synth.
It certainly was by then. So yeah, but no,
dear.
it looked like it'd been in there a very long time as well. So
Should I bid on this Yamaha FB01?
Yes.
go on.
Do you know
Well,
what?
please,
I
yeah,
really
look,
like the old FBO one. It's one
Robbie,
of the
you've
first
already
scents
got
I ever used.
240 cents in that
But
room.
it's currently at
Sorry,
30
Jeff.
quid, and it's in Kettering. And he
Just
will,
do
Oh,
it.
well, that does everything then, doesn't
he
it?
will only ship at my own expense and without any insurance. And
Well, it's an FBO one, don't matter.
Yeah.
it's 30 quid, I'm tight. But it doesn't fill me with confidence when the main picture of the
What, an
item
FBO1?
with the mains lead that doesn't have any, just has bare wires on the end, it just makes me think, where was that ripped out of? But it comes with a manual.
That's 30 quid. It's nothing really.
Well, that's the current price. I'm going to just sit there and watch.
No, I'd rather
When's
get
it
the
end?
automatic one.
so everyone in the
13
chat,
minutes.
go and bid it up.
Let's bid against Robbie.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Let's stop. Are you on a mission to have every single
Bit of Yamaha.
I wouldn't
gear.
call it
bit
a
of Yamaha kit that was
I wouldn't call it a
produced?
mission.
I've got a nice Rev 500 going.
A what? Sorry, a Red 5.
Just wait until Robbie starts on the PSS and PSR ranges.
Oh, don't know. I've got one VSS and that's it. And I only bought that because that was the first
sample
sampler
one.
I ever owned. Yeah.
Right, I've got to go because I've got to go and pick my boy up from fencing.
buddy.
So I will be
Oh,
back.
Okay, cheers, Matt.
We'll
Oh,
be
mate,
here.
nice. Take care,
Right,
buddy.
in a bit,
see you,
Matt.
Bye bye.
Nice to see you.
Okay, nice talking with you.
Even Siri says goodbye.
Yeah.
Even Siri said goodbye.
Amazing.
Oh, that's a very
Cool.
polite watch you have.
Yes, it's very sensitive.
Yeah. It goes off.
Pick a
it goes
topic,
off
any
my
topic.
thing.
Bye.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it does sound good.
Doesn't it?
And learn all about the crazy stories behind OBE version 2 tomorrow night on Bruce Network
Indeed.
at 7
Of course,
p.m.
yeah, Dave Spears is on this.
We only have him for 1 hour because he has to
David-
get.
Dave's
So-
coming round tomorrow.
Sorry, what? Where? He's coming round, is he?
Yeah, he's coming round tomorrow.
Nice.
With Chris.
Oh, he's managed to get Chris out of his hole.
Yeah.
Bless him.
Would you believe? I'm trying to see where he left my patch in here. So I'll see if I can find my. It had to
What's
be
it
pointed
called?
out to me. How sad is that? I'm just looking because I can't remember what it was bloody called either. I bet he tucked it away somewhere. Let's have a look. Is it that one? Right. No, it's not that one. You know what? I'll have to ask him again. I can't remember what it was bloody called. It's awful, isn't it?
How many patches are there?
Lots.
Oh, hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. All categorized.
There's 30 in that bank. There's 30 in that bank.
Yeah.
These aren't numbered, so I don't know how many there are in that one. Yeah.
Let's have a look at some of the unison ones. What we got?
Drum mode's quite cool.
Nice.
Listen to the voice of Buddha. See him stab your sericulture. Who cares for the little children?
Sorry, I can pick it up stuck.
Buddha's watching, Buddha's waiting. Who wants a being boiled preset on their synth? Oh, Robbie does.
No, that's just Electric Kit 2 on OBE.
That was cool.
Just wait until the copyright strike comes in.
Yeah. That sounded. It started off sounding very bit like Aha. There, it just reminded me the Aha movie drops very soon. The actual feature-length documentary. I really
cool.
can't wait for that. I love
Really,
Aha.
really good.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really cool.
It's proper. Yeah, it's got a proper cinematic release and everything.
And then
Oh, we're still at 30 quid with 9 minutes to go.
I'll tell you what has caught my interest at the minute, and that's have you seen the M8, the little dirty wave handheld unit?
No.
Yeah, have you been watching Gabe Miller doing his?
I haven't. No,
he did one
but-
on that. It was quite interesting.
Inti's been doing well. I've been doing some patches for it and all sorts, and yeah, I've been quite involved in the early days of it, I think. But it's amazing, really. It's like handheld tracker. It sounds amazing. It's got like full wavetable, FM synths in there, sampler. It's just like, yeah, absolutely crazy.
I think
But,
I saw something on Facebook about that, but I just didn't like the user interface. Just doesn't work with the way my brain works.
Yeah, well, I grew up on trackers, so I'm kind of okay with that.
I was more of a Mars bar guy. Sorry, bad joke.
What key was that, Ken?
I have no fucking idea.
Oh, bollocks.
Was that was the Hydra?
That was a Hydra doing a.
What keyboard was it? What a god full of peanuts now. I can't speak.
Yeah, I don't.
Andy
know,
with a mouthful of nuts.
I don't know how to read music. I'm not,
Thank you.
I don't know how to read music. I'm not even sure about the name of some of the notes sometimes. So
But you play like you know exactly what you. I mean, Ken, when you play the keyboards, you sound like you play. Honestly, yeah, you're just making that up. You just learned it. It's brilliant.
I just, yeah.
Right, you see the little white one in front of the two black ones. That's the C.
right.
That's yeah.
Do you know what? They've made the ribbon cable longer.
Have they?
What?
Yeah, the ribbon strip is even longer now.
All right.
That's seriously flatulent.
Oh. What?
Until you've played a synth that has a ribbon controller, you don't know
Yeah.
what you're missing.
Yeah.
I've played a MIDI theremin. That was really interesting. So my mate had one that, well, basically it was a theremin that had a sort of MIDI to CV converter, and pipes it into Logic, and using Logic soft synths and stuff, just get some really weird stuff. Really cool.
That's bouncing around everywhere. That's lovely.
It's really nice to like.
That's Robbie's VL tone preset.
No, not me.
Oh, sorry.
Not me.
I remember it.
Are you using Loopback, Robbie, to pipe
Yes.
that into? Right.
Yeah.
I need
Yeah.
to talk to you about how to do that, I think, at some point.
Do you know,
Just-
I spent hours and hours and hours trying to figure it out. Couldn't do it. I was trying to help Kent and Richard as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we couldn't get head and the tail of it. And I thought, I know somebody who uses it and uses it extensively. That's Dom. So I pinged Dom, and it's one of those things. As soon as I pinged him, like 1 second
Came to
later,
you.
I thought,
Yeah.
oh, hang on, there's this. And I did this thing, and all it is like when you go into the loopback window and you've got all of your sources lined up, there's a little drop down that says options. And if you drop that down, there's usually just this one option that says mute when capturing. And it automatically ticks it so you can't hear it. And all you got to do is untick it.
Right.
So why didn't you fucking tell me that?
I did.
Where?
He hadn't found it.
No.
Is that using StreamYard, Robbie? Is that?
No, this is
It's
loopback.
Apple stuff, isn't it?
It's a third party thing, but
Yeah.
it just helps route I mean, with Apple stuff, you've got thing you can have like aggregate audio interfaces where you can send audio in different places, but this just really makes it very simple. And you can create.
It's like virtual audio cables.
It's that kind of thing. So you create a device, and that device will appear in your audio interface lists, and you can have as many devices as you want for as many different functions, and you just select the one. So in the application, so for example, StreamYard, I've got Logic, and I've got my microphone, my Scala interface, and my Stream Deck thing, so I can do audio bits and bobs, and they're all plumbed into the output channel, and that's it, and that's all you've got to do. And where I was going on was I thought, well, if I want to hear stuff, I'm going to have to set up a monitor. But as soon as I set up a monitor, I was getting double sounding things, and it was phasing. It was horrible. And then all it was this little drop down, and everything that you put into your sources list, there's a drop down that says you can mute it when you're capturing, and it automatically turns the mute on.
So is there something similar on a PC? Because when I'm sitting here talking to me, I don't get my voice coming back through the headphones, even though I've got the mic's going into the desk is sending USB into the computer,
and where are your headphones plugged into?
Spitting it out through StreamYard, and my headphones plugged into the computer.
Right.
So I can hear you guys talking because that's coming back to me through the computer. Now, if I go over to here and go, I've just sort of heard that, but it's not at the same time.
Yeah. So where's the audio of that going?
That's got the audio of that's
into his desk.
Into your desk.
Into the mixer here.
So
that's just
when I used to do internet, I used to do a lot of internet radio, and I had all these problems where trying to get audio that was playing in my computer or a turntable or whatever, and get it into the broadcast software and then send it out, but then monitor it at the same time in real time, so not delayed or anything, because obviously that can be a little bit off-putting. So I tried all these different things, and in the end I just bought a small little Behringer desktop mixer, and everything goes into that, and I just have a single output from that into the audio interface, and I monitor everything out of the audio interface, because then I know that it's everything that's going in, I'm hearing. But Loopback just adds the ability for me to then send any audio from my computer out to the audio interface of my choice, or the virtual audio interface of my choice, and hear it in real time, as well as hearing everything else. I'm not sure if that would work for me. I mean, I've got a fairly convoluted setup. So mic goes into a preamp compressor, expander, limiter thing, that the output of that goes into the preamp in on one channel of my Quantum 2626. Not the preamp in, the sort of insert point, so it bypasses the preamp. And then obviously the audio, I've also got a pair of audio outs from my interface feeding into the monitor path of that preamp. So you've kind of got Loopback in your interface then, haven't you? I have, but I then can't sort of pipe any synths or stuff out through into this stream. So it gets really kind of complicated, and I don't think I can anyway, unless let me just try something and see if this gets picked up. Hear anything? Yeah, we heard the synth. All right. Cool. So it's all about it's for me. Initially, when I was doing the radio stuff, I got so fed up trying to route things in software that I just bought a second interface, and so I then have an interface for the computer and an interface for everything else, and then was just route. And in the end, I thought hardware. It's just simple. I understand that, so I just got a small mixer. And like all my synths go into this little desktop. So I've got little 8-channel line mixers. So I've got one there, got one over there, got one over there, and they all give me a stereo out. So those stereo outs come into this desk here, and then whoa. Where does it end? There you go. So so what you've got there is you need to get rid of the monitors for a start. So click on your built-in output monitors.
Right, this one.
Yeah. No, click on the box so it highlights the box.
All right.
No, the actual box. So click on the there you go. So now go down to delete and bin it because you don't need it.
Oh, look, hang on, mouse is acting up like a twat.
Like a what?
Right, and you don't need any. Well, you can leave those other channels because nothing's rooted. But bin that. Yeah, there you go. So
yeah.
So your built-in input is your mic going into your audio interface, I imagine. But if you drop that options down underneath the built-in input, under your sources, drop your options down.
Yeah.
Right, so you've just got the volume there because that's your audio interface. Now, if you want to add a piece of software, maybe Logic or something else, so all you got to do is have you got the application open that you want to transmit?
Well, what I actually wanted it to do was because I can't hear anything coming out of the Mac Mini unless I have those monitors on. But when I have them on, it echoes like a bastard.
Yeah, so if you have a monitor set up on the right-hand side, it will echo.
Yeah.
Because it's doing is taking your audio input, which you're obviously monitoring. I don't know how you're monitoring. Where are your headphones plugged into again?
They're in the Mac Mini.
In the back of the Mac Mini.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all it's then doing is it's saying, right, well, I'm going to take the audio.
If I play that, I don't hear anything.
So where is that plugged into?
That's plugged into the audio interface, into the external mixer, and then into the back of the Mac Mini.
So why is it plugged into the audio interface?
That's where they all gather. So I got the stuff from the computer and the hardware meet at that point.
Okay. So I would always put the audio interface as the last thing that goes into the computer.
Right.
So you plug everything in. This is how I would do it. I'm saying this is the right thing. I'm sure there's probably more technical people that know better, but I would always plug all of my hardware into a mixer and then take the output of the mixer into the audio interface.
Yeah, that's what I'd do.
Unless, of course, you've got a very large audio interface and you can use that technically as your mixer because you maybe have an application that allows you to mix the inputs. But that's what I would do, is I'd put everything into a mixer and then take the output of the mixer into your audio interface. That's, for me, I would put it as the last thing in the chain.
Disappeared off into infinity.
I like that.
Yeah. Well, I know that tonight it became very apparent that it's time for a really, really serious bloody rewiring here. Because it's where I've been changing things and trying out different configs and stuff like that. It's now just a mess. I don't know where anything goes, or anything is going to.
And this is what I dealt with. And so my solution was, again, buy more hardware. But I just bought some line mixers, 8 or 16 channel, 8 pairs.
Yeah,
line mixers, and the Behringer ones are like £75, and they're not bad. So I have one just here that takes in a whole bunch of stuff. I've got one over on that rack at the back. I've got another one for that rack there, and they all send a stereo out that all comes around the edge of the room and to this mixer that's just down here. So I have. It's got 4 stereo inputs, so 3 of those are from the line mixers, and so I then just set everything up on the line mixers and the levels that I want on there, and that then feeds into this. I have this single volume control, so I can then play any of these instruments, and it comes into here and then goes straight into the audio interface. But that's also where my mic is. My mic is plugged into the mixer, so everything that makes a sound, and it can be output on a jack cable or an XLR cable, goes into the mixer. And then I just have one stereo pair, because I've only got a 2i4 Scarlett, one stereo pair that goes into that, and that goes into then that's my audio interface in the computer.
Yeah.
And then if I want software, then that's where Loopback comes in and saves the day.
Yeah, well, that's why I need to get another mixer now. Because I've just run out of inputs.
This is where there's, for me,
the Behringer 8 or 12 channel USB or mixers that have the USB interface work really, really well.
Yeah, well, I've got the non-USB.
Until they don't.
Was it the 12?
But they're cheap. I mean, if you pay less than £100 for a mixer, but it's got a USB interface and it does the job for 6 months, it's
I have a Behringer X32 in that cupboard, and the left-hand channel's gone on it. And it's one of those sort of things, because it's so cheap.
Happened to mine.
You can't get it repaired. They just laugh at you.
Yeah, that's what happened to mine. I had a Xenix 2442. Well, actually, I've still got the thing itself, but it's all Grace's fault. But I'll explain that one in a minute.
Don't blame her.
What happened there was that the 8 mono channels, they all just failed. They just went nah, and nothing was coming through. The stereo channels were fine, and the mono ones went nah, and everything was just distorted. And I've no idea what happened. So bollocks. In the meantime, I thought, well, I'll just get a little small one that'll see me over. So I bought a little 1204, and then that started to only output on one channel, a left output or whatever it was.
Have you checked your cables, Andy?
No. Yes, I have, Sassy. Yeah, I've gone through all of that. Because is it my cables? Has something dropped? No. And it was like, this is not good. I've had 2 Behringer mixers and they both failed in a fairly short period of time. I thought, and it was for that reason. It took me ages before I plumped to buy the Pro 1 module. I thought, I'm not buying Behringer stuff. I'm not buying it. I thought, well, eventually I will. Okay, I've got a room full of it now, but I'm very sort of. But the synths have been fine, but the mixers, I'm just very reluctant now. If yours have been fine, Robbie, you've obviously looked out, because I bought 2 and they both failed, and that makes me sad.
I've got about 4, and one of them's an old 18 channel that must be, I don't know, 7, 8 years old.
Yeah,
still working perfectly, and the Xenix Q120 or whatever USBs have again absolutely no problem whatsoever.
Well, maybe I just was buying from a company that got a bloody bad batch of the old bloody lot. Who knows? Because that's why I went back to Mackie. I'll stick with me Mackie. Thank you. It's lovely Mackie.
So,
lovely.
I've still got the Spirit Soundcraft Spirit 12.2 that literally had sweat rained on it in the arches.
It's
still going.
Dave Best from Subcycle, he's still got his Spirit 1202 as well. It's just okay. It's a bit crackly in places, but you think, hang on a minute. You think what that little thing went through in the gigs that those people did in those places. I mean, oh dear me. Well,
so I went and bought that. I got that at a really good price, the O2R.
O2R, yeah.
And
does it work?
Yeah, absolutely works.
Great.
And it came with 2 or 4 ADAT cards, and I managed to find some analog input cards. So I've got an extra 8 analog ins and outs, as well as the hardwired stuff that's on there. So I've got plenty of ins and outs on there. The thing is, it's just so chuffing big, I've got nowhere to put it. I can't bloody use it.
It's a lump, isn't it?
I mean, honestly, when I bought that, I said, because
it's a lovely thing, though.
And I said to the wife, we're going to get this mixer.
Wife?
The wife, my wife. I said to Jackie,
my wife.
We're going to get
wife.
we're going to get this mixer. And she, oh bloody hell, how big is that? And I said, and I was honest. I said it's about this big, because I genuinely thought it wasn't that big a thing. And then when I met up with the guy I bought it from, he opens up the estate car, and it's just like it's taken up the whole of it, because it's in a huge, it's in its original box and everything. We both had to.
No dinner for you tonight, Robbie. You said it was
she was just, and the kids were like, and it came in, and I've had it sat there, and I've tested everything on it, and it's absolutely brilliant, and it's fine, and it just needs somewhere to live and something to stand on that it won't buckle, because it's so bleeding heavy.
Interesting was round at Grace's. She still got the 01V that she used in Chillish People. And we had all that linked up. I'd forgotten all about that, because basically I'm crap. But I did blame Grace just now for me having to have a Behringer mixer, and that's because way back when I was just starting getting back into all this and was setting things up again. In here, I dug out my old Mackie CR1604, original CR1604, which I've still got down the corridor because one day I'll get it mended, Kent. And we'd set it all up. Excuse me. We were basically line testing it, and I got a nice pair of Roland DS5 monitors, active monitors that Roland put out in early 2000s. Really nice monitors. And we were going through stuff after a while, and smoke was coming out the back of one of these monitors. And then there was flames coming out the back of the monitor. And literally we were going, oh, stop, this is bad, stop. So we stopped everything. And then basically we'd fried an active monitor and what was going on. And literally there was smoke coming out. I had a smoke mark up the wall and everything. Oh dear, this was bad. So we went around, we were trying to... Do you remember, Grace, when we were driving around Sheffield, going to electronics shops, trying to find fuses for some reason, when clearly what we'd done was completely fried everything. It was we drove around trying to find. We need a fuse. We had to put fuses back in, and so basically in one first. Well, what happened was Grace said, I'm sorry, Andy, but if your mixer's doing that to your monitors,
there's a problem.
your mixers are right off, and I'm sorry, we've just destroyed your speaker as well. So in one fell swoop, we wrote off a nice pair of Roland active monitors and my CR1604 mixer. Thanks, Grace. Great afternoon, mate. Yes. This is because when Grace just said, "I've blown up much bigger speakers than that."
Yeah. So when I said to my mate about my X32, I said, the thing's only about 8 months old, and the entire left-hand master's gone.
Oh no!
And it's like bloody thing and everything like that. He goes, "What effects processor that it got in it?" I said, "I think it's a Lexicon 500 or something like that is built into it and everything." He said, "How much you pay for it?" I said, "I think it was about 235 quid." And he went, "Huh?" But this is a guy who owns the Helios desk from Abbey Road.
Nice.
Wow.
That he's now restoring. So you go, yeah, it's all right for you, mate, with your big semicircular bloody desk.
Well, I missed out on that FBO one because I was too busy talking to you lot.
Oh no! How much did it go for?
30 quid.
Oh,
it's fate. It's fate.
Nobody else bid on it either.
I did feel a little reticent because of the images and the fact that he said, "I don't want to send it because I don't like things getting broken and I have a no returns policy."
That's why I pulled the plug off it.
Yeah, and the plug. What the hell's that about? So no, probably. What I want is what Matt Baxley's got, because he's got the two FBO ones in the custom rack mount unit that Yamaha made, and that looks sweet. But anyway,
it might have set fire to your monitors anyway. So
yeah, quite.
Or the house.
That too. Yeah. Well, we didn't have any power in this bloody thing, and for like 36 hours at the weekend after my instant disappearance off the show last week.
Yeah. At least it came on before 2023, which is what they told you.
I know, that was just bonkers.
Yeah, you clearly don't have an MP living anywhere near you.
No, unfortunately, the MPs we have living around here are all the ones like Liz Truss and Matt Hancock.
Truss are up.
Matt Hancock and Liz Truss are kind of like some. The one that we have, our one is
the word truss and cock don't go together very well.
No, well, or maybe they do.
Yeah, because old Ty's. I think is it Theresa May lives near Ty.
Yeah,
his power's back on in like 2 hours.
Well, I'm on
Theresa May or
I'm on a vulnerable customer list because of my ailments, and I need power overnight. Sorry, I've just got to go and collect my drink because my wife refuses to bring it in if I'm on camera.
Oh.
Hang on a sec.
At this point, can I just say, in all of my little anecdote that I just related about destroying desks and speakers, I do not blame Grace in any way, because there has to be the disclaimer here that Andy did sit in this room with the desk propped up against the wall whilst he smoked 1,001 cigarettes a day over it. So that might have something to do with it. It might. So I in no way blame Grace at all for the demise of both my Mackie desk and my Roland speakers. It's not Grace's fault. Promise.
It does take something to fry active speakers, though.
Oh yeah, it took something. It took flames. That's what it took, and they were coming out the back.
Wow.
It must have had one hell of a massive spike, an electrical spike up the back end, because it was only connected with an audio cable. You know, there was the power cable.
Jim, where were you with the spike up the back end thing?
I was nearly ready.
Oh yeah. Honestly, it must have. So there's something clearly not quite right with the power supply of the Mackie, that it's sending a whole main supply of power up an audio cable back end into the speaker. Oh, but yeah, it was. Stop! We're on fire.
On Sunday morning, we didn't have a spike. We had the opposite, which apparently I'm since been told can be just as bad. And the power dropped, and they put us all on reduced power. And anything that had a bigger draw than, I don't know how many watts or volts or what, I don't really understand. Yeah, it was only the low voltage stuff that was working. So I was sat actually in front of my TV, and I have an Yamaha AV receiver that pipes 5.1, and everything just comes through that. It's just simpler because it kind of routes all the audio and the video to everything, and it just clicked off. Because when you turn it off, it just the circuit kicks and you hear the click. I thought, what the bloody hell? And the TV was still on, and that was still on, and a few other things were still on. So I was like, remote control, no, this isn't working. Or maybe it's the batteries, change the batteries, no, this isn't working. Got off my ass, went to the thing, pushed the button, nothing, not a bloody thing. And then, of course, when all the power came back and I was testing it again, it was just completely dead. The internal fuse is still intact, so it's either there's another fuse that I couldn't find, or it's fried something a bit more, because it's got a weird power supply. You've got the main transformer, but then there's this kind of like pre-transformer. So when you hit the on button, it detects the AC and makes sure the voltage is okay or something, and then it says, yeah, okay, it's safe to power up the power amp, part of the thing. So it's almost like a safety thing. I don't know, but I couldn't find anything, and so I've been thinking about buying a new receiver anyway, because I want to put Atmos in, and so I was looking at this Sony receiver. It's about 500 quid. Everywhere, stock erratic, and it seems like AV receivers are the worst things to get hold of at the moment, because I guess
chip shortage. But
it seems to be like there's a chip shortage, but Kent's still getting hydrosets and other things, and there's that as well. But AV receivers seem to have taken the brunt of the chip shortage and
well, what have people been doing for the last 2 years?
Exactly,
they've been sat at home and they've been buying toys.
And I'm getting my new Tears for Fears Blu-ray tomorrow, and I can't listen to the 5.1. So I'm gutted, but I've done this. I've never done this before. I found the amp that I wanted, which is a Sony, and I should never have gone. I mean, Yamaha are good, but the Sony, I think, for AV stuff, they're very good. And so I've gone back to Sony, and that's the one I can't find. But Amazon have said they're getting stock in. Place your order now, and they've got it for £100 less than anywhere else. So I've committed the fundage to them with a very nice gift token from my employers. So yeah, I've got hoping to get
a good way of making interest in it.
So yeah, absolutely. I mean, the money's in their bank. Well, actually, no, because Amazon don't take the money until they ship.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So at the moment, I've done it on the credit cards as well, so it'll be even just like manana.
Yeah,
but no, I mean, I'll pay that off. But my company has this new, new about a year or so they've been doing. It's called Kudos. I don't know if anybody else has come across this service, KUDOS, Kudos, and basically the company gives you a set number of points to award to your work colleagues. So if you've been working with someone and they've done a really good job, you can send them some kudos points. And what do points make?
Kudos.
Prizes. And we all went through. There was a big thing towards the end of last year where we all realised that we'd accumulated these points that we could give away. So everybody's just started throwing points at everyone. And I accumulated enough for a £75 Amazon voucher.
Fucking echo in here. That was a good 8 seconds later.
Bless her.
She goes, prizes.
So yeah, I got 75 quid off my
nice.
Not to be sniffed at.
No. So and just now waiting for the annual pay review, which I think a lot of people are waiting for at this time of year.
Well,
see, it's delayed again. How to use an acoustic tile.
In other news,
Kent's
the Russian army has just taken Chernobyl.
Yes.
What
do they bloody have it?
What do they want with it? You go, oh, this is nice. We could sunbathe here.
Strategic location.
Yes. Yeah.
Just think of all that enriched plutonium that's lying beneath that bloody mess.
And welcome to
Right, you Muppets, you're prisoners of war. Go in and take it. Oh, I wish we hadn't raised that point, gang, because I got home from work and I just thought, I can't believe that this has happened. The world's in a fucking mess.
Yeah, well,
we've got war in Europe again. A bloody fascist who waves a sickle rather than a swastika.
No, he doesn't
wants to
even do
recreate
that, no.
the Soviet Union, but no, it's just awful.
No, he doesn't want. He doesn't want to recreate anything to do with communism. It's a freaking fascist dictatorship. That's what it is.
Of course, it's fascist.
But
it drives me nuts. Oh, I'm so depressed.
I think the situation is a lot more complex than the British media seem to be making out, and I think the timing is interesting, and bearing in mind Joe Biden's ridiculous comments about a month ago, saying that if Russia invades Ukraine, Americans are not going to lift a finger, effectively, and then. Was it 2 nights ago? He did a speech that was basically incoherent rambling.
Joe Biden or
Joe Biden, and I think Putin's just seizing the opportunity to take parts of Ukraine that still consider themselves effectively to be Russian.
It is a very multifaceted situation, and it's not just a simple case
Germany
of...
did that in 1939, taking parts of Poland, which considered themselves to still be German because they had been part of Germany and they were German speaking, and they burned in the tanks. We'll claim back our Lebensraum. Lebensraum doesn't mean area to live in; it means territory. Simple as. And it's all been misrepresented. And now we've got the same thing happening again with Putin, and it's just crap.
And I'm not supporting anyone, but when you think that when the Soviet Union crumbled and became all of these independent states, and they all mostly became supposedly democratic states, and some of them then didn't. There was a promise from NATO and the NATO countries that they wouldn't expand towards
1994 Minsk agreement.
Yeah, and they wouldn't expand towards Russia. That there would be this kind of buffer zone between the Russian state and its allies, shall we say, and NATO, and so they wouldn't be border to border, and NATO said, yeah, absolutely, that's fine. Yeah, we won't do that. And yet 6 or 7 states, Latvia, those Baltic states have all joined up, Lithuania, and a few others. And then now you've got Ukraine saying, we want to be part of NATO. And, that's, of course, Ukraine wanting to be part of NATO was just one thing, because, obviously there's the historical thing about Ukraine and Russia. And then, of course, you've got to take into consideration that Ukraine is incredibly rich in minerals and resources and agricultural space, and it's a
about
fantastic,
20% of the world grain supplies, effectively.
Yeah, and it's got like it's one of the top producers in Europe or the world of ores and plutonium and other things as well. So things that everybody would really quite like. And oh, surprise, surprise! Here's a war on a country that's rich in things that can be exploited. But
also, it wasn't just NATO though. The EU were also making noises about expanding into Ukraine, and people talk about don't prod the bear.
They've been prodding him for ages.
That's it. I think there's been an awful lot of provocation going on, and like you, I don't sit in any particular camp. I'm not pro-Putin. I'm not particularly anti-Putin. I'm not pro-EU. I'm not particularly anti-EU. I just think that there's been significant diplomatic failures which have led us to this situation.
And the fact that many governments, including our own, are happy to take Russian money, whether it's to fund their party politics or whether it's to
Germany gets 55% of its gas from Russia, and it shut down all its nuclear power stations.
Yeah,
I mean, it's if people hand themselves to someone on a plate, why do they expect that they get licked?
Exactly. I mean, they're talking about shutting down all the gas pipelines and everything. Of course, all that's going to do is just make our lives a lot harder, a lot more expensive.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's a crazy situation. And just
But it's convenient timing. No one's talking about COVID apart from Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
Who?
He's that fascist dictator in Canada.
Oh yeah, what about him?
Yeah, it's a complex situation.
What about the fascist dictator in Australia? He's a bit of a twat and all.
ScoMo.
Not as bad as Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand.
No, well, I know. It's just. Oh, I want to go and hide in a cave.
Well, the question I want to know,
becoming a monk. I could become a monk and just close the
I want
doors
to
and
know
retreat from the world.
Modular monk. There you go.
Yeah,
Modular. Thank you. You've done it now.
Band name still.
You have done it now, Jim. That's it.
What I really want to know.
All I need is a black cowl over my head like that. What do you reckon?
Synthetic, quick clip that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
What I want to know, really, more than anything else, is has Victoria Coren Mitchell really had a boob job or not?
No, she's just put on weight.
No. If you look at her in season 1,
she had a prodigious bosom.
14, it's like
she already had a prodigious bosom. She
does,
blessed with a prodigious
she's only
bosom.
small.
And that, yes, she's top heavy, and her bosom has simply got more prodigious as she's drunk more gin and played more poker.
Just a reminder, the children present.
That explains my considerable boobage. Is the gin
Oh my God, there's a child in the corner. Matt, where did that happen? Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I do apologize.
Judging by the child about 6 years ago.
But the trouble is, there's still
no, I'm going to be
a better subject than the Ukraine, to be honest.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. It is. And probably much more wholesome. Bye.
Apparently, she's all natural, Kent.
Oh, good. I didn't disbelieve that for a moment.
And she has a 34F.
Yeah.
That's handful.
Well, it depends on the size of your hands.
Well, yeah, that's true, yeah.
Anyway,
Pete's a big
Well,
guy.
you lot talk about boobs. I'm up for a waz.
No, I like.
For what?
That's northern.
I love playing with the delay. What size are yours then, darling?
Wait for it. Wait, no, don't take the headphones off.
Come through. You hear it.
I missed it. What size is it?
I'll say it.
I'm a 36 double H.
All right. What are they now?
Wow.
Oh. Okay. Which one?
We're about to witness live
Live violence.
Yes. Death.
Oh, it's getting kinky.
Yeah, where is it?
Bedroom play.
That's much better.
I'm not sure that's appropriate for kids, Matt.
No.
Oh, listen, if you know this one, you don't give a toss.
You were stupid enough to murder somebody on a live show.
Yeah, let's choose one moment.
You
Let's
Just
choose
think
your
of the
moment.
money we can make from clipping that.
Surely,
Yeah,
surely what Fiona's just done belongs on OnlyFans, doesn't it?
I wouldn't know, Matt. Tell us.
Original synth says, who the fuck is Vicky Coren?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, for
Why
God's
should I give a
sake.
toss?
Giles Corran's daughter.
David Mitchell's wife.
Aye.
And world leading poker player
Yeah.
and presenter of lots of BBC stuff.
Yes. Incredibly
Yeah,
intelligent.
she's shit hot at poker player, isn't she?
Yeah.
Zoe's made a point. You wanted more women to get involved. Stop talking about tits.
Well, Mum
Well,
is. You're right, and ask
Then
her.
what? So, well, maybe talking about them, maybe women would be getting raged and come on.
I want to talk about the side.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah.
Let's see them then.
Because there's not enough coverage of women in music. Full fucking stop.
This is true.
As we've discussed before. Rob,
Indeed.
about getting more female artists.
Indeed. Well, we are. So,
Yes.
getting the lovely Tara Bush from I Speak Machine,
Yeah.
who is currently touring, opening up for Gary Newman again.
Mm.
And her new single is awesome. And the album as well. It's very good.
Mm.
You're
Yeah.
gonna have to learn to play keyboards, love. Oh,
So anybody else looking forward to the new Tears for Fears album tomorrow?
There's a Tears for Fears album tomorrow?
There is a Tears for the
Apparently.
Point. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is it a new one, or is it? Are they...
yeah, no, it's brand new
Oh,
new songs and everything.
Yeah.
Blimey.
And it's very good. The three that they've released so far have been very encouraging.
you know,
Even a Fairlight
also-
in one of them.
Brace yourself with disappointment when that sort of thing happens, though.
I do,
Yeah.
but what I've heard so far has not had me going, oh no. They've actually, you know, they've written, I don't know, 10 new songs or whatever. They've thrown at least one album away that, you know, because it kind of didn't work out. So, yeah, what I'm hearing is good.
Well,
And they're
it's got-
everywhere at the moment, literally everywhere.
Well, it's got to stand up to songs from the big chair, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
which is a cracker.
yeah.
Great.
But
great
don't-
songs.
That
Don't
documentary
all
was
bands-
superb. So.
So don't all bands suffer when if they've produced an album which has effectively gone viral, that anything they do after that, it's going to be hard to match. I mean, it's very rare that you get bands like the Queens and the Pink Floyds who sort of consistently. Well, I mean, Queen made some pretty crap stuff.
Well, at the time, Hot Space was.
That was awful.
But now, viewed in the through the prism of hindsight, it's
different.
I kind of like it still, but no, I mean the thing is they followed songs from the Big Chair up with Seeds of Love, which was in many ways equal. I think, in my opinion, it's had a slightly different feel to it. They kind of went more down the kind of the soulful vibe, but
yeah.
I mean, you listen to some of the stuff on that. I mean, Badman's song, which is just incredible. The production and the instrumentation and the arrangement on that alone, is just makes you think. And I've actually got downstairs. I've got the Fairlight floppy from the original writing sessions for that track, and I
It's a
can't
cream
get
you
the
can get
data
for
off. I can't get the data off that disc. So at the moment, so
Couldn't resist.
what was that? I didn't hear that.
So you got the Fairlight floppy, and I said downstairs, and I said, "Oh, there's a cream you can get for that."
Hey, there we go. Indeed.
So there you go. Yeah,
But
well,
yeah, no, it is when you hit. It's like Ex Propaganda, which is basically Claudia and Suzanne from Propaganda, have finally announced that their new album's coming out. And they put this new single out, which has been all of it's been done with Steve Lipson. And I first heard it, I thought, oh, this actually the music itself sounds really good. And then you hear the lyrics, and I tell you, that's for me, that's the biggest thing with certain bands when they come back after 20 years. All of a sudden, their lyrics sound very naive. Like, I don't know, it just they're using obvious rhyming couplets, and it just they're not as edgy as they used to be. And yeah. But the more I listen to it, I find nowadays I have to listen to things quite a few times before I kind of get it. But that was quite.
well, if anything, it should be more dystopian, shouldn't it?
You thought, yeah.
I hate my life. I'm gonna die.
Andy.
Hey.
Evening, Andy.
Hey, how
Hello,
you doing,
Fruit
Andy?
And Andy Bollocks in the room.
Sorry, I just.
But for a band that were around in 82, 83, they haven't half aged pretty well, haven't they? Roland and Kurt.
Yeah.
And I've been watching a lot of interviews with them recently, and they haven't lost their cynicism and dry wit. We're trying to get them onto the show at the moment, but it's proving a bit difficult because they're all over the place. But that would be a pretty damn good guest to have on.
Yeah, it would.
I'm just.
Have we
Where?
got somebody extra here?
Oh, Synthonics popped up. Hello, Synthonics.
No, but there was only
Hi, Andy.
six. Somebody must have gone away and come
Yeah,
back.
Andy disappeared and came back.
My computer decided it had enough. So it gave me an opportunity to go and get some snacks like crab sticks, which are really horrible.
Crab sticks? I haven't had crab sticks, right?
No, I hadn't either. I thought, I'll get some
hang
of those. And do you know what?
What's he done there?
Crab sticks just reminded them of something, obviously.
Yeah.
Another medical condition.
Behave, Jim.
Sorry.
Someone's very hissy.
Yeah.
Blame Andy. He'll have all sorts of funny little contraptions attached to everything. Then he'll plug it in.
No, I bet it's Ken, actually.
No, Andy's trying to get his mic working.
Then Andy will get a weird controller out. Play a drum
Andy's busy
symphony
turning
on
you
it.
into a meme again.
Again. Yeah, I know.
Sorry, wrong sliders. You guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all right, Andy. We're just talking about you behind your back. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's okay. You missed my comment. I was saying Tears for Fears should use some modular.
Oh.
Bring it back around.
We'd still be waiting for the album.
Well, how long did they spend
They've
over
been
there?
having a lovely time.
They spent 6 months on the snare drum for, was it Bad Man's Song or something? Because they couldn't decide, they couldn't make their minds up which one was best.
Isn't that just pretentious?
Well, I guess you get to a point where you're fussing so much over something that, yeah.
There must be ages in Tesco's.
Yeah, exactly.
It's 17 years since the last album, so yeah.
Yeah, they were there trying to pick what can of beans to have
Yeah.
for 17 years. I don't know. Heinz,
It's a thing. You've been going on about songs from the big chair as though that is the best Tears for Fears album, and I'll go, I think you're talking crap, because The Hurting, their first album,
It's very, very good.
It's just out of this part amazing album.
But it's not Songs from the Big Chair.
No, it's not, because it's not disappointing in any way. Where Songs from the Big Chair.
Well,
Robbie, actually, I want to go back to this. I will fight you for it because I remember being absolutely blown away by The Hurting, But when Songs from the Big Chair came out, I was thinking, this is just pop drivel, you know. Shout, let it all out.
What are you on about?
Everybody wants to rule. No, we fucking don't want to rule the bloody world. That's Vladimir Putin, right? And I don't want to rule the bloody world. And I didn't mention Vladimir Putin when I was. No, so, but I'm going to say it. I bought Songs from the Big Chair recently and gone back and listened to it, and it's a great album. But it will never replace The Hurting in here. It's amazing to me how often those first albums by bands are the ones that I actually really love, and then it also goes a bit pear-shaped.
That was one of Tears for Fears' problems, was that they made the first like 3 albums were, in their own way, epic. Where do you go from that? You know, you start off with, you know, one of the best kind of angst-ridden albums of the early mid 80s, and then you come up with this stadium filling, you know, just, I mean, The Working Out, just incredible.
No, it is great.
And that whole that little suite, you know, Broken, Head Over Heels, Broken, where it goes from, you know, that one short song to the Head Over Heels is just incredible. I mean, I watched them live about 5 or 6 years ago. They came to Newmarket Racecourse, and it's towards the end of the set, and they start Head Over Heels, and that CP80 ding 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 ding, and just like, whoa, hairs everywhere, just like on the back of it. It's fantastic. But I mean, I was a big fan of early Tears for Fears, like, you know, Pale Shelter and Change and all of that stuff. Yeah, Mad World was great, but I think for me, Pale Shelter was that was one of the best tracks, apart from the title track on The Hurting.
Yep.
And I think I was just, maybe if I'd have been a year or two older, I might have agreed with you. But for me, when Big Chair came out, I was like, you know, what, 15, 16, and that was just so big for everybody in my kind of group, you know, my peer group. It was just so huge, like every single track, everybody knew the words to every bit of it.
Well, the reason I brought up Songs from the Big Chair is the only Tears for Fears music I know.
Really?
I've never heard any others.
Oh, you've got a joy awaiting you.
Oh yeah, go listen to The Hurting.
Listen to The Hurting.
It's brilliant. Yeah. It really is brilliant.
Because this has been coming up more and more often now. When talking to people, and they're talking about Depeche albums and stuff like that, and I'm going, I should really actually listen to these at some point. There's loads of tracks that I just don't know about.
When I was in high school, you couldn't go away from all over the radio with Depeche Mode and everybody else. It was just saturated.
They were worth listening to it in their entirety, though. They work as a whole thing that goes through from beginning to end, without necessarily being a concept album. All of those albums of that 80s period really do work.
What I like about the Depeche albums is that you can go from Speak and Spell through to, say, Ultra.
Violator.
No, go beyond. And you've not only got a musical growth, and then, you know, you can hear them growing from the very simple yet very effective pop of Vince Clarke, and then to Martin Gore's early stuff, you know, on Broken Frame, and then getting deeper, more complex, and then kind of coming out of that dark phase of Construction and Great Reward and Black Celebration, which I think is their best. Then coming into Music for the Masses, where they pair up with Dave Bascom, who gives them that kind of almost a kind of pop edge, and then Violator, which everyone quite rightly probably holds as their pinnacle. But then you get songs of Faith and Devotion.
Of Faith, that's
is it
right.
Faith and
They
Devotion?
From the Big Chair. Songs of Faith and Devotion.
And then the breakup of the band, and then you get Ultra. You know, this is when Dave has died twice, and they come back with Ultra, which I think is still one of the best Depeche Mode albums. A lot of people don't like it, but the journey, you can go on this fantastic journey with them. You know, musically, lyrically, it's just what a great journey that is. They're one of the bands, whenever they bring a new album out, like the last 2 or 3 have been okay. If you're a Depeche Mode fan, most people go, yeah, it's good. It's Depeche Mode, but it's not. There's a naivety about it, kind of.
Well, how do you keep it going? I mean, the thing is,
Well, yeah,
I found Depeche Mode were like a totally different sort of sound to all of those other, in inverted commas, synth pop bands. My introduction to Depeche Mode was Some Great Reward.
great album. Yeah.
That album, Master and Servant, People Are People, all of those tracks, that industrial, metallic, really, I suppose you say digital, because it is. It's really harsh and metal. It was so different to what the other groups were doing, and I will that album will hold a place in my heart. So, for me, I think you've mentioned that period, which is really just fantastic in Depeche Mode. Some Great Reward.
Well, from Construction Time Again. From Construction Time Again through to Violator, maybe even beyond is.
I'm really going to have to listen to this stuff.
Oh, jeez.
It's well worth it. I mean, the Depeche Mode stuff from the 80s. Yeah, as Robbie said, from Construction Time Again, which was 1983, through to, for me, Violator, 1990. That is a golden period where the albums are just brilliant.
Didn't they then disappear to America?
Sorry, say again, Andy.
Sorry, it's me.
Sorry, was it you, Sassy?
Didn't they then disappear off to America? And
well, they did 101, didn't they? They did
the sound changed quite considerably.
The thing is, when you watch 101, which is a great documentary in itself, but you see this band, and I think maybe Andy can probably speak more to this than we can, because he's there and he lived through that. But you've got this band whose material is dark, heavy, electronic, incredibly digital and sample based. Completely not what America was going through musically at that time, sort of 86 through. Well, actually, I mean, I know that stations like K-Rock were playing Depeche a lot, but it wasn't mainstream stuff. But the young
Ministry
people
started to get darker. He went from his synth pop period to getting darker. But it was right around that time.
But for me, it's that kind of wow. America has embraced, emo and the kind of the stuff that Depeche Mode, because Depeche Mode were writing songs about death and suicide and
S&M,
S&M and bondage.
Well before all of that.
Yeah, and they were getting away with it, and these singles were getting in the charts, and nobody was talking about, I mean, I think there was a bit of a furore about blasphemous rumours because, God's got a sixth sense of humour, so the religious right got all sort of uppity about that everywhere. But nobody,
Dear God by XTC.
But nobody blinked an eyelid over Master and Servant. If you listen to the lyrics, there's no
Even
innuendo.
As a 15-year-old, I did.
Yeah, I mean, it's pure S&M. This is clearly Martin's life. That he part of Martin's life that he's describing in this song, and I mean, it's just how they not got away with it, but how it didn't kind of get lambasted. But 101 kind of shows that whole thing in America, but over here in the UK, which it's still to this day, Depeche Mode are hugely underrated by the UK industry, the UK audience. They're massive in Eastern Europe. They're massive in America, but they're not massive, and they don't get the recognition they absolutely deserve. And unfortunately now, if you go and see them live, they're great live. They're really good. But I mean, I saw them on the Global Spirit Tour, which was the last one. And Dave is now turning into almost a kind of a club singer version of Dave Garn. It's a little bit too...
Unfortunately, that
loungy.
Aren't we all, though? I mean, hang on a minute. They're older than me. Well, I want to try and do what Dave Garn's doing now. And we're all... I'm sorry. I couldn't do that. I'm going to put my finger up and go, the biggest influence of Depeche Mode on me is clothes. Because I couldn't do clothes as a teenager. I couldn't keep up. I didn't understand it. Why was everything that I wore so unfashionable? I couldn't do it. And there was a copy of, I think it was Electronics and Music Maker, but it might have been a very early copy of Music Technology magazine. And they were on either the front cover or a photograph that was on the inside, and it was them, and it was black Levi jeans, black t-shirt, black Dr. Martin boots, black leather biker's jacket. And I went, I can do that.
Short black hair.
Well, plus their name means fast fashion, right? So
yeah, okay, exactly. But and that was it. That's been me ever since. I thought I can't be bothered trying to work out clothes because I can't do it. So I've done that ever since. Dr. Martin boots, Levi 501 jeans, and just black. You know,
become the modular monk.
So you didn't fancy the
I've got my headphones again, but there you go.
I won't be.
Says Jim.
So, wait for him to put his headphones back on. Right. So you didn't fancy doing the denim shorts with the leather straps with the rings around the nipples. It was the Levi's and the black t-shirts. Yeah.
You're assuming that I've never done that, Robbie.
No, I'm not assuming that you've never done that. I was just wondering yeah. But no, you're right. You're right, because it was back then.
Bondage gear only ever went so far. It was thus
but see,
far
back
and no
then,
further.
fashion and pop music were inextricably linked. I mean, nowadays it really isn't. Nobody. I mean, you get people, the pop stars of today, whoever they might be, have their Instagram accounts, but it's generally. Again, I'm sounding like an old fart here, but the women seem to be wearing much less and less and less. And I'm thinking, why? Why do you have to try and capture people's attention by getting your ass out or getting? Well, no, but what I'm saying is, it seems to me that's more important than the music. Whereas back in our day,
well, look at Frankie Goes to Hollywood, right? I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
It was. But there was with Frankie. I mean, with any band. I mean, if you look at Depeche Mode, Dave was pretty plain in his. He was leather biker jacket and all that stuff. Andy was usually a polo shirt and stay press or something. And it was Martin that was the really out there kind of fashion guy. Frankie, clearly there was 2 or 3 elements of fashion going on in that band. Nowadays, it's just fashion is not a part of the scene so much as it is a way of attracting attention. And I just despair that there are some really great female artists out there, male artists, but those that rely on the visuals much more than the music are the ones that I just come on, try harder.
Take it all.
I had a fun experience with you were talking about the dark sound of Depeche Mode, especially the later stuff. And I had a friend I was in college with. We were Emacs buddies, sharing libraries, and he got me into buying the samplers to begin with. So he had all the Depeche Mode samples and all kinds of stuff. He's trying to track down all the famous samples from the emulator too, and all that. And but one day we were driving around. He was the biggest Depeche Mode fan I knew. We're driving around. I played in Kraftwerk's Radioactivity. He was totally blown away. He goes, "These guys totally took the sound from Radioactivity." So
yeah,
because it's heavily influenced by them,
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the reasons I love Depeche Mode is because they fully embraced digital as a sound. So I mean, yes, they were using analog all the way through their career because they had bloody Daniel Miller and all of his stuff. But they embraced the DX7, they embraced the Synclavier, they embraced the emulators, all of literally every emulator they ever had. Again, that's the reason why I've got a couple of Emaxes because Depeche Mode, basically. That's for me. That's where a lot of my love.
Mode.
Yeah, but it was their sound that inspired my love of digital synthesis in many ways. Others too, but predominantly them. So,
and then they also inspired C'est Tu J'avoue and Camouflage and all those Depeche Mode kind of copies.
Oh yeah, and then the thing was, if you got into Depeche Mode, you could also then start to get into people like Fad Gadget because Fad Gadget were inspiring Depeche Mode. Or he was
everything on mute.
Yeah, pretty much everything on mute. So
it's Ebb.
Yeah, and was it who was it that opened for them at the O2? Was it Nitzer? It might have been Nitzer.
Didn't Nitzer Ebb open for? No, see, I think Nitzer Ebb had already signed to
Yeah, but I saw
before
them. I saw Depeche
haven't I?
Mode sort of early 2000s, and
Oh, I see.
it was either Nitzareb or Front. Was it Front 242?
They really
weren't
only
mute.
for
Yeah,
Depeche
they weren't.
Mode. Yeah, they weren't mutes. No,
No, but I can't remember now who it was. But then
Frontline
you start
Assembly?
getting. Sorry.
Frontline Assembly.
Could have been FLA.
No, I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that Frontline Assembly would open for Depeche Mode.
I will Google.
Their Proud Sticks wouldn't let them do that. I can't.
But then
believe
when you,
that.
but then
Because
once
they were ploughing that furrow already as Depeche Mode were getting into it. That industrial sound. No,
Einstürzende Neubauten.
Well, I was going to say,
Neubauten, yeah.
I got into them.
and all
I
them.
got into them because of Depeche Mode, because you want to
Mute.
investigate that industrial, heavily sample based and fan sound based stuff. I mean, that film that I keep going on about it, B Movie, which is Mark Reeder's movie about Berlin. It's just an incredible. I mean, when you see.
Keep reminding us about that, Robbie, because I really want to watch that, and I haven't yet. And
you see Neubauten recording, or performing, should I say, and recording under a bridge with all of this stuff, and it's just incredible. You think, wow, that's we were talking about abstract stuff.
Hello, Zoe.
Hello, Zoe.
Hey, Zoe.
Hi.
Evening, Zoe.
Good to see you, Zoe.
Thank you.
So it's it got you into all sorts of different things.
We could say, as we've been talking about all these mute records, so join in the chant. Anything to add to Depeche Mode and stuff?
Yeah, not really my generation, to be honest, lads.
Way to make us feel old.
No, old blokes.
Yeah, I thought I'd do that. Yeah.
Sad old white boys.
No, and I just wanted to join the chat because I just really wanted to talk to you about how women are going to feel when you guys are all talking as a group of men about women's bodies in a music chat. I just wanted to share that, as a woman, when you travel on public transport and there's a group of men talking about women's bodies, it's really not long before those men actually round on you as a woman. So it's quite a scary dynamic. I don't know if you could understand that for the women watching that. Even watching that for some women is super, super, super uncomfortable. So it just creates this sort of feeling of this is a boys' club where I shouldn't be. It makes you want to get out of there as a woman. So yeah, I think it's a great show, and I think it's really refreshing because so many things that are online are navel gazing, Instagram and the pastel colors and all that rubbish, where people are just taking pictures of their faces and their food and all that rubbish. It's just talking about other stuff that matters. It's talking about music. And I just I really think it needs to be a safe place for women as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And where women feel valued for more than how they look.
Indeed.
Well, I definitely apologise for anything
No,
that
I'm
I
giving you
might
a big,
have said.
massive thumbs up. I think you're dead
Well
right
said.
there.
I mean, we're
absolutely.
on the show that I do on a Friday. We've been trying to get more women involved in. We've got people.
Well, that's how you get less women involved.
Well, no, we don't talk like this on that show because
No, it's just a different
this isn't
setup.
really
Boys'
a
club,
music.
right, I get it, right.
This is it's just basically.
It shouldn't be. It should be open to everyone,
Absolutely,
and it should be welcoming to everyone. So.
Exactly, and if. Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to get more women on the show, and it's difficult. It is hard because there is that perception, like you say, that it is a boys' club.
Sorry, I've got a sick little one.
No. Oh
Right.
dear.
Might have to go.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he's really ill. He's got
Nasty.
flu.
Oh, nasty.
Oh dear.
But no, we struggle, but we've managed to get some significant female contributors on the show, and we will continue to do so. And we certainly make a point of we want to be super inclusive in all of that, and we've got Tara Bush coming on, who I mean, I've known Tara for many years, and she is incredibly vocal on this subject. The fact that she can go into a synthesizer group on Facebook or something and ask a question about a technical question about a particular instrument or something, and she will just get mansplained out of the place. And her husband was telling me of a story when they were producing an album, and or producing a track, and the producer kept turning to Math, asking him how he should do this, or should he do that, and Math kept saying, "Don't ask me, ask the artist. She's right here." But there was this kind of inherent sexism that it's got to be the bloke that's in charge, it's got to be the bloke that's doing it. And this is why Tara was kind of for some while kind of reluctant to join the group and join it, but she's now joined because she's clearly seeing that we in that environment, we're absolutely mad keen on making sure that everyone is treated equally, treated fairly, the same as everyone else. Whether it doesn't matter whether you're male or female or anything else in between or outside of that, whatever, it's all one community. So, but it is difficult because of exactly what you said, and I apologise for any part that I've played into what's happened this evening.
No, I think actually it should be more me apologising. I get my 70s humour going, and it's I think it's out of it now, isn't it? Really, it's not really a thing anymore.
No, I mean it's like I used to. My ex-mother-in-law.
Thanks, Kent. Appreciate that.
My ex-mother-in-law was incredibly racist, and she's no longer with us. And I'm not saying that because of that, but she would admit herself. She was because of the environment and she grew up in, and I would always call her out on it, and the rest of the family would say, "Oh, but you can't, that's just the way she was because of, that's the environment she grew up in." But she can change, and we can all change, because everything else changes around us, so we need to adapt as well.
But I think it's all about perceptions as well. I mean, there is personally, I feel that there is an attack on comedy at the moment, until the point where comedy is going to end up so bland.
Well, it did.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I can understand that, but I've never really, at any point in my defence, never said that this was a music technology show. It was basically where anybody can come in and talk about just about anything.
And we do.
But it's very difficult, I suppose, for people who don't know me and what I'm actually
context.
like. Yeah. So when I'm like, I mean, I think Raghu just said in the chat, he goes, "Oh, we were talking about my tiny dick," but there was. Are there any offended men by that? In fact, they're all probably there going, "Oh, thank God it's not me."
So the thing is, Ken, we know you've got a tiny dick.
That's the thing. But you beautiful girl, just kiss. But
right.
no, I can
Hands up.
totally understand where she's coming from.
You see, I have also sometimes struggled when the conversation goes into the laddish, because I'm not laddish. I've hated laddish all my life, simply because I've never related to laddish. I'm a 53-year-old gay man, and I've never related to laddish. And so whilst you lot are going on about Victoria Coren Mitchell, I go, I've had enough. Right? It's amusing, but I can't partake, so I'm off. Right, and I've always struggled with that. And it's all very well. And Zoe's not here with us now, but I think she's actually she's back. She's back.
Yeah, there she goes.
She's called us to account.
Yeah.
And I think it's. I mean, you can go on about comedy, this comedy. Yes, it's true, and we all have to learn, and we have to be. It's very difficult because we are. It is very male, and I don't want it to be. I mean, I'm the only male in a department of 10 people.
Oi.
And that is.
You said very male.
You know, I have. What have I said? Have I said something wrong?
He was talking about the department he works in.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
No. Sorry, Fiona. I'm talking about where I work. You know,
Context.
I work.
Context.
There's 10 in the department, and I'm
Too
the
late,
only man in the department, and I have to. I actually love it because it's some people sometimes do talk to you. What's it like being the only bloke in your languages department, Andy? Well, I never think about it. I just work there, and they're my colleagues.
Yeah.
End of.
Shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
And,
I think
that's
the thing
kind
is,
of
as a woman, you don't normally say anything. Like there'll be 10 situations where I don't say anything. Probably just because it's not a good situation to say anything.
Yeah.
And that will happen, whether it's like, you can be on a train and you can have some guys having really, far too detailed conversation right where you are, making you really uncomfortable. And most of the time you'll just try and pretend like you didn't hear it, or like, there'll be kind of other things that happen. But I think it's good to talk about it in a reasonable way, just because I feel like then you can actually just make some progress. You can actually go, right, what are we here to actually do? We're actually here to talk about music. Let's not talk about, women's bodies like that, because it's going to make women feel like that's all they're valued for, and they're not going to be seen as people who can actually contribute to the group as equals. And like
it is a sort of, this, although this is like a chat show, it is still part of a wider community of people who are into synths and music and stuff. So it still kind of represents, the feeling of that community. And so
and people are going to watch it
be
back.
inclusive.
Like, not everyone's going to watch the show live, and I think it would be a shame to be, kind of part of the community in a way and not say something about it, because I think it's important.
It's an interesting point, actually.
No, I think it's good.
It's a good thing to bring up. I mean, unfortunately, it sounds like an excuse, but guys tend to get together at any age and just do stupid locker room talk, and it's terrible and inappropriate and juvenile.
But everybody does that, whether you're male or female. When you're in comfortable groups, you do talk in a way maybe you wouldn't talk in other places.
I'm more like Andy, to be honest. Andy Brooks, in that I've never really been part of that sort of laddish culture, and it's not something that I feel comfortable in. I'm far more comfortable in surrounded by women, to be honest, because I'm more likely to get a nice conversation. It's
yeah.
Well, like for example, I'd spent a lot of time teaching my niece guitar and some other stuff, at least what I knew, because I'm a pretty bad guitar player. But I don't want her to have a bad experience going online, learning music, working with other people, because she's shy enough as it is, and don't want to make it more complicated, more difficult. And she's really young, so it's not that kind of talk for a young kid. But I mean, eventually it will be that way.
On YouTube.
Exactly. Yeah. Eventually she will be exposed to that, and people make comments, and it's inappropriate, and so it's important to realize that and
I mean,
bite your tongue once in a while.
I think it's really good of you to come and actually hold us to account, because even when I've just said, I as a 53-year-old gay man who works very closely with a female department at work, I know that I can slip. I don't intend to, I don't want to, and I think it's right that somebody should come along and every now and again say, "Oh, you got." Just remember. So I'm going to give you a massive thumbs up. Thank you, Zoe, for coming and giving us a kick up the bollocks.
Yeah.
Well, actually, this is good, because this is exactly what the whole premise of the show was, where people could come in and they could talk about absolutely
say what they want,
anything they want.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, a music question, actually? So, music-wise, I mean, I work in TV, so I'm more of a telly person, really. But nowadays, always was into music, and playing instruments, and especially guitar. But I do like electronic music, liked it for years. I've just never really gone there, because I was more of a guitar person, or more of a sort of trying to learn the drums and things like that. So if I was to, to go in to get my first synth, as I want to do, what would each of you say is the best one to go for a newbie?
If I was starting again now, I would get a Dirty Wave M8, which is like handheld tracker device, and you can just do everything on there. It's really
cool. It's a steep learning curve there.
I'd go for something simpler. I would actually recommend.
Zoe's clever. She'll pick that up, no problem.
If you were going for a synth, I would actually recommend something like and I know I'll probably get shot down for this, but something like a Roland JDXI, because
Good choice.
it has a combination of analog synth, 3 digital synth parts, built-in sequencer, access to, I don't know, about 60 different drum kits, a built-in vocoder, very simple user interface, is USB class compliant, has a headphone jack. You can just plug it in and you can start making music literally within minutes.
Yeah.
But it's not a simple machine, but it can be as simple as you want it to be. So I would recommend going for something like that rather than, no offense, Jim, but a tracker with a really crappy user interface.
I got to say, the JDXI I use all the time. I have all this crap behind me, but I still choose to use a JDXI, so that says a lot about it.
Well, that's good.
A good shout there.
Also, the Gaia is great because it's logically laid out and inexpensive.
It's a good call from Sassy, that one.
Yeah.
What are you intending to do with it, Zoe?
Yeah.
What do you want? What is it just a thing to play and amuse yourself? Are you wanting to go beyond it?
I think, really write some music, and because I used to write music, I used to write a lot of songs. It used to be like an everyday thing, and with working in telly, I don't know if you know, but it's a lot of hours, and I just kind of want to take that back, and I just kind of want to find a new way to do things. You grow older and you listen to things and you don't realize how much your tastes are changing, and I've sort of found myself in a place where I am really interested in it's for me it's kind of come through pop music. It's kind of come through my kids, and even like some of the pop songs that they like some of the newest, like the Gwen Stefani stuff or the stuff. It's all electronic. A lot of it's got a lot of samples in, and the way that it's actually written, and it kind of works. So that doesn't kind of work. It works incredibly well, obviously, and in a very popular way, and I can appreciate it as well, and I enjoy it. So I just kind of feel like I'd like to write a bit of, whether it's electronic music or whether it's rock, pop, or whatever it is. I definitely feel like this is something that
I'd like to say on this, because if you're coming into it from the point of view of now trying to be a producer of music on a wider scale, it's vast and it's really quite intimidating. I had a long period of time out from it all, and then came back in, and there were 2 little boxes for me which helped me to get back into the idea of making music, and they're similar to the ones that Sasquatch mentioned, that Sassy mentioned. What you might call groove boxes, which have got drums and synth sounds, and you can sample into them. And I would look at something along those lines. There are small ones, there are big ones. I mean, something like this box here, the MPC, but it's complicated. It's complex. It's a steep learning curve to get into a box like that, and I've not managed it yet. And I've had it exactly. Andy's holding it up. The Elect Tribes, the Korg Elect Tribes do the job perfectly. If you just want a little thing where you can play about, make a tune on one little box without going beyond it and getting complicated, the Korg Elect Tribes are brilliant. They work really, really well and are easy to use, but there are other options, and that's the problem. There's always other options.
I mean, that's why I was suggesting the M8, is because if you're time poor, it's portable. You can take it everywhere. You're on the bus, you're on the tube. You can be writing music when you've literally got that in between time. Not riding a bike, no. Not recommended.
So my question to you would be, you want to make music and use an electronic tool, but would you be using it in conjunction with a computer?
Probably, like, I don't know if I used to use Cubase years ago.
Right,
but I feel like I might try something else,
Yeah.
Don't need to be locked into one kind.
Yeah, I mean, well, the reason I ask is that if you want to sort of make music, you're going to want to maybe record different parts, and then play them back and play stuff onto the top of them.
Yeah.
And so
I mean, like with video editing, it's pretty similar on the timeline to the DAWs that you've got anyway. It's all the same kind of principles. So they're pretty intuitive.
Yeah. So I would then say, well, if you're going to be using, a computer with whatever, software that you use to track and sequence stuff, I would try and get something that does as much as, I've got no experience of the JDXI. I started off with a synthesizer that could do 128 note polyphony, so you could have, you could really get, big compositions, and it was 32 part, multi-timbral, so you could have 32 instruments playing at any one time, and you got 128
You need
notes
lots
of
of fingers for
polyphony.
that.
Well, no, but this is the thing, because you just do one track at a time and you build up, and but you can get
No,
really
you're saying,
complex,
it's awesome.
but you can get really complex, arrangements from that.
No, it's awesome. It's amazing.
But whether you use a computer or whether you use maybe a workstation, so a keyboard that has all of that built in, so maybe the likes of top end Kurzweil, or maybe a Korg, Nautilus or Kronos or whatever.
Right, so these are almost like two different families of kit, right? Stuff you
Yeah.
use with a computer and stuff you use which is a
No,
workstation.
Well, yeah. I mean, the reason why I suggested the JDXI is because it has a very simple built-in sequencer that allows you to build up multiple tracks, and you can either do that step by step, so you don't need to be able to play your melody out absolutely perfectly. You can literally press a key, press a button, press a key, and it will record that. But also, if you want to work with your kid, the vocoder is great fun, and it will also teach you a lot more about synthesis, because there is an analog engine that you can select and play about with things like filters and resonance, again, very, very easily, and it's affordable. I mean, you can pick one up for about 250 quid. I mean,
the analog really appeals. Actually, I've always been a bit.
Actually,
old,
I think
I was making out. I don't really know. I'm not really into the Depeche Mode, to be honest, but a lot of older music, yeah, definitely. So yeah, on analog appeals massively. You just kind of have that
there you
kind of
go.
organic sound. I used to always try and play through analog amps,
I think Sassy's nailed it, actually, Zoe, because it just occurred to me. I had a conversation not that long ago with the head of science in the school that I work in, and he's bought his 12-year-old son a JDXI. That's what he's bought him. And after we talked about various things, he came to me because, oh, Andy, you know about this stuff. What? And then he went away and went, they didn't have an Elect Tribe, but they had this, a little JDXI. Is that? And he's spoken to me recently saying how much his son is getting out of this little box, because it's only that big. It's got a little keyboard, a mini keyboard about the size of that keyboard there, and as Sassy said, it's got all these different things in. I think that's a really good choice, actually. I think. Yeah, well done, Sass. I think that will be a really good place to start.
A couple of quick comments about that too. It is a good unit because you can do 4 tracks: a rhythm track, an analog synth track, and 2 digital synth tracks. But you can play it cleverly and actually get 6 tracks out of it if you play in different octaves on the digital tracks. Also, the microphone can be used as a pitch to MIDI, so you can actually track the voices on the keyboard.
It's only 6 tracks. Max.
Well, 4 tracks, but you can make it 6 if you play it cleverly.
No, I want more tracks than that.
But that's where, if you want to use your computer, that's where that comes in.
No, I want to live in the new days. I used to have a multi-track recorder, and it was only
then you got to go
computer. I don't want to live in those days anymore. No more Tascams for me, thank you very much.
Korg Elect Tribe 2.
Well, the other problem you have with it is the synth layout is limited. You have basically one knob to change the envelope, and just not really learning how to use the envelopes on a synth. So it's cool, but it's very limited because of limited space and controls, and also the it's mini keys. Not everyone's into mini keys, and it's a short key bed, so not everyone's into that. But no battery power. So if you want to make it portable,
no mini keys are good for girls. Actually, talking to girls.
Oh, for kids it's great.
One of the things is a lot of instruments don't really seem to be particularly well designed for girls. I was playing a full-scale bass, and I've actually not got massive hands. And I gave myself such a bad sort of wrist strain. It took me like about a week to get over it. And then I got rid of that, and I got myself a short-scale bass. Much happier.
Difficult.
But also consider loopers. Hardware loopers are great because you can layer as much as you want, and you're actually playing and learning how to play and printing and going on to the next thing. You're not going back endlessly changing the MIDI and all that kind of
Kind
stuff.
of cool, but I'll get that like Ed Sheeran kind of cringe thing going on. I just don't want that.
Well, yeah, can be.
I noticed nobody's
over it.
Nobody's suggested
We're all
Euro
in a
rate
queue
yet.
to buy one of these things. We're all
Yeah,
going to
Dave.
end up with a looper somewhere in our setup.
Yeah, I know, and I think they're brilliant. I think it's just like the kind of I don't know.
There's already one too many Ed
Overdone,
Sheerans in the
isn't it?
world.
Ooh,
There is always the.
Thanks very much,
give us a
everyone. I'm gonna
badum-tish.
hop off and I'm gonna keep watching. And thanks very much.
Zoe, thank
Awesome.
you for joining
Cheers,
us.
Zoe.
All right.
And thank you
Cheers,
for
Zoe.
giving us a good kick.
All right. Ta-da.
Yeah, it is interesting how, I mean,
Well done. Well done.
when we look at what we would recommend to people, I mean, in my day, most people were going for things like the Yamaha PSS stroke PSRs because that's what was affordable. And I think if we'd had access to things like the Roland JDXI when I was 12 or 13, it'd probably be in a very different position than I am today.
I mean, it's one that's completely past my attention, really.
I was going to say this because ultra portable and multi-track, but it's too much for most people. So.
Oh, I'd love one of those.
I love the OPZ is awesome.
I saw. I think it was on. I'm not sure if it was like Hardware Jams or something, but there was a guy who'd just done the most amazing track just with the OPZ. It's just incredible sounding thing, and you're just looking at it thinking it looks like a bloody TV remote control.
No,
it's like.
But it can also do Unity graphic sequencing and DMX Lite sequencing and all kinds of stuff. MIDI, CV gate, the works.
And it has a crappy interface.
Well, you got it. I like it, but you have to get used to it. But it's it follows Electron methodology a lot. So if you like Electron stuff, you'll dig it.
I do. So yeah, cool.
Did anybody mention the Alesis Fusion?
No, because you can't get hold of one.
The 8HD.
So why would you bother mentioning it?
They do come up every
What
now
about
and
the
again.
Timberwolf?
Have
And
you
when
got
they
one?
come up-
Just because you've got one, Robbie.
No, no,
And
I've
you know
got
it's
one.
going to be worth,
HD.
you know
No,
it's going to
I've-
be worth 24,000 quid in about 3 years' time because
I wish.
everybody will want it,
It's one of those synths that
or it'll be an expensive doorstop.
if you they're built very well. They've
They're
got
beautiful.
lots. They've got
They're
lots of.
beautiful.
You've got FM, you've got virtual analog, you've got physical modeling, you've got sample-based stuff, you've got multi-track digital audio in the bloody synth. Not just so you can go completely standalone and plug microphones and guitars into this thing and multi-track record them, as well as having however many tracks of MIDI going on at the same time. And it's the keyboard is great on it. The interface is not the best, shall we say, inspired by Buck Rogers, but it has a lot of good stuff going for it, and you can pick them up for very good money these days. And if you can get the 8HD with the hammer action keyboard, it's a really good hammer action keyboard.
Really heavy too.
Yeah, very heavy. But you you can upgrade the hard disk to an SSD if you kind of know what you're doing. There's plenty of help out there, and you can just do so much with it. And if you're looking to do multiple tracks of recording, and you can either do that with a DAW or you can do it in the box, and then because it's got individual outputs for all the tracks, you can then just stick it into an interface and track into a computer at a later date if you want to do it. Asio has just said about the Cobalt. I was thinking about the Cobalt as well, because that's a really nice synthesizer to learn synthesis on, because it's powerful and it's got great sounds. But if you're looking to build up kind of a
You've got the app integration.
App integration as well. But it is kind of a one-trick pony, like a lot of synthesizers are, so it can only do one type of thing. But
that's what I was saying. The guy, it's pretty cheap, and the layout is really nice for
yeah.
I'm going to go back to what Sasquatch actually recommended.
Oh, absolutely,
The JXI
is
thank you. It's great, really, for all of those reasons. It's a great little synth.
But
maybe I'll get one.
nobody's mentioned the elephant in the room.
What elephant?
Which is
DX7.
Oh,
DX1,
DX1.
Fairlight.
No. What was
what you
saying?
really need
Yeah, that's
is a
irrelevant.
Fairlight.
But
Bobby's got one for sale. It's in his garage next to the DX1.
if you think about it, one of the most affordable and versatile options is, dare I say it, not to buy a hardware synth
At all.
and keep stay in the
Did
box.
I not already say about the computer? Did I not say
I don't know. I might have been away on.
No, I did.
You
I
did.
said
She said she was
it was
comfortable
about
with
the
video
punk.
stuff and it's
No,
similar.
no, I meant before.
No, I'm saying it's a
Zoe came in,
synthesizer.
We talked about you said the punk thing, and I said the punk thing is a computer with a DAW on it. End of.
Yeah.
Because you can do what you like if you've got a computer that's powerful enough to run it.
I was just saying, if
I'm
Zoe
probably
has
armed.
a laptop
That's
or a
passive-aggressive,
desktop
innit?
that is capable of, is powerful enough to handle a DAW and a bunch of software synths, which most computers nowadays are, then why not get a handful of really decent plugins? You can learn synthesis that way. It's all in the box. You don't have to. All you got to buy is a controller.
Rich Hilton had a good suggestion. That's the called Minilog in terms of learning synthesis.
Yeah,
because it's all there.
Yeah,
or a monologue, or an SH101.
Well, I was going to say, buy Behringer, 101, because that will teach you the basics of analogs, subtractive synthesis.
Well, if you want it laid out, how about a sledge?
There's no snow. Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
There you go.
Have you got those sticks just sitting there waiting to go? You have, haven't you?
Yeah, basically, I went through into my living room and got my snare and a crash cymbal.
So Zoe just said she's got a decent Mac. So
yeah.
I wonder why you're back.
Well, if she's got a decent Mac, yeah.
You spend with a Mac, and there are other options are available, but with a Mac you can just spend £200 and get Logic, and
or
Logic comes with
£3,000 for a Mac.
If you've already got a Mac, she's already got a Mac. So if you've already got a Mac,
she's already got an ARM-based Mac.
Right. So Logic comes with a whole bunch of instruments built in, and you can and there are tons of free plugins that will be easy to get hold. They'll have a shallow learning curve, and you'll be able to pick that kind of stuff up, and then see what sticks. Oh, I like the analog subtractive method. That's good. So maybe that's what my first hardware synth will be. Or I really love sampling and mangling things in a sampler, so that's where I'm going to go. But you've got with the Mac and everything, you can just go straight in with Logic and just a whole bunch of free stuff, or even get Reason. Reason comes with a ton of instruments, and is a really good interface and a really great way of learning about sequencing and instruments, and how that with the cables at the back you can dare I say it, you can even maybe start getting the modular bug by learning how to patch things in and get all that kind of stuff. So and the Reason suite you can buy or you can subscribe to for £20 a month or something. So,
well, the good way of going down that route anyway is that if Zoe decides she wants to look at the more like the old school analog stuff, there's that soft tube model 72. She wants to go more mid 80s. You got everything else, the 84.
Yeah, the 84 is brilliant for
everything at the foot. Because the trouble with hardware keyboards are there's no one keyboard suits all. There is no such thing.
If you have an iPad, you get the cheap apps and a controller in your mobile.
Yeah,
but things when people ask me about what DAW shall I have? Do I go Ableton Live? Do I go Logic? Do I go Cubase? There isn't one that suits everyone. You will have to find the one that suits your MO and the way that your brain works. And for me, it took me ages to eventually. I was massively forcing myself down the Cubase route for years and years and years because I got on so well with them when they were on the Ataris, but it just frustrated the hell out of me. And when I found Reason, that was the thing that said, this makes sense. This works the way my brain works. So it's the same with synthesizers. But unfortunately, synthesizers cost a lot of money, so you could end up buying one and really not, gelling with it and then selling it at a loss. And so if you go down the software synthesis route, at least you can maybe find the methodologies that work for you, that you enjoy and can, excel at first in a free or very very cheap way, then say, okay, well, look, I was using this plugin and it's based on an SH101, or it's based on, some piece of, analog hardware or whatever, or dare I say digital hardware, and I really like that. So what hardware synthesizers do those things? Maybe it's a Cobalt, maybe it's a Hydrasynth, it's...
Yeah, I think it's, for me, it's more... even though I have spent a lifetime with computers, there is nothing like the hands-on experience of using an instrument.
Absolutely.
And if you're learning about something, I'd like to think I'm relatively intelligent. Even I struggle with using VSTs to produce music. Whereas if you just sit me in front of a clarinet or an oboe or a recorder or a keyboard, I can make something that sounds pretty good literally within a minute. Whereas I think, as a starting place, I personally, I wouldn't recommend going down the software route. Although I fully accept what you say about it can expose you to so many different types of technology. You could almost get the same by walking into a music shop and playing.
I mean, the thing is, if you've got a Mac, and again, I'm just saying this, but you can have plenty of free things on a Windows machine. But if you've got a Mac, you've got access to GarageBand. That's standard. That's free. That's in the package. Then you can start exploring free plugins. Get a free, analog synth emulation. Get a free digital synth emulation. Get a free sampler, and you can just do that as part of your research. It doesn't have to be where you end up and where you go down, but at least you're not spending a lot of money. And nowadays, these things cost a lot of money. And if you make a choice that doesn't work for you, and that could be any of the suggestions that anyone's made. I'm not saying anyone's made a bad suggestion or a good suggestion, but at least you've discovered what it is that turns you on, or that floats your boat, or any other kind of.
There'll be people who do that. Absolutely, there'll be people who discover stuff because they've got a computer and they go, "Oh, we can do this."
And especially young people, because my son.
Well, they will.
Yeah, because they just everything's that's
they
how
live
they do
on a screen.
Exactly.
But yeah, you find music shops intimidating. Since we've found music shops.
Used to.
No, never.
I used to find them intimidating.
Did you say never, Andy?
Yeah, no, I did.
Oh, you did, so again.
I was taught by nuns, so no one intimidates me except nuns.
Oh God!
So I'm
only asking because
that ruler, right?
I used to go into You mentioned going to music shops. I used to go into music shops, and I'd be surrounded by this gear, which I felt that I intuitively understood because I knew what synthesizers were and knew how to work them, and I'd feel absolutely intimidated because there'd be a salesperson there going, "Yeah, this, yeah, that, yeah, the other," and I'd be I'd stand there thinking, "You haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about."
Yeah,
I used to, I would go and I'd go regularly, but still, every time I walked through the door, would feel a sort of, "Oh my God, what am I going to face today?"
But that's the same with any. I mean, when I used to go in the music shops in the 1980s, you'd always have the guitar guys and the drum guys, and because there weren't many synthesizer bits in certainly in rural East Anglia, you had to go into London for that. But they always gave this air of knowing more than you, and if you just it was a bit like the Not the 9 O'Clock News hi-fi shop sketch. It's like it's we know more than you because we're in the industry. Well, no, you're not. You're just a sales guy. Yeah, exactly. And they tried to make it, and it's actually part of the job for them to try and make you feel, inferior and small. And so you would go in. But I found, I went into a music shop one day, must have been about 1981, and I went to this guy and I said, "I'm a drummer," and I wasn't at the time. I wanted to be a drummer, but I said, "I'm a drummer, and I want to know, how does Adam Ant get that drum sound on Kings of the Wild Frontier?" And he said, "Oh, I don't know." And this discussion started between him and his colleague and me and my friend that was in the shop at the same time. And all of a sudden, that fear went away of, actually these guys don't know everything, but if you approach them, they're not going to necessarily bite your head off and what have you. And we sat down, we ended up coming up with all these...
a relationship with the people who were there.
But unfortunately, music shops of that day, and probably if they existed today, they would probably still have that air of arrogance amongst the staff, just because that's the way that most men and musicians can be. They can be very. A lot of it is a defense mechanism.
The last time I went into a music shop, it was such an annihilating experience that I have never been back. And it was here in Sheffield, and it was at quite a well-known music shop here in Sheffield. And I went in. I'd bought things from them before, but I went in. I went upstairs to the music technology department, and there was nobody there.
Yeah.
It was just me in this room surrounded by stuff, most of which I didn't want, apart from the mini Moog that was there. And I stayed for a full half an hour. A full half an hour. As I boogled about, played on this one, tried the lovely Korg SG, whatever it is, piano with a nice slopey front thing with the valves in it. Yeah, play that. And played on that thing over there, and half an hour I was there, and not a single person appeared to say, "Hello, can I help you? What are you interested in? Why have you visited us today? What are you actually here for? Can we help you? Can we help you solve the problem that you've come here with?" Now, I'd gone there wanting to... I knew what I wanted. I can't remember what it was now, because I'm old and I've forgotten. But then I knew what I wanted. Not one person came in. So I went back down the stairs and I walked out, and I've not been back since. And all of my music purchases since that day have been done online. And that shop still exists, but I'll bet you in 2 years' time it's shut.
I've never ever had that sort of experience in a music shop.
I hadn't till then.
And I've never felt intimidated, even though when I was younger, I didn't have a clue what I was talking about or looking at. In fact, when I bought the
must be my psychological makeup.
When I bought the DX7, I really didn't know what it could do, or in fact,
one
really
of these, mate.
what
Sounds
it
great.
was.
Look, you could sound like Whitney Houston. You want one of these?
They didn't actually demo it to me in the shop.
And you still bought it?
I walked in, I had the money, and I was determined to buy it because I'd seen it on TV and I thought it sounded really, really good, and it was on lots of records I liked. And I mean, they didn't even try to sell it to me. I just went along, had a play, thought, yeah, I like the sound of this, and bought it and walked out. But every time I go into a music shop, I found that the staff are normally very attentive because they want to sell you something. I've never felt intimidated in that they're trying to bamboozle me with anything. And even now, if I see a music shop, I quite happily just wander in, even if I'm not going to buy anything at the time. And I just find the staff really welcoming.
But it's like any retail outlet,
Perhaps I should go back
I mean,
to a
I've worked in
music
retail
shop
for
and see what
15 odd
happens.
years, and you can go into some shops and, the staff are absolutely brilliant. You go into some other shops and they're just not. And it's just like any other walk of life. And I've had great experiences in music shops and formed relationships with the staff there who know what I'm after. And when I walk in the shop, Rob, you'll like this. And they take me over and show me this thing. Obviously, this was many, many years ago. Nowadays, I had exactly the same experience as Andy at the unfortunately named PMT in Norwich, Professional Music Technology. And it's, you go downstairs, you've got guitars, basses, a few drum kits, and you go upstairs into this small room, and then you've got a few Volkers and I mean, literally that's it, and then some electronic drum kits. And I went up there and I walked around. I had my wife and my children with me, and nobody approached us. And like I said, I just went back, and then I wanted to buy a drum kit. I wanted to buy an e-drum kit, and they didn't have the one I wanted on display for me to test. Oh, but we can get one of those in from here. And they were really just very unhelpful and not really into music tech, because for them, it had gone back to. I mean, this must have been about 10 years ago, I think. For them, the music retail industry is back to guitars and basses and drums, where people want to go in and try them out. Synthesizers is pretty much all gone online. But I mean, I've had experiences in music shops in the 80s where you got the snobby attitude, but I've also had experiences where I had a really good, relationship with people there, and it all depends. Unfortunately, so living in rural East Anglia, most of our music shops were traditional guitar, drums, bass, and pianos. Music technology wasn't the thing. You had to go to London. You had to go to Turnkey or Argent's if you wanted music technology. And then you're in a place where they're falling over to be nice to you because they're all on bloody targets. That's they're on really awful base wages and they've got to hit their targets.
Yeah.
So whereas in Norwich or Ipswich, it's all very small and cozy, and they just get a decent salary and they get to play, with the toys.
We have a bunch of music stores around here, but it's always hit or miss. Guitar Center and Southern California have Sam Ash, and no one's like Perfect Circuit. They're like the best store I've ever been to.
I saw a video about Perfect Circuit the other day. I just clicked on it and I watched this, and it's like a whole shopping mall dedicated.
Not only do you have boutique stuff there,
it
like
looked amazing. I'd love to go and visit
Solaris, or they don't have a Schmidt there, but they'll have like a lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah,
and you can play with anything. You can eat candy while you patch modulars. You can. They'll play records there. They don't care. They're very friendly, very hands-on. You can waste 3 hours in there. They don't care. And they're very knowledgeable. But most people only have like Guitar Center, Sam Ash, a bunch of these other horrible places where again it's just flunkies working there, don't know anything, don't care, rude, ignore you. So you pretty much have to go in there and know exactly what you want, get in their face nicely, and say this is what I want, and hurry up with it, because they'll, like you said, they'll make you wait forever, and they'll treat you badly because they don't care. It's a working stiff kind of thing. So.
Sorry, I've just said Steve Powell in the chat. I've kind of been having a side conversation because he's fairly local to me. I didn't realise he's in Kings Lynn. Welcome. Do you remember La Rocca Restaurant on Railway Road? If you do, let me know. But no, you're right. There's not a lot in Kings Lynn either. There used to be that place that had it was either a Casio or a Yamaha nailed to the outside wall. What was that place called? I can't remember now. But yeah, it's the thing with music retail now. It really sadly has left the world of bricks and mortar. You've got a handful of shops. And I think America's slightly different, but still, because of the size of America, you still have to drive. You still have to drive a long way, as we do in our little island. But everything has gone online, and now the fact that you can buy something online and send it back within 14 days, and there's so many people competing,
My favourite retailer in the UK at the minute is Juno. They're just like amazing.
I've been buying
service.
stuff from Juno for years, and I've not really told many people about it because it's like a well-kept secret. Because they do really good deals.
On the other hand, I'm going to jump in here and say the last two things I've bought, I'm sorry, Robbie, but they're basically a modular retailer called Elevator Sounds in Bristol.
Yeah, I know that.
And inside this box, when you get it and you open it up, is a little card that's handwritten that says, "Thank you loads for your support. Hope you really enjoy this module. It's really great. Chuck it this, do this with it. It's fab. Lots of love. Thanks very much for buying from us." And I go, "Oh man, it's just great. It is just so nice. It's a little thing inside your box that's been handwritten by a person with a pen, and I can't tell you how much that means I'm like
The
going.
personal service makes such a big difference.
It's like, it might cost me 10 quid more to buy it from Gear for Music, but I don't care. It might be cheaper if I buy it from Anderton's, but I don't care. These guys have got it, and I get that little touch that makes me go, "That's amazing! Thank you so much for being glad that I bought it from you."
Yeah.
And so Elevator Sounds in Bristol, I think you're ace. I'm going to be buying my stuff from you from now on.
Yeah,
I get that from a bunch of guys I buy from Reverb. The nice little touch of the cards and it's not just candy or something like that. They give you a little cool thing in there.
I don't. Who cares about the candy? I eat it. It's gone. I've forgotten. That little card. It's stuffed in the little box that my little modules have come in. That it's there, and I shall keep it. And at that point, folks, I'm going to jump out because I've just realised it's 11:15 and it's 45 minutes past my bedtime. And I'm a very naughty boy, but I won't piss off. I shall simply leave.
Cheers, Andy.
Take care.
Cheers, Andy. Take care of yourself.
Bye, everyone in the chatties. See you. Take care.
Yeah, man.
It's like when Mike McGrath, who was the guy behind the whole Muff Wiggler forums and everything, he started his own retail outlet in, I want to say it was near Seattle. It was kind of the American Northwest because he was from Canada. And he started this brilliant store that was all modular. Whatever, modules, cable, everything was modular. He didn't sell any keyboard synthesizer. It was all, and this was, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. Some of our American friends might know, but it didn't last long because unfortunately the world has changed and it's now so much more convenient to buy online, and that didn't end well, unfortunately. But
am I alone then in really missing the opportunity to try things hands-on first?
Oh, not alone at all. No,
I feel uncomfortable if I'm going to be spending a couple of grand on something. I'd really like to have a go at playing it first.
Yeah, but nowadays the world has changed, and you do that by buying online and making use of the 14-day returns.
That to me just seems and feels completely and utterly wrong.
Exactly.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've actually held off ordering a Hydrosense Deluxe. I really want to have a go on one first. I think I'm going to have to travel down to visit Kent to have a go on his to see, to just get a feel for the keypad to decide whether or not to pull the trigger.
See, it's a chronic agoraphobic. That is pretty much been my life.
Yeah.
It's even if it's an Oasis. Yeah, even a $5,000 Oasis. Oh, that looks nice. Let's hope it's good and buy it.
Ouch.
Sometimes I bought a pup. Sometimes, but not often.
Yeah, but trade shows make a big difference. There's a lot of stuff I can't find in stores around here, even the nice stores. So you have to go to a trade show or you never be able to see it or touch it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so buying the Hydrosense, the 49 was done on faith more than anything else. So, but everything I buy is done on faith.
But the thing is, when back in the 80s and the 90s, if you wanted to hear an instrument, let alone see it, anything outside of a magazine, you had to go to a shop. And there were shops. Nowadays, you don't have to go to a shop to hear an instrument. You can watch a YouTube demo or you can watch a live stream. And the sound will obviously be compromised by whatever. But you can get a feel sonically and visually for this thing. And you can sort of vicariously pick up a bunch of stuff about it from... We didn't have that back in the day. So you had to get off your arse and get on a bus or whatever and go into town, walk into a music shop to even just see a keyboard, let alone the one you wanted. I remember going down to Turnkey in London and it was just packed, and trying to get to the things I wanted to look at was a real pain in the arse. But that's what you had to do if you wanted to experience something before you bought it. You had no option other than looking at pictures in a magazine, and that was it. Now, we're spoiled, I guess, in some regards, that you can, watch a YouTube demonstration or a live stream, or, you can get high quality video demos of stuff. I mean, crikey, Roland now will give you a live personal demonstration within store. You just call up a Roland sales exec and you can do it all online internally. So using technology, we're able to get all of that.
But you raise a point there about videos, and again, perhaps this is making me out to be a complete dinosaur. But when I search for something and I get page after page of people doing videos, and I actually want to read something, I mean, that's where magazines like Sound on Sound are really useful, because I can sit and read. I don't want to watch a sodding video all the time. But especially when I don't know how many people have ticked the dislike button on it. I actually want to read either instructions or a manual, or absorb the information that way. I'm not a particularly visual person. Most videos really irritate me.
But the problem is with the print world is that Sound on Sound is always going to be behind. Now it's always been behind, because obviously the print, the process and the magazine process was always works in catch-up mode. But now you've got the internet. As soon as a company announces a synthesizer, like Cherry Audio in the last couple of hours have just announced something new, we know about it. Sound on Sound won't get that in the magazine for at least another couple of months, because
that doesn't bother me personally.
No, but I mean, the thing is, something's going to be out there, and you can't do anything. If you want to read about it, you've got to wait. I mean, what's this? This is the latest Sound on Sound. This is March 2022. Yeah. I know for a fact that they're already, the edition they're working on is May. Yeah. So they can't put stuff in. So we won't see it. So this new Cherry Audio thing comes out today. The guys at Sound on Sound will pick up on that tomorrow morning, and it might, if you're lucky, go in the May edition. But we've had 2 months of video demos and interviews and what have you. So if you want instant news, and you have to go online, because it's just the way it is.
Speaking of that, did you guys ever get Virtual Instruments magazine? It was a great magazine.
No.
Tried that?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
It only made it about 50 or 60 issues, but it was amazing. But yeah, it was the time delay, because it's Virtual Instruments with the print. So
yeah. And that's the other thing. I mean, I noticed the other day, when you flick through this, Sound on Sound tend not to do it, because I guess they've realised the futility. But they do put, like for instance, there's this warm audio bus compressor. You've got the website address on there, but you've now got to go to the magazine. Right, okay, and type, and you've got to type the bloody thing in. Whereas the whole online experience is like, I want it and I want it now. I can just click on it and go straight to the website. So a lot of people, I know, people of our age, Sass, are going to be, stuck in our old ways. But the young kids of today, they don't care about this stuff. They want it, and they're the ones that are spending a lot of money. They're the target market for a lot of people.
It makes me worry for our future. That's all.
Well, it's just the way it is. We will die, and they will survive, and they will rule the earth.
I got to say, videos work. A lot of the Jexus videos made me buy the stuff. So if you ever watch the Jexus videos, they're awesome. They're like,
but there are good videos and bad videos, and you've just got to learn how to differentiate. And then you've got good shows and bad shows, like Sonic State and us, and the other kind of music technology news driven kind of shows.
You didn't define that.
Define what?
Where you go, you've got good shows and bad shows. You've got Sonic State.
No, I was just going to say, some people will like us, some people won't.
Oh yeah,
bastards. But some people will and some people won't, and I happily accept that, because there are some shows that I like and some that I don't, some that I will watch and some that I will refuse to watch. But you end up filtering out the stuff, and you get the shows that speak to you, that talk about the things you want to know about. I mean, we got criticised just this very day on last week's show about Adam and his Advantage synthesizers. Apparently, we spent too much time talking about a news topic and not enough time talking to Adam. Now, I will take that on board. I don't necessarily think we under-interviewed Adam. I think we got as much out of him as we possibly could about his stuff.
Yeah.
But I take it on board that maybe we should be snappier with certain things, but then there are other people that will want to know about the news items and more in-depth stuff. I mean, tomorrow we've got an hour to speak to Dave Spears. No, we'll have a whole hour of speaking to Dave, and it will be just Dave. For a whole hour, we're going to be talking OBE. And I know a lot of people will want to know about that, but there's equally a lot of people that don't want to know about that. So you just pick and choose, and you get to know the channels that will give you the content you want. Some of them are retailers. They've clearly got a vested interest. Some of them are independent, and so therefore have less of an agenda. Some of them are manufacturer stuff. Some of them aren't, so you just pick and choose the ones that suit you. And I certainly, of all the new gear that I've bought in the recent, sort of last few years, I've bought without testing it first, and I've not sent anything back yet. But I did a little bit of research and liked what I saw and bought it. I'm not saying that's always going to be the case. You never know. But...
I do get I do get a sense of overkill when there are so many when a product is released. There are just so many of the same type of videos on YouTube about it, and you really have to know who it is that you enjoy watching if you want to watch that subject. But when you've had 2 or 3 pages on YouTube of the same product, and I just when the embargo's dropped. That's all I can say.
Yeah, don't get me started on
embargoes.
Well, I understand embargoes because I have to follow quite a few of them, but it's when at 6 p.m. on Thursday afternoon the embargo drops and everyone's going for it.
Yep.
And you have a choice. You don't have to watch them all, but it just Jesus. But everybody wants to be the first. It's always the way, though.
That's why I love it. Robin will go, I don't have the time for this. Just go watch the other videos.
yeah, exactly.
But it's I do wonder whether it's consumer-led or whether it's creator-led, because I find these things frustrating, but I'm also not of that generation that believes that I'm entitled to everything and I'm entitled to it within 2 hours and have it hand delivered to my front door. So I'm quite happy to wait months, if not years, either to save up the money to buy a very specific thing that I want, or because I want to really take my time over deciding what it is that I want to buy. So I struggle with, is this actually a generational thing? Am I literally the old fart that I used to joke that my father was, or am I just I just think of things in a different way? I don't know.
No, I think that it's probably a little from column A, a little from column B. It is definitely a generational thing. I think people want stuff. We live in a society that's 24-hour news cycles, and as soon as something happens, everybody knows about it and everyone's sharing it. We get it a lot on the page, on our Facebook pages. We get a lot of people saying, here's my review of this, here's my review of that, and they've been saving it up, but everybody knows that everybody wants it and everyone wants a piece of the pie. And there is also the look at me thing. Come and visit my page and drive my subscribers and drive my revenue up on YouTube. People who've given up their day jobs to earn a living on YouTube, they're going to want to encourage people to come to their page first. And one of the ways of doing that is to be one of the first people to be reporting, oh, look, what I've had for the last 2 months, I can now talk about it and show you what it's all about. And there's lots of those, unfortunately, and some are good, some are bad. People like Lupop, who does really great instructions. It's not just a review, it's almost like a video manual. His review is kind of a bit of both. I'll always go to him, if I want to know something about a synth, because he'll go through all the bits that I want to go through and he'll talk about them in a very,
Did you see Original Synth's comment in the chat? Lupop is an AI with human arm gloves.
Yeah. It does feel like it. But I mean, he has a thing, he sticks to it, and everybody loves him for it. And he's absolutely cool. Hello, David. Hiding from his family.
Evening, David.
But there are others. I'm not going to get into name calling it, but there's people that I respect and watch, people who I think I don't really personally like how you do what you do. Maybe there's a personality thing in there as well. I don't. Maybe there are some people I just cannot watch their videos because they annoy me.
Yeah. Hey David, I think you've stolen Andy Brooks's modular monk look that he was going for earlier.
David the modular monk. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'd inject a little energy. I couldn't believe it was still on. I was like, "Whoa, I gotta get in on this."
You're not familiar with this format, are you? this goes on longer than the Bible.
I think Kent's kind of talking down, like I'm right below him.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mr. Challenge
boy.
David, can I just say thank you very much for paying well-earned money on my music. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I think I was, absolutely. I'm a big believer in supporting artists, and that's kind of my shtick.
Cool.
Somebody's got to do it, right?
Yeah. No, this is brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
So I've just been checking out what the new Cherry Audio thing is. It's nothing to get too excited about. It's basically rack effects.
Oh, that modular grid. Yeah.
It's what's it called?
When you said Cherry Audio released something in the last 2 hours, I just thought that was just a standard thing these days.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah. The rack mode signal processors. So basically, you've got a vocoder, you've got a stage phaser, 10-band graphic, 3-band parametric graphic, a string filter, a ring modulator, and a frequency shifter for $99. I'm
sorry, I struggle to get enthused about most VSTs.
No, I like what Cherry are doing because they're doing some cool stuff, particularly their VSTs. They're doing them at great. Apparently, all of these effects are based on Moog, but they do some really great plugins for $39, and we've actually got Dan coming on the show in a few weeks' time.
Let's figure out how he's doing it, because this stuff is just popping out like Jim said, every couple of weeks there's another clone or synth. And I know a guy that is doing a lot of their sound design. I've talked to him quite a bit, and I guess he was telling them, I don't understand why don't you charge a little bit more? I think you could get it, because there's a perception now. And they said, no, this is what we want to do. This is our thing. So
no, it's we had this thing on the show a little while back, and kind of made me nervous about asking Dan onto the show, because we suggested that they were popping all of these instruments out quite quickly, and we thought, well, what's their method? And then I think it might have been Chris said something along the lines of, well, yeah, they're great, but they have a Cherry Audio sound. And then it makes you think, well, are they using kind of off the shelf bits and bobs and knocking things together, and how? And that's what I want to ask him. I want to say, how are you doing it? I don't necessarily need to know your techniques and stuff, but how are you able to produce these things?
They've probably built their own development engine.
Yeah. It's almost certainly something like that. But it's good. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people say that some of those instruments sound nothing like what they're supposed to be, or bear not a very close resemblance to them.
Well, there's a long history of that.
But yeah, exactly.
Many companies.
But a lot of what they do, I mean, what have I got? I've got the memory mode. I've got the Mercury 4, which I really do quite like that one. And I don't know how close the Mercury 4 compares to a Jupiter 4, but it does the sort of things I expect a Jupiter 4 to do, and I've been told that a Jupiter 4 kind of does. And for $39, I wasn't, if it only gets used a few times, well, that's fine, but yeah.
It was interesting, actually, when they launched their Oberheim emulation, pretty much the same time as OBE came out, and
yes.
That was quite telling, the difference in sound quality between the two.
Yeah, that was either a very unfortunate coincidence or something backfired, I think, because they went up against the best. And the thing is, I mean, OBE's what, £150 normally. It's currently on sale, but
it's 100 plus VAT at the minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Go buy it.
Yeah, exactly. But if there are lots of people who are not able to afford those kind of instruments, so the Cherry Audio option, you might compromise a little on the accuracy, but it still gives you a large degree of the 8-voice feel, the 8-voice paradigm. So
it's way cheaper.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a bit of a double-edged
We have
sword,
options.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword doing it like that, because we've got OBE on one hand and you've got Cherry Audio on the other. It's the best. Almost the best way of describing it is that the Cherry Audio is like an entry level into it, and then you work your way up.
But for the price of OBE, you can pick up maybe 4 or 5 Cherry Audio plugins that will do something slightly different to the other ones, and maybe that's more your thing. Some of us are lucky enough to be able to get hold of the more expensive ones, and that's fine. It doesn't make it's not.
It's that bloody rabbit hole I end up going down. I mean, I go into my Cubase and I go, I'm going to have a reverb. Let's put a little reverb on this, and I click on my mixer, select my effects, go to the reverb tab, and then scroll for 12 hours while I go through all these bloody reverbs that I
Valhalla.
have. Yeah, Valhalla, Black Hole, and there's another one that I
Reverb Foundry, Tai Chi.
No. Which one? I cannot for the life of me remember its name. And I tend to go to them quicker than even going to the Universal Audio ones with the 244. So where the 244's got a particular sound, you need that or you don't. But and it's just what? But why? Another reverb comes up for grabs, and you listen to the video and go, I've got to get that. And that's another fucking reverb I've got in the list.
But most of my plugins take a 9-volt battery. I tend to use guitar pedals.
Now that could mean anything. Here's my shiny little air.
There we go.
The Dr. A and the Source Ventures are great reverbs, if you guys haven't heard those.
I know, but then you said you look at the pedals, and then you go down the rabbit hole. These pedals are so expensive. This is ridiculous. I'm just going to get the Valhalla. But then you start piling on other software stuff, and then you get, this is too much. I'm just going to get the Ventures pedal and be done with all this. And
pedals don't need backing up.
It's constant.
I mean, they're still software, but they're
to do these days.
Yeah.
I still keep wanting.
I've got the
get
Specular
the
Tempest that is just beautiful.
I want to get that Zoom one.
Sorry, go on,
the Swiss Army knife.
The little one, the blue one.
MS-70R.
Yeah. Because
whatever.
you can hack that. And get like all the other Zoom.
You can turn it into any other Zoom pedal.
Practically, and it's really not at all expensive. But
no, it's crazy cheap. Even
it's decent.
Going up.
Yeah. I might because I've got one of those. Did you see we featured it? We're going to get him on the show. That desktop patch bay that's being made by a guy called Dudley, and it's like a little square box, and it's 3.5mm jacks, and it's a patch bay, and you can just stick it anywhere on your desk and just have your effects connected to it, and then just patch everything, and it's dirt cheap for what it is. I've got one of those coming next month, hopefully, because he's building them now. And once I get that, I might get that pedal, and then just I'll be able to just patch things in really quickly from anywhere in the room into that one thing. So that'd be quite cool.
Trouble is, you have to know the name of the reverb to go and search for it. I can never remember any of them.
Well, on ProSynth Network we have a special video where Chris showed about it was Logic only, I admit, but it showed about how you can organize your plugins in such a way as to avoid that kind of thing. So you create categories and folders and things, and then it's always there. So go and watch that video.
Yeah, better go and watch that video then. You got one for compressors as well.
No,
but
it doesn't. I mean, you can use it for any effects in your Logic list, and I'm sure that there are ways of doing it in the others as well.
What is this Logic you speak of?
I'm an atheist producer. I use logic and reason. Jim,
actually, I've
once.
Oh, that was really feeble.
Oh,
I feel
big
let
hand
down.
for the juggler. Big hand for the
There you go.
David, I think your family might know where you are now.
Yeah.
I was going to ask everyone, does anyone else use Studio One at all?
No.
I expect this is going to be a no. And
Yes.
Right, okay.
We've got Studio 1.4 and 1.5.
Yeah. And how do you find it with MIDI clocking and synchronization of external gear?
I don't know whether I would actually notice a significant difference between milliseconds. I personally don't get hung up that much on timing because I tend to record on analog gear anyway.
Right.
So it's a moot point for me, but I haven't noticed anything.
Right. Yeah. It's just I've had issues when I've been trying to sort of switch to that as my main DAW, just in terms of sort of sending MIDI clock to other gear, that has built-in sequencers, and it's sort of actually playing in time with the main any software synths and stuff like that. It's
raise it with them. They are very good at responding to technical questions, so just ping them an email.
A friend of mine who runs a studio in France said go with Studio One, because I was sort of swaying between Cubase and Logic some years ago, and he said go with Studio. He said I've just got rid of Pro Tools. I hate Pro Tools. Studio One is exactly, and I didn't.
So. Yeah, the thing is, there's a reason why I want to switch to it as well, and that's mainly because of this down here, which is the Console One and Fader.
Right. Yeah.
And it's got full integration with Studio One, and it does all the channels and effects sends and all sorts using the fader. It's just like really super quick way of working. And but I can't really sort of get the MIDI side of what I do working reliably in there. So I'm kind of in the middle of this split process where I'll compose everything in Logic and probably export out, mix it in Studio One, which is like not ideal, but it might be the way that I'm doing things.
I've been thinking about doing something similar, but using Logic and then Harrison Mixbus 32C, which I picked up last year. Just so
Yeah. Is it any good? I mean, I've got the non-32C version.
Yeah.
But is the 32C?
32C it really does expand it. I mean, I'm when I bought it, got this package where I got that. I got a whole 19 of their plugins and a full training, course on how to use it. Video online training course. So I've been going through that, and I have been really pleasantly surprised about how easy it is to use, coming from somebody that doesn't have a whole lot of experience in, with an actual desk. I'm more, with Logic or Reason. That's kind of my thing. So, going to something that really replicates, that environment. I was very pleasantly surprised about how well it worked, but also more surprised about how good it does sound. It does have its own sound, and it's a very good sound. I mean,
Console One has that anyway, because it's got emulations of various mixing desks. I tend to use the SSL 9K for most stuff that's sort of electronic, and use like the Neve emulations for vocals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's
what I started doing that with Logic. Buying those is it Plugin Alliance?
Like the Brainworks, yeah,
and the SSLs. I've got a couple of those, and
Yeah, I mean, Rich Hilton will tell you how good Console 1 is, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He already has, yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm still getting my head around it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be without it now, to be honest. So,
yeah, that's the thing. I've got too much stuff in here. I need to. I need to losing track of what I have in here.
Yeah,
which is just ridiculous.
Just a vocoder in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Not just a vocoder.
The vocoder. Yeah.
The vocoder. I've just
so I had to make a spreadsheet so I can keep track of everything.
Yeah.
Well, do you know, I started doing that, and like I've got an Apple Note where I've started logging serial numbers simply because I thought I was very mindful of how much was going in this room and how much it was worth and what I might lose if it got damaged or stolen or anything. So I started logging serial numbers in this Apple Notes thing that I've got, and it's fucking huge now. It's just like there's so much stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, the one thing I'd suggest that you think about is actually fire more than anything else.
Oh, that's all.
Especially with old kit, and make sure everything is
Everything's
over-insured.
Yeah, yeah. My contents insurance is very specific and was taken for that reason alone. But unfortunately, because I live in a rented property, I can't make any changes to the electrical system. But as soon as I have that chance, there'll be power conditioners and UPSs and all sorts of different things going in. But yeah, until then, I can't do anything. So.
Well, my insurance policy is just to see a A4 saying "tough shit, buddy."
Yeah.
They won't touch it. They will not touch it.
No.
Yeah.
No,
That's understandable, both bearing in mind what you do and who you are.
Yeah, plus the value of contents constantly.
And his history.
Oh yes, you know what's happened in the past.
Well, I had to get insurance for the fair. Like when I took it to Sheffield, I've never done this with any other place that I've taken it before, which kind of makes me wonder. But the museum, the National Science and Media Museum, I had to fill out like.
You mean the one in Bradford?
Yeah, sorry, Bradford. Sorry, yeah. I had to fill out all of this paperwork, and I had to prove that I'd got public liability insurance, and I'd got all this. So I ended up trying to find a company that knows what you're talking about when you're trying to insure something like a Fairlight. Even the company whose sole job it is to insure musicians and equipment. I phoned them up and they said, "What do you want to insure?" I said, "Well, it's a Fairlight CMI, and what's that then?" Well, where do I start? So I said, well, basically, it's a computer that does sampling, and it also does a few other things, but it's very old and it's quite valuable, and blah blah blah. Oh, I'll just put it down as a sampler then. If that works for you. But as long as I'm covered, and I had to make sure all the figures were right, and then it was absolutely bonkers. But the insurance was dirt cheap. Well, I expected it to be quite a high figure, but it was for what I wanted. It wasn't too bad. But you have to. And when I took out my contents insurance for this place, I said, look, I've got all of this equipment, and they said, well, what's the single highest value item? So I told them what that was and how much that was, and they said, and everything else is less than that. Yeah, okay, well, we can do this so that if all of them go, we'll cover them, but individually go up to a certain amount. So it is a pain.
I think that's the problem with the vintage, because if they ask me that, I go, well, it depends on which day you ask me.
Well, quite, yeah.
and CS80s I have behind me.
And considering that bloody DX1 that I posted about the other day, I'm going to have to completely reevaluate my insurance policy this year.
Yeah. I'm just curious, how much is that Fairlight worth that you have?
Sorry?
How much is that Fairlight worth that you have? I'm just curious.
Well,
it's fully functional, right? So
what it's worth is what we could sell it for to a customer. So the Series 3 that I took to Bradford and that I've taken to Sheffield as well can sell between 15 to 20,000 US. So that's the market value that we would have to insure it for, and maybe a little bit more besides. But tomorrow that price could change. It's ridiculous. I know someone who bought a DX1 last year in immaculate condition, fully operational, £14,000. And I would say that's an acceptable price to pay.
I'd say that's a bit high.
No, yeah, maybe, but it was in really good condition, and it's a rare synth. It's a sought after synth. Whether you know, regardless of what your opinion is on FM or DXs, it's a synthesizer that only 140 ever existed, and there's clearly not going to be that amount still going. Yeah. Although Kent seems to have been going through them at a fair old rate.
Yeah, I've been killing them like nobody's been.
But it's, you know, regardless of what it is, there's only ever 140. It's an immaculate work of construction, you know. So I would say, you know, 14 grand was a reasonable price. And the person that I know, I'm not going to say who it is, but the person that bought it is very shrewd and buys a lot of stuff, you know, in that price range, and was happy to pay it. Yeah. So for me, that's what it's worth, because clearly he's paid that money for it. So then somebody comes on a few months later and says, "I want £76,000 for one." That's too much of a hike. That's just, you know, that's like putting your finger in the wind and saying, you know, which directions. It's just crazy. And then this next one, which is like £120 something thousand, and if you look at it in the pictures, it's dirty. You know, he says it works. It doesn't come with the original cartridges, which is not a massive drawback, but you know,
not massive.
But where do you get that bloody figure from? That's how does, you know? How do you go from 14,000 to that?
There is no book for vintage, right?
Something's only worth whatever somebody else will pay for it.
Until somebody puts some sort of vintage almanac together, and you've got book prices to work from, which nobody's going to do. Let the madness continue. Basically, because that's what will happen. There's a CS60 up for grabs for £17,000. Right, a CS60.
Yes. So what's that? Like $23,000 or something.
Yeah.
It's like what? Why? Like I said, I know that a CS80 has gone for 48k, and you know, bought and paid for, and the bloke was happy. With that or mentally insane, it was one or the other. And the thing is, it's like once somebody pays £48,000 for
that's the price.
And it goes mad.
But then, shortly after, somebody will sell one for less, because maybe they just don't want.
Oh, you got a bargain. Oh, that's the price.
Like, when I bought my DX5. I bought my DX5, which was in virtually full working order. Just the aftertouch strip wasn't working, and a few little battle scars, but nothing. You know, the scratches on it weren't going through any of the screen printing on the front or anything. So, and the end cheeks easily replaced. And I got that for under £500. Now there's currently a DX5 that is listed on Reverb at £4,880. He put it on eBay last week, and it was started to, you know, he didn't put a reserve on it. It started to go up and up and up. It got to 2,800 and something. 5 minutes before that sale ended, he withdrew it from sale. Now that makes me want to pull somebody's limbs from their sockets.
Next week,
that's bad form.
I think you will find there is a Prophet 5 Rev 3 going up for sale. For not working, and it'll be sub 2k.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, but the thing is, it's that thing of you have to get it working though.
Exactly. By the time you've paid that, you might as well buy a brand new Rev 4.
Well, the guy's putting it up is doing precisely that.
Oh right.
Because
said,
because he said to me, he bought it around and said, "Can you just have a look and see what you think?" And I said, "Okay." So I went through it, and it's not a happy girl. And I said to him, I said, "Why did you get Mark 4?" And he's going, "Mark 4 what?" I said, "Oh, hang on a second, iPad." Like that. And he's going, "Oh, bollocks, yeah, I'll just get that."
Yeah. But that's a lucky thing for you know, if you're in the market for a profit, you are spoilt now because you can buy a Rev 4 that's made by the same company and is bloody good.
Yeah.
I should buy that.
You can
I
actually,
know
Yeah, I desperately want one.
It's like
yeah,
the
you
two
can
boys
now
from
have a
Oberheim.
Prophet 10.
I
You
knew
can
she
now have a
bought
Prophet 10, right? That you can carry up the stairs without your testicles shooting into your socks, as opposed to the. Have you ever picked up a original Prophet 10?
I've seen one, but I've not dared pick it up because it does look
Holy
heavy.
crap! I think the bloke put bloody lead in it just for a laugh, you know?
Yeah, local store has one for $12K.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And you can have the exact same functionality, and it won't go wrong, and it won't overheat for half of that, less than half
scratchy
of that.
pots and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
261 note Pratt Reed keyboards. That's a weight in its own.
Yeah.
And they go, well, we'll make it out of aluminium so it's not too heavy. Can you imagine if it had been made out of 2 mil steel?
Yeah.
Sink through the floor.
But I've just found out this evening there's going to be a DX1 coming up on Vemia, their next, Sphere Music, their next auction.
Oh, yeah.
Peter's got one because he was asking about the Hypersynth RAM cartridges, so he's bought a pair of those to put in the sale. So it'd be interesting to see what Peter asks, because it's not necessarily what Peter asks, it's what the seller asks. But I'm sure Peter has some input. I don't know.
Has somebody gone into the DX1 cave and
found them? Yeah, I know.
And they're all fluttering out everywhere now. Everywhere you look now is a bloody DX1.
I know.
They're all in your toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you.
I used to go on that Pre-Pal website and track all the recent sales on eBay and Reverb and all that stuff, and you can see that these crazy spikes. It's like there's no sense in most of it. So
it's like Rick Wakeman was selling off a whole bunch of gear, but he was selling it through a dealer. So that, I guess he just said to the dealer, "Here's all this stuff. Go and sell it." And they were putting all of his gear. So I was interested because he had a DX5 in there as well, but he'd also got lots of other stuff. And the margin that they put on there just because it was owned by Rick Wakeman was just stupid. I mean, yeah, you will pay more. Like Boris Blank's Fairlight Series 3, at the time, those machines were selling for about £10,000 because it was a rack unit. It sold for 13 because it was Boris Blank's and Boris had signed it. So yeah, if you're buying something that you can certify that belonged to someone, whoever it might be, if that's that will throw a few £1,000s or a percentage on the price. But honestly,
yeah, I recently got some junky XL stuff he was selling on Reverb, and it was probably used on Mad Max, but it was cheap.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. And he was just selling it off. It wasn't ridiculously priced,
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
So
yeah, but I mean, it's like if that Dire Straits DX1 ever goes up for sale, it's still got all the patches on it, the original patches and everything like that. Oh yeah, okay. So, but if you're not a Dire Straits fan or you don't give a crap about whether MTV got to #1 or not, you still have this sort of people go, well, that's a bit expensive for a DX1, isn't it?
Yeah.
You still have to have that.
It was
fan
that
base.
one.
Yeah.
Watch that video. It's there. That's that one.
Yeah, but that's it with these famous synths. You're not actually really buying the synth. You're buying the pedigree that goes with
the history, the nostalgia.
Yeah. I'm still not quite sure about that. Which one is it that's up for grabs? The Genesis 80.
Oh yeah, you don't think that's actually?
Really? Last time I saw that 80, it was rotting into the ground. That don't look like an 80 that's been rotting into the ground somehow. Now he may have got himself another 80 at some point, but it definitely ain't the one that did.
Was used on the record. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I mean, it's like when I had that Ian Stanley Fairlight. I mean, I knew who Ian Stanley was. I knew who he'd worked with. We picked it up from Chris Hughes' studio, so we knew it was one of the, because they all bloody had them. He had one, Chris Hughes had one, and Roland had one as well. So they had 3 Fairlights, that they could just all do stuff on. But it was when you opened up the box of discs and started reading the labels on the discs and marrying the names of the songs up with artists and then you go and look at the production lists and there's Ian Stanley. So it was Bryan Adams that he worked with. It was Lloyd Cole and the Commotions and all that. Nothing spectacular on there. But yeah, and then we came across the Tears for Fears stuff, which annoyingly, I've yet to get hold of a working 8-inch floppy drive, so I can't get that stuff off at the moment. But yeah. It's that. I mean, that didn't really put a premium on the price because it was only Ian Stanley. If it had been Roland's, it might have gone for more.
Well, we haven't seen the end of the stupidity yet.
Oh gosh, no.
There's still plenty of room. Still plenty of room for some.
So, and then the question is, what new stuff is gonna be the next?
What's gonna be the next
nonsense?
one? Yeah.
I mean, we've seen the Mooger Foogers just for an example. They just like
went
from I've got a little collection, and you know, you're kind of stuck because it used to be fun just to kind of buy them, use them, sell them, trade them. Now you get them, and you're like, if I sell them, I can make a lot, but am I going to be able to get them again, or am I going to be able to stomach paying what I'm selling them for? So,
well, I mean, I was looking at many years ago. I was looking at selling my Akai S6000 because it just wasn't getting the use anymore, and 2 reasons why I didn't sell it. One, they had dropped to like 200 quid, which is a tenth of what I paid for it brand new. So I'm just like, Secondly, it was my wife bought it for me, or she was my girlfriend at the time, but she became my wife, and sentimental. I didn't want to sell that. Now, however, they're starting to go up and up and up because there's a desire for them. I don't know why, but there is. Same with the Fusion. I was actually thinking about selling the Fusion when it was going up and up and up. Now then it came all the way back down again. So I'm kind of lost in that regard. But
well, I'm trying to get my head round talking to Ty today, and he's just taken delivery of the Kurzweil 2700.
Poor him.
That he decided he would buy. That he decided he would buy yesterday.
Wow.
I was talking to him on the phone, and we started talking about this new Kurzweil, and he goes, and he's going, yeah, I think I'll get one. Click, 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 click. Right, that'll be here tomorrow. Right.
He's obviously connected, though, isn't he?
No, he got it from a shop normal.
Really?
Just normal. Yeah, just normal. They had them in, and he just, right, I'll have one then. And he says it's lighter than the 26 by
it is considerably.
Yeah, I'm going, how is it lighter? Why is it lighter? How did they do that? What's not in there that's in the other one? But he said I went through it. He said played keyboard action, beautiful, lovely sound. And he said it was 2,500.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Do you know how much keyboard that is in there?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you know me.
Getting one now.
I'm definitely going to come down and see you can.
I don't know where I'm putting the bloody thing. I don't know where to put it. It's not fair. I don't know what I'm going to do now. It's like with this Hydra thing. I've brought it upstairs and I've put it on that X stand for now. And I'm going, right, because I was going to put it up here with the other Hydra. And I go, yeah, but what am I taking down? I need that one there. Where am I putting the... Oh, man.
Why don't you get rid of the American-style fridge freezer out of the kitchen?
Oh, that one.
And then stick a nice Jaspers in there.
You only have so many toilets. I mean, you know, what do you...
Yeah. I tell you what. It's true, though. I mean, next month when we're having the new workshop fitted, I've got to find room to put everything that's in the existing workshop. I have to find somewhere to put that all while it's being done, while it gets knocked down and taken away. Oh, mate, where am I putting all this stuff? There's a CNC machine in there. It's the size of a double bed. Where are we going to keep it? And that 3D printer that I've got, holy crap, that's the size of a washing machine. Where is it going? In the meter. And you know what they suggested? They said, we'll leave it out on the patio. What, for a month? Really?
Is that a Delta style printer?
It's
with the fixed base and the print head that goes up and down like this?
Yeah. It's which one is it? I'm trying to remember the name of the bugger.
CNC?
Snapmaker. Okay. It was a Snapmaker. You know, the one that comes with like the mobile phone touchscreen thing. Oh, that one. And now I updated the laser on it, which actually will cut things now, because the last one was just an etching laser. And I went, hang on a minute, I've got that Voltaire 1's turning up soon as well. Where am I putting that? It's going to turn up when there's no workshop for it to go in there. Oh, God. And of course, she's having the kitchen done, so I can't put anything in the kitchen.
Just get a temporary shed.
You didn't think this one through, did you, mate?
No, I didn't. Well, she made some plans and then told me after she'd made the plans. Like, for instance, that brick shed that's got the memory moogs and the 2600. What else is? There's just so much stuff in there. Oh, and an 80. That's been knocked down. So
where's that going to go?
And it can't go in the temporary shed that we've got right down the bottom of the garden because that has to be emptied because the shed is coming up this end of the garden.
Get yourself one of those flat pack containers. You can get a 2 meter by 2 meter metal container and just assemble that in the back garden away from where you're going to get the new workshop built.
I think you need a shipping container.
Yeah, you can get a flat pack shipping container.
She's got the guys coming to do the AstroTurf, so it can't go there. It can't go where the other sheds are already. I'm going, well, I spoke to the council actually yesterday. I phoned them up. I couldn't believe it. They actually answered. And I said, I need to rent a garage. Can I have one of the garages that are around the side? And they go, do we have garages there? I said, yeah, you know that I pay 25 quid a week for. Yeah, round there. And they go, no, they're all taken. I said, I've never seen anybody around there ever. So I don't know why. I don't know what's gone in the front room at this rate. The whole bloody lot. So, God, it's going to be an interesting month next month.
I've just been reminded that Isla Instruments are doing a live stream about their new firmware update for the S2400.
Oh, yeah.
That's another thing I'm really lust after.
I need to use mine. It's still in a box right now. So
send it to me. I'll test it for you. I've got US power converters here. I can do that.
Yeah.
I can do that for you.
You're as bad as me. I got that Hydra Monday morning.
Yeah.
And I plugged it in tonight.
I used it about 5 times. It is nice though. I like it.
Oh, yeah, I was sorely tempted.
And I got it at the cheap price. It was $950.
Oh wow.
That was the launch price.
Yeah.
You gotta do that, yeah.
What did I read today? That Osmos have gone into production. Ooh. Shipping in June.
Lies, I tell you, lies.
I got that cheap as well. Hope that comes soon.
Yeah.
What's that coming out at? They were talking about, what, 1800, isn't it?
Yeah, it's close to $2,000
Is it
US.
was 15 or 16 at one point, I feel like, but
yeah.
I think it was about $900, $1,000 US with the deal I got. So,
well, I must admit, I was really itching for that, and then I don't know why, but I'm going to put my faith in Rowley again.
I love Rowley. I have all their stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and which is why I have to put my faith in whatever it is they're going to release next. Gonna have to. God, I hope it's good.
Yeah.
Please, don't screw it up.
Did you see the Toman synth reactor where they ripped one apart?
No, I haven't.
It's Sam Battle and Simon the Magpie just cut one open, and you can see the guts inside. It's kind of interesting to see what's inside of it.
Yeah, I've seen the inside of mine quite a few times. I must admit. But I still, you can't getting that the actual keyboard away from the circuit board.
No.
Not unless I absolutely have to, which so far I haven't had to. So
yeah, I'm glad I don't have that. You said the USB was not chassis.
It kept breaking
mounted,
off.
Right?
Yeah, it kept breaking off the board. I put flying leads on it in the end, which was an interesting soldering task, I can tell you. I had one of those, the big colour microscopes on a stand to do it. Because one of the tracks had torn, and I had to try and trace where this track, which pin it was going to. It was an interesting evening.
You use something like the Lyra 8 or the Hydrosynth, and they're so chunky and so sturdy and just like industrial build. And then some of this other stuff just doesn't.
Yeah.
I know they're cutting corners, but.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Was your cat hiding as well, David?
I had to mute. Yeah, she comes up. She likes to visit, but she just howls. She just howls.
Yeah, our cat used to do that.
You can only sample it once. After that, it's like bad. The rest of nothing.
Probably got Nelly downstairs. The ears go up. Whoa, what's that?
She might climb on my back at some point here, but we'll be okay.
No,
So, what do we reckon to the new Behringer Poly VS thing that looks like somebody put looks like a modal sculpt has had sex with a Volker. That is progeny.
Micro freak. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks horrible.
It looks almost homemade. Yeah,
it does.
Yes, it does.
I hear Sony called. They want their joystick back. It's just.
It's pretty bad looking.
Yeah. And who wants a 4-voice Prophet VS? Jeez.
And it's funny because the boutiques get a lot of flack, but the little joystick on the D50 boutique is pretty nice, actually.
Yeah.
I must. What's that thing I was looking at the other day? Oh yeah, that thing you're going to talk about on the show tomorrow, Robbie. The Thunder Stealer.
Oh, that, yeah, that is interesting. I want to know more about it, but unfortunately, let me just check my emails. You never know; he might have replied.
Very clever, but that video, it's like having the nails pulled out with a pair of pliers, isn't it? Really,
it's not the best thing in the world.
It's a very painful video to watch.
Nobody knows what we're talking about.
No, but Fiona was there watching it because in fact she saw it first and she was watching it and she's looking over at me and she's going, "Have a look at this." What? No, I'm busy like that. I'm trying to get this thing working, and she's going, "Bloody hell, bloody hell, bloody hell!" Like this. I go, "What?" She goes, "We'll wait until you see it." Bloody hell! You keep going around telling people about it. Now look what's happened. What are you on about? They go, "Oh, it's going to kick off tomorrow." Oh, mate. Yeah. So tune in on PSN tomorrow to find out more.
Well, yeah, there's a teaser for you.
Yeah, and see if we can get Fiona on the show as well, going like that.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you
Hulk
make a meme, Andy?
Well, some more free Polybrute sounds just come out. Click.
I finally got a chance to play with one of those. I understand the Morphe thing now. It's very cool.
It's simple but effective. Yeah.
Nice graphics, nice feel.
Yeah.
I like the Matrix Brute a lot, but that one's pretty nice too. So.
Yeah. That's really, really lovely.
I need to change the way I think about things because it's like I was looking at drum machines because I go, do you know what? What I need is a nice self-contained drum machine. And then looked over at the MPCX going, what am I doing? What am I doing?
You've probably got some 303s or 808s tucked away somewhere as well.
Yeah, you want a cool portable self-contained drum machine? Get one of these guys.
Oh yeah, old Sony. Yeah.
Terrible thing.
Yeah.
I still want to get the Casio RZ1 because I used one of those back in the day.
They can
I
sample,
absolutely
right?
loved it. Yeah. 4 low frequency, very short samples.
Nice.
But it was good enough to do some really cool things with. I used to use mine and put little musical phrases. You could just get some, little couple of seconds of something, and then just
come on, Robbie, go old school. Get an Akai 612 and be done with it.
I'd like one. I really would.
But isn't
that's
it
brilliant,
funny?
Ken. That's exactly. I mean, it's like the thing behind you. It has that such a simple. If you want to trim a sample, you just got 2 sliders, and you just trim the beginning, trim the end.
I was just going to say.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just going to say that is this a trick that actually synth manufacturers are missing? The simplicity of some of this old gear was what made it very attractive. It was easy to use. You didn't have to dive through 10 pages of menus to get to the function that you needed. As you say, if you want to adjust a sample, just use sliders.
Yeah,
and it worked.
I
Just
can
improved
remember
the
the day-
fidelity.
I can remember the day that I was met with a piece of gear that I didn't understand how to use, and it took me a long time to learn how to use it. And that was the Roland S330 sampler. Up until then, everything was a piece of piss. Go, yeah, that'll get around that. Bush. Get through all the end sonics, yeah. Then that S330, okay. What? What do you mean preset? What do you mean? What? What? And then so I got an S1000. And it was like worse. I don't understand this. It was lost.
Yeah.
Up until then, it was like you had a knob to do a particular job, a button that did a particular job, and it was all this shift, that. Was like,
Yeah, the Emacs was dead simple, and then later EOS was really nice too. So.
Yeah, well, that's what I love about the Emacs 2s is that you've just got one data slider and just a couple of buttons, and you just sample start, and you just move the slider until you got it where you want it. Sample end, again, same sort of thing. It's just like you do everything by ear, because that's really what you should be doing it by. I mean, we get so wrapped up in looking at waveforms. Where are the transients? Where are the bits? Just do it by ear. When it sounds good, it's good. Off you go.
Yeah. I must have was it the JX3P? I had a JX3P I bought second hand. And you got the data slider and you push the buttons to get the different parameters and stuff like that. 3 minutes I put up with that. 3 minutes. I go, no. I just use the patches that are in it and then it's going. There's something about having something where it all converges onto one thing. It's just like, no.
Plus some of those outboard editors, like the PG300 for the Alpha Juno. I did a February filter sweep I haven't posted yet using it, and using the PG300. It doesn't track that well. It's steppy. So it's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, I got that with what's that bloody thing we were using the other day? I was repairing an MKS80, put new DACs in it, and then I remembered that somebody had left the controller for the MKS80. I forget what it is now. There's is it a PG 8000 or something, whatever it is.
PG 800, I think.
Yeah, 800. That sounds about right. And I thought, somebody left one of them years ago. I'll go down into the workshop and dig it out, and I'll try it on this thing rather than have to use the front panel. And that was a little bit clunk, a bit jumpy at best. So I thought it.
D50 one is too. This PG 1000 back here, it's also kind of fiddly.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I suppose sometimes you can get stuff where it can be simplified, and it actually, because it's been simplified, it actually makes things more difficult to use. Where
I wonder if it's just a cheaper build, maybe because it was meant to go over MIDI and not directly integrated to the synth. Maybe they just didn't set it up to track well. It's just supposed to be set and forget.
Yeah, but I suppose sliders and knobs, costing a lot of money. So it's sort of one slider does all. Brilliant. We'll have that.
Yeah.
So, and yet with something like a CMC, the Steinberg CMC controller, we could do everything from this one little box with just one motorized slider, and I was fine with that. So if it was using something on a computer, fine. But if it was a musical instrument, I want to know. Very particular, I suppose. There you go. So, anybody want to buy the Beatles mics?
What's that?
A friend of mine I work with, he's got the Beatles mics from Abbey Road.
Wow.
Boxed.
Which ones?
That's the thing. I can't remember what he said they were from.
Because they used some Shure 545s, didn't they?
Yeah.
Unidyne 3 545s, which I sold one of those recently. But
well, these are in little wooden boxes, little teak boxes with the names of each of the Beatles on each one.
Oh, jeez.
which is a little pretentious, I think. But there you go. And,
they only use those mics, those guys.
yeah, they just use these mics, right?
Yeah.
And
So you can show your friends. Here's this mic.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, he's got some ridiculously beautiful stuff, though. Really, really beautiful stuff. So.
That's what surprised me when I watched that Get Back documentary, and the equipment they were using, like the microphones, were just these little flimsy things on little stalks. They weren't using anything at all elaborate. But I guess I know that was the kind of the whole thing about that album, that it was supposed to be recorded kind of raw and live. But even so, you'd think they'd use the good stuff, but clearly not.
That 545's a pretty good mic. It's like the old Unidyne 3 SM57. It's like really, really sort of smooth and extended for a 57.
Yeah, you see, I listened to Jim waxing lyrically about different mics, and perhaps it's my hearing, but I really struggle to tell the difference between a good SM57 and anything else, really. Unless you're using a mic specifically to record a specific event, once it's in the mix, I can't tell the difference. Maybe that's just my hearing.
Oh, don't tell Espen Craft.
Makes huge amount of difference. Yeah, some mics just don't suit some voices, you know. And it's not necessarily
hearing cries of pain in Hebden Bridge right now.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, no.
But, it's not like there's a bad mic. There's just the wrong mic for the source, and it's
I get that, but
you can completely hear it in the mix. Absolutely, it's like if you've got the right mic on the right vocalist, nearly all your work is already done. It's just going to sound lush. Providing all other aspects, the performance and the timing and everything are good.
I used to do recording, so I do get that, but I got to the stage where if someone is insisting that something like a U47, they have to use that, and you think, well, no, you don't. It's a personal choice, and I do think, like in lots of things regarding instruments and recording, I think there is a quite a bit of pretentiousness put in, unless you are.
No, surely not.
Not in this world. No.
Pretentiousness in the music
business. Engineers kind of get comfortable with mics. They know their room, and they know how to work the mic, and they know the placement.
Yeah.
I've seen that a lot. Where
it's like any craftsman and their tool, isn't it?
It becomes a time thing, more than anything. It's like you if you've got something that works, you're going to go back to it. So,
because mics are a very new thing to me. I'm sure you've noticed. Hello.
Yeah, you're wrong end.
And I must admit, it didn't take me long to see that. The Shure, because you're using the same type of one, weren't you? This one, as opposed to the Rode I was using before that. I'm going, hang on a minute, my Rode doesn't sound like that. And just use what somebody else is using. That'll work. That always works. And it seems to be better. I mean, I don't have to get up right up to it and all
that's the beauty of the 7B, is that you can just get right up to it and it still sounds good, and it doesn't distort, and it's really nice. And it's built in everything, and and especially when you stick it through a cloud.
The cloud has been wonderful,
because it just gives you the quality without all of the necessary.
I've basically halved the amount of half of the amount of volume that I was pumping through before, simply by plugging the cloud in. It was like, here you go, mate, how much signal do you want? Oh, shit,
exactly.
Not that much.
As much as you like.
Yeah. This should be a laugh. Ready? Right, well, it's time to go now.
Let's all go.
Captain Bridge.
Yeah, Bridge. Cheers, man. How you doing, buds?
Yeah, they're doing all right.
Good man, good man.
How's work going?
That's going all right. Still happening. Still working.
Always good.
Always
Important
good.
stuff.
Cool. I am actually going to go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nathan. But yeah, no, it's just getting late, and I need to get in touch with someone. But cool. Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Wish
always.
her well.
Via Ouija board, is that? Or what?
Yeah. I've got to sort of reach the other side.
There? Yeah.
Definitely. Cool. Cheers,
Good
guys.
night, Jim.
Much love. Good night.
See you.
Bye,
See you.
bye.
Take care.
Take care, man.
Bye.
Why is my Arturia software center all of a sudden just forgotten my bloody password?
Because you're meaningless.
So
You are not important. We don't want your custom. Go away.
I'm not a fan of those tools. The Rolly Center or the Arturia Center. I just don't like those tools.
the Arturia one is probably the one that gives me the least grief. Native Instruments I really don't like, but then I try not to use any of their stuff. But unfortunately, I have to. But some of them are good. So, I mean, the IK one, so frustrating. Their whole software management thing is just annoying as hell. But there you go.
So does anyone else write down all their passwords like I do?
No, I store mine digitally, but they're all locked and secure and encrypted and what have you. But that's the annoying thing now, you know, because I've made a conscious effort to use a different password for as much as I can.
Yeah.
But then you can't remember them. I mean, I used to have a methodology where I would say, for example, pick a sports team that was dear to my heart, and then I would use the surname of the player and their shirt number. And so that way, if I forgot, I would just think I'd be working my way from goalkeeper down through to the strikers, and I'd sort of know where I was. And by the time I got to the end of the squad, and it had the next time something got renewed, I could then go back and start again and just work my way through. But no, that's not secure enough now. It's got to be all of this stuff. Yeah.
So
Until recently, I had the same root password for like 25 years, and changed it recently. But if you have a system, it works. It's good.
Well, my system now is to just randomly generate something that's at least 16 characters long, and then store that in a secure file. And now I have to go, and that's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm just having to go and search for my Arturia.
Like LastPass, use LastPass, one of those things.
No, actually, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say I keep certain computers, some old computers, just for certain phones can get on certain things. My wife is just like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "No, I can't get on. I can't get on Discord with that phone. That's for this one, and then this one's for this." And I'm like, "Well, you need to put them all on one phone." I'm like, "Of course I know that, but it's like I have no idea what the passwords are or anything." But I did the same thing. They're all different. I don't know, to be honest.
I got a second level of crapitude to that, which is, like, for instance, it was a couple of weeks ago now, but I tried to get into my email on the iPad, and it went, "No, that's not your password." Yes, it bloody is. No, it isn't. Right, okay, turn the PC on, go to the PC. Yep, that is not your password. Really? Go to the Mac Mini. That is not your password. What have we got left? Fiona's laptop. I'll go on Fiona's laptop. That is not your password. It's like, Fiona, I think we're in trouble. I can't get into my password. Oh, yeah, I changed it last night.
That's what I have on the website. I forgot that apple.com.
Yeah. We had that happen with PayPal. I was trying to buy something, and I'm like, Jesus, like, what? Then I was afraid to ask my wife for the new password because I didn't want her to know that I was buying the gear. So I was like, I put myself in a situation.
Yeah, my PayPal is actually still in a different name.
It is.
It still is, isn't it? It comes up as.
Well, I can tell you what it is. Do you want me to say?
I can't remember.
Richard Stillman.
Richard Stillman. There you go. Yeah, I mean,
because I thought, that explains it. Kent Spong isn't actually his real name.
Yeah, because Richard Stillman is such a horrible name. I thought I'd change it to something really cool like Kent Spong. Think, boy, think. Come on.
He's called Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
am.
look, he looks like Sasquatch. He's got his camera on now.
This is
He
true.
looks
Yeah,
like
that is his. Yeah, it's a pinhole camera. That is actually him.
Yeah, it's
It's
He maintains that pose.
Yeah, all day long.
quite extraordinary, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, the likeness is unbelievable. But yeah, no,
I've met him in real life. That is him.
That is him.
That is him. No, he's dyed his hair blonde.
Yes.
no, I used to
With some grey streaks.
I was
I
being
used to
kind.
do passwords that were bits of gear. And
Yeah, I used to do that as well. Yeah. I used to work my way around the studio.
Yeah, go, what you going to use as a password? Like, whatever. And then forget what I've done. I go, right, which bit of gear was it? There's not a lot of gear in it to go through. Hang on, let's try another one.
This is why when I create a new password, I actually print it out and just store it in the lockbox, because there are so many. I used to use a sort of similar method of, either something very personal to me and a month, or the day of a week or something like that. But they're very easy to crack using a dictionary attack. So now I use a randomly generated key, which I will never ever remember, but then print that out. It's obviously stored in browsers or on a file, but having had to recover data from corrupt hard disks because people had stored their passwords on their computer, I decided that the chances of someone actually breaking into my house and finding my password lists is somewhat less risky than either my computer being hacked or having a catastrophic hard disk failure.
Yeah. I must admit, I used to use passwords where I used to use terminology from CGI graphics software, which is always good because nobody's
Like
going to think of putting in meta. Yeah, well, I used to have metanerbs.
Yeah.
Was it metanerb IK
Metanerbs.
planes? What was other ones? Surface radiosity and stuff like that.
Cat mole splines and
all of that. Yeah. And I'm really I'm not proud of this. I spent a lot of money on software. I mean, you've seen some of the videos, haven't you, Robbie, that I've done in the past?
Yes.
And it's like I spent all that money on that software and nailed it, learned it, and kept it up to date, and I haven't been near it for donkeys. And I bet if I fire it up now, I'd be like, how's this work?
Since you brought it up, which ones you use, like Softimage, or what did you have?
I've been like with I've been with Cubase since the dawn of time. I have been with New Tech Lightwave forever.
Okay. Back when it was Amiga, or
not that far back.
Okay.
I came in about
Video Toaster and all that.
Yeah, right in the early end, all the way up to I think the last one I got was Lightwave 14?
Yeah,
something like that, and followed it right through, right up to the the live render.
Sure.
That they do now, and I would keep updating that computer until I could get that to run properly.
So you didn't have Maya or that stuff?
I messed with Maya. I couldn't really not completely get my head around it because I loved Lightwave's modeler.
Yeah,
and I could do everything and anything in modeler, and the layout I pretty much nailed anyway. But I used to be putting renders together. It would be like 13 hours a frame.
Yeah. Well, Bryce, the old Bryce program on the Mac, it would take like 45 minutes for one frame that wasn't even that detailed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when you animate it, forget about it. So it's just.
Oh, God, yeah. And even then it'd be like 9 frames, and it's taken a week. It goes, roll. Yay, there you go. Roll.
And that's why SGI became quite a big company.
Well, here's the funny thing. SGI, the main office in Mountain View, just many years ago became the Computer History Museum as they failed.
Yeah, but they were when the SGI kit was being produced, it was absolutely state of the art, graphic workstation stuff.
Yeah.
But once Softimage came out and they had a Windows NT version, and SGI started making Windows NT boxes because nobody wanted to buy IRIX workstations anymore.
Yeah,
they were done. There was just too much money.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I think the recent Lightwave that I bought, let's call it recent, it must still a few years ago, but it had the facility for you to use the processors on your RTX cards, which is like, hello, I could do with those extra processors, thank you very much. But it's a fool's game because you just keep updating your computer to try, because it doesn't matter how much power you give these programs to go, yeah, but I still need more.
So the precursor to Maya was called Alias Power Animator, and they were at SIGGRAPH one year. They were blowing away indie computers, the cheapest SGI computer, $5,000, and then the Power Animator license was $15,000. So it's like, no way.
But it's like Avid software was priced the same as well, wasn't it, for video editing?
The fancy, yeah.
Do you know a guy called Richard Flay? At all?
No.
But I got really friendly with Richard Flay. He lives in Hawaii, but he does a lot of CGI work in Hollywood and stuff like that. And one of the things he did, he blew up the tanker in Speed 2. Yeah,
cool.
And they come back with, yeah, but we want it more orange. Want it more orangey, please. So we did it more orangey, and they go, no, more orangey. So we did it really orangey.
Yeah, with that nodal stuff, it's easy. Just go pull the sliders in the node, and
yeah. But they kept messing about, and then they go, oh no, this is far too orangey. Can we have it sort of like normal and everything? So in the end, they submitted the one that he'd originally sent them, and they went, yeah, but a bit more orangey. So what he did, he pissed them off. What he did is he did the explosion, because it's several shots of a camera along the side of the tanker and then up at the bridge and so forth. And what he's done is, as on the camera angle, as the bridge of the tanker explodes and William Dafoe gets blown to pieces, he's got a chrome cow spinning out.
Oh yeah,
of the explosion. And he goes, yeah, go and watch Speed 2. I said, I don't want to watch Speed 2. No, just watch that bit. He goes, it's brilliant. He says,
hell of an Easter egg, yeah.
He said, I was expecting them to send it back, and they didn't. They accepted that one, so it's gone into the print.
Well, goes, J.J. Abrams put an R2-D2 flying by in the Star Trek movie.
Yeah.
So.
The things you can get away with. Oh, yeah.
But now the stuff you've been able to do for those tools forever is crazy. Just and how much money it costs, and just people are all big on VR these days. But I went to SIGGRAPH 95, and VR was just taking off. SGI had these like $50,000 headpiece you could put on there and do a virtual tour of Nefertiti's tomb that somebody built.
Yeah,
and it was stunning work. And this is 1995. It was totally crazy.
Yeah.
And it's not, the stuff out now is obviously better and faster and cheaper, but they had some groundbreaking stuff even that long ago. It's nuts.
Yeah. Because there was a technology that they Lightwave developed NewTek developed with Cameron to do what was the Avatar, where you could hold up your monitor.
It's the rig,
you could see what the CGI would look like, so you could work out camera angles.
That's cool.
Yeah, that was really, really sweet stuff.
Wow.
But he decided to make Avatar instead of making Ringworld.
Yeah.
Because he owns the rights to Ringworld. I found that out the hard way because I did an album called Ringworld, and I got an email. No, stop that. Change its name. I can't. It's about Ringworld.
Yeah.
So.
Well, again, I mean, I hate to be an old fart, but I don't get it. Don't get VR. I mean, I would have loved it as a kid, but I'm not a great gamer these days. I'm quite happy playing on a flat monitor, and I can see it has its uses for things like surgery, microsurgery, and design applications. But as with 3D TV, I'm not convinced that it's ever going to become a mainstream consumer product.
Some people can't too; they get sick, right?
Yeah.
I have to sit down. I don't know. I tell you, my buddy has one, and I forget which one he's got now. And they put some music on, and they had some different scenery and stuff. And I was like, wow, this is pretty. Is intense is the word I guess I would use. You know, it's. I think there's going to be a place for musicians. I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't. I really.
Oh no.
But it's intense. It like Andy's saying. You almost can't stand up sometimes. I would physically have to sit down because I just couldn't.
But then I had friends that couldn't even play Turok Dinosaur Hunter because of the computers shake on the screen would make them sick. So if you can't even do that, there's no way you can do immersive stuff. You know?
It worked for racing games.
Yeah, but
driving.
Yeah, I mean, me and Robbie talked about this about when we do our Gran Turismo. That would be brilliant for it.
Oh yeah.
Well, but it's also great for an agoraphobic old fart like me, because they do these programs for the PlayStation 5 that they're advertising, where I can go on holiday and I can find out what it's like to walk on the beach in.
Well, you have to check out the ISS program, the space station one. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Yeah,
you can do spacewalks. You feel a little scared. Like it's so good, you actually go, "Whoa, I got to go back to this ship."
VR will live and die.
It really is.
VR will live and die on the software that's created for it.
Yeah,
because some games have had VR versions or adaptations, and it just doesn't work. It's just not right for it, and yet there are others that it is just astounding. Like, so when I was 7-8 years old, Star Wars had come out. All I wanted to do was fly a TIE fighter. So in the age-old fashion of 1970s kids, you would get as many cardboard boxes as you could, and you would fashion something that resembled the cockpit of an X-wing or whatever. And that's what I used to do. My dad owned a restaurant, and we'd get loads of these big wine cartons and stuff, and I would just glue them and sellotape them together and felt tip pen and make these things. And I would then sit inside this thing and pretend I was flying an X-wing fighter, and that was my thing. And then we got the PlayStation VR some years ago when it came out, and one of the first games we bought was Star Wars. I can't remember which. Is it Battlefront? I think it might be the first one that has an X-wing VR experience. So the main game is just on the TV, but you have this one small mini game within there where you can walk around an X-wing fighter with your goggles on. You can walk around it. Then you can get into the cockpit and you sit in the cockpit, and you've got the move controller, so you can move and you can press the buttons and do this, and then you play this game, and it's just like a mini game. But once you're in that environment, it becomes incredibly believable that you are actually in an X-wing fighter.
Battlefront 2 actually had the online battles that you could have.
And then they brought out Squadrons, which is an entire game where you can fly any of the Star Wars fighters and mess around, and it's incredible. But there are other games, like there was one robot fighting thing, and I just ended up I couldn't play it because I got motion sickness because it just didn't work. But then there are other games like the VR mode in GT Sport, where you're sat in the cockpit of a car, and you are driving your car, and you can look around, and everywhere you look, you can, and you really feel immersed. And after a short while, you forget that you're wearing this headset, and you are in the zone, and it's just incredible.
Yeah.
And yet there are other games like Blood and Truth, which is a kind of a gangster, London gangster, modern day gangster type thing. And I just thought, how is this going to work? It's like a first person shooter, but it's in VR. How are you going to, how are you going to do bank heists or shootouts in this thing? And
that's how you get those fantastic fail videos on YouTube of people walking into bloody glass coffee tables and stuff.
But the way they've done it, done it is that you don't need to be stood up. So there are some elements of the game where you've got to climb, so you've got to move up, but you can spend most of the game sitting down, whereas actually in the game you're maybe running around and doing stuff, so you don't get disoriented and you don't suffer from motion sickness, and it's incredible.
I'll tell you what, Waggo's hit the nail on the head here.
Yeah, you saw that.
Yeah.
I was going to bring that up.
Dude, forever.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I've lost half a life to that game.
There's a game. Oh, I forget what it's called now. It's like a roller coaster, but it's a horror experience. So you're going through, and you see, all these, zombies come out at you and stuff. But you're in a roller coaster, so you've got to kind of shoot all these things, and it's just dead simple. But when you're going like this, seriously, you do feel, because if you just get into it, it really is very convincing. No Man's Sky.
But all these games that you say work, and they will, the best ones are the ones where you're actually sat down. You're not having to walk around or move around.
Most of the time.
Sometimes,
most of the time.
But they have some simple stuff like where kids where they've got these creatures and they're dancing, and the kids can like dance with them. And I mean, it's just hilarious, because these things are moving, and then the kids are like, and you're sitting back observing with them with just this headphone on.
Yeah.
So, but
Rec Room is another good one. Rec Room, which is kind of like one of these communal. So you get these avatars that look very kind of primitive, but it's just representation of who you are, and you can go into all these different game rooms, and there you can play games with other real people who are in this room. And there's one game where it's charades, and you kind of have to be standing up, because instead of drawing things, you kind of, it's almost like you've got a 3D printer pen, and you're kind of drawing stuff in 3 dimensions. It's kind of hanging in the air, but you kind of have to be doing that, and so you do have to have some. You have to be sort of spatially aware that you're not next to anything that's going to hurt you or trip you up. But yeah, a lot of the games that I really enjoy, the ones where you don't have to move around, but then there are some boxing games that you do have to kind of stand up. But I think it will live and die on the software, and the better the software gets. The fact that GT Sport, you can only do VR as a single player mode against a computer car, but then if you get Drive Club VR, you can play multiplayer online car racing in a very similar way to what it is on GT. Yeah. But they have to compromise on certain things to build all that in. But now with PlayStation 5 and whatever's coming out from everybody else, the power is just going to be there, and I can't wait to race in GT7.
What's the meta crap?
Metaverse.
I mean, aren't these like lands they're building or something? I mean, like, what the hell is it?
Yeah, I think Mark Zuckerberg watched or read Ready Player One and decided, I know what I can do.
And then he bought Oculus, didn't he?
Yeah.
And wants it to look like Nintendo Mii's everywhere. So
yeah.
See, the Star Wars games always miss a trick, because you can, like you say, with the latest one, was it Squadrons, where you can fly A wings, X wings, Y wings, and all the rest of it. But there's no Imperial Star Destroyer level. You can't stand on the bridge of the Imperial Star Destroyer and go, "You may fire when ready."
Yeah. But you can manage the bridge of the Starship Enterprise. There's a what's it called? Bridge Command, Star Trek Bridge Command.
It's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, but what it is, it's a multiplayer game, and you play with other online people that all take on a role on the bridge of the Starship.
That's awesome.
And you have to give control. So you can look over here and you can see Spock, and over there's the front is Sulu, and whatever, and you have to give instructions, and you're all in your place, and you have to do your thing. You know, I mean, it's the
Can't
possibilities
believe-
are amazing.
Yeah, but lots of that. Wouldn't it?
Can't make it go any faster, Captain. Yeah, but I mean, the possibilities are amazing, and I mean, what was the one? Was it? No, it wasn't Was it Call of Duty? One of those kind of first-person shooter things, and I prefer playing that on a screen. But then when you play something like Red Dead Redemption 2, with this massive world that you can go pretty much anywhere in,
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be fantastic in VR to kind of immerse yourself. The other one that I think people have cried out for a VR version of it. Have you ever heard of a game called Everybody's Gone to the Rapture? So if you've got a PlayStation or a PC, I think they're the only platforms it's on. It's what they call a walking simulator, but it's basically like a high, top quality radio drama with graphics, with amazing graphics, and it tells this story, and you walk around and it's a story being told, and you're kind of interacting with it. There's no shooting, there's no interaction with other players. It's the most beautiful game. I don't really want to call it a game. It's an experience.
Yeah.
And the graphics are so good. They are, because it's set in an English countryside village in Shropshire, and you've got these rolling hills, and you've got all the traditional kind of chocolate box English countryside images of farmhouses and railway stations and thatched cottages and telephone boxes. I mean, it's just quintessentially English, and it's so beautifully visualized, and the music is just amazing, and it's all in it's in surround sound as well, and the story is just it just drags you in. It's amazing. Now, if you could walk around in a VR environment, so if you could stop and actually just go like this and look around, that would be amazing. And they're not going to do it, I don't think, but you can on the PlayStation VR. You can set, so when you put it on, initially you see a virtual TV screen, and you can set it as like small, medium, or cinematic. And cinematic comes just to the edges of your peripheral vision. So if you set it like that, it kind of gives you that impression, but it's not quite there yet. But that's an amazing game. That would be brilliant. That or Dear Esther, which is the same kind of thing. It's like a story that you interact with.
One of the things they do tend to do, which ruins it sometimes, is like, for instance, especially with this VR, there are games that they're making VR that just shouldn't be.
Yes.
Because they go, it'll be more popular if it's VR.
Just for the gimmick, yeah.
Just for the gimmick of it, and you get a lot of these very, very shit VR games.
Somebody somewhere's got to be coming up with a Minecraft VR, because can you imagine? I mean, that'd be a killer app for a platform, wouldn't it?
Oh, if you're mining and you're just going down and
and you're in that,
you're like punking with your fist all the time to like mine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It'd just be great in that environment.
And there's little random animals. My kids are so into that. It's
I mean, my two are literally playing. My kids are 16 and 18 right now, because they're on school break at the moment. They're playing it right now.
Yeah, I went in there with them, and they'll show me stuff, and it right away I was like, oh, I get this. Like, this is cool. I totally.
Yeah.
Well, it's digital Lego, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. They build some amazing stuff. Too.
Yeah.
Wagyu said, "How have we not got into VR porn yet?" Where?
Oh, it's there.
Wagyu.
Maybe you haven't, Wagyu. I don't know.
Yeah, you haven't. It's there. Trust me.
Wags.
All you need is a phone and a Google Cardboard.
Yeah.
And know the websites. Yeah.
I'm sure VR porn.
So I'm told.
Yeah. It's just voyeurism,
Word on the street.
Isn't it really?
What's that?
It's just voyeurism. You can do that in real life.
Well, yeah, quite. But the thing is, porn is at the forefront of every digital technology, every entertainment. It's always the first to embrace it.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, right? From a financial.
VHS, DVD, VR, internet. It all starts with porn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it killed Betamax, which was
except synthesizers.
Better.
Didn't start.
What do you think all those 70s soundtracks were made on?
Yeah.
Although, yeah, come on, it was all the mini moog.
I mean, I've just watched those Klaus Schulze scored films just for the soundtrack, I just have to say.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, those two famous, or one very famous film in particular.
Yeah, well, a job's a job, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
But the best VR stuff I've seen to date is at these expos. And if you guys ever go to graphics expos or high-end expos, like there's one in SIGGRAPH and travels around the U.S. as well as the world. But they have the Oculus. They used an Oculus thing, but they used the Unreal Engine, and they did St. Peter's Basilica, like you're there with the wood textures, the metallics. Everything looked. The lighting was real. Everything looked insanely real as you walk around in this space they've roped off for you so you don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
And you could get on this platform and you could click a button and it would build the wooden platform that they used to lean down and paint the chapel ceiling.
Wow.
Or you could use a scissor lift and move it around the room like that. And it's so cool. You even look down at your controller and your controller is wood. And it looks like real wood.
Wow.
And everything is just completely amazingly immersive and fun. I wanted to be there for 2 or 3 hours, but they only let you do 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But they had another one that was fun too. You walk through this exhibit and you look like an idiot from the outside because in your eyes you're crawling over things and under things and all this kind of stuff, but it's really just a flat room with markers everywhere. But the experience was incredibly fun because you had to figure out how to get around this thing and these contortions you had to do to get around. It's pretty crazy.
Well, I saw an advertisement for a VR that's coming out for the PS5, which is museum experiences. Go around the Louvre and go around National.
Oh yeah.
No chance of doing that. No,
So,
thank you. I'll have some of that.
Yeah.
I'll have some of that.
I've got an Apollo 11 experience on the PS4, and it puts you in the command module and then in the lunar lander, and it combines graphics and footage, and you land the lunar lander on the on the moon. Cool. There's lots of those little experiences, and but the games I think are where it's it's like I say, it's producing the right game and the right environment for it. If you try and take a game that wasn't VR, didn't have VR in its concept from the outset, it doesn't kind of work. But
it never port properly. Properly. No.
But something like No Man's Sky, which is this massive open.
Oh, the procedural game.
Yeah. But it didn't launch as a VR game, but they clearly had it on the list of we're going to do a VR version. So as we build it, we've always got to keep this in mind. And then all of a sudden, they dropped this update with the VR capability, and now you're sitting in your ship, very much like the Star Wars thing, and you can see and you can interact with it. And
didn't they do that with the Elite?
Yeah, Elite Frontiers.
Yeah.
So, but then there again, you see, they did it with Alien. And
Behringer did tease, but never delivered the virtual experience on the DeepMind 12 with the Microsoft.
They sort of did it, they just never released it.
Right. Yeah.
I played with that at Synthfest. Can't remember which year it was. It was the year that they were talking, because it was all done up in Manchester. It was interesting. I just couldn't see, because you're doing all this stuff and you're moving things around, but there was no way of doing something like you can grab hold of a controller and
there's no haptics on it.
Have Microsoft dropped the VR stuff, or are they still working on it? Because it just seems to have gone dead.
I think they're working on it in secret, or no longer in public.
Yeah,
I swear that.
Because they've said that Xbox will never have anything like VR, which is odd.
I mean, but Microsoft says a lot of things.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah,
it's true. But I was just thinking it'd be ideal for old Sasquatch with he'd be able to go, VR, once it's fast enough, get your VR and log into the music shop and try out the gear.
Yep.
And hear it.
But they have to crack haptic feedback.
Yeah. and
You know,
accuracy of fine detail.
And whether they use things like pressure suits or they use low frequency transducers to simulate, you know, body punches or shootings or whatever. You know, if you want truly immersive, you need to really resolve that.
I tried a bunch of those over the years at these expos, and again, way back in the 90s, they even had some pretty clever tech, but it's just too expensive. You know.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
But the Mimu, like the Mimu gloves that Imogen Heap uses, is kind of a VR type thing brought into the real world, and they're I traded one for an hour once. They're incredibly expressive.
Well, Nintendo did a power glove, didn't they?
Yeah.
Way back when. I mean, that must have been 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
It just didn't work well. It didn't track well, and it failed a lot.
Well, the original technology it was based on was really expensive and really amazing for its time. But Mattel just made it as cheap as possible and destroyed it.
They had one that uses lasers too. You could put your hand into for the PC, and you could move your hand and do shapes and stuff. But it didn't work very well. So,
yeah, but it's like everything else. You know, they had the technology a long time ago, but it's all about making it cheaper and you know, being able to deliver it quicker as well.
And having the processing capabilities to provide the graphics at such a detail where it's believable.
Yeah.
So that was the one thing with the PlayStation VR was that it claimed the headset was 1920 by 1080, but actually you had to half that because it took the screen, you split it half, so you only got half of that resolution. Whereas the new one has a resolution, I think it's the best of them all at the moment. It beats the Oculus, it beats a couple of the others. So they've taken on board, and it doesn't need the bloody camera because it's got built-in cameras that go out rather than the lights on the headset that the camera tracks.
Yeah.
But you're still going to have a cable attached. I mean, I think is it one of the Oculuses doesn't have a cable. It's all kind of self-contained. But it's going to really take off when you don't have to be wired in, you know, because that's the thing that pisses me off the most about the one downstairs is that whenever the boy's playing it, he puts it back, he leaves the bloody cable trailing on you, walk in there and you trip ass over tit. But I mean, it's...
But with a cable, you're always limited by bandwidth, so you probably have to go down to something like 600 megahertz, which
so it's going to take a time
before the licensing fee to get some frequency space there if you want to transmit actual data rather than relying on 2.4 or 1.8, whatever.
It's not going to happen, you know, anytime soon, but it's got eventually, or some kind of, you know, I mean, again, you know, if you want to get really immersed in it, you're going to have stuff that allows you to move and actually walk, you know, to move your legs, to move around. Well, you can't do that.
Then you need an entire room in a gimbal.
Then you need a gimbal and you need all of that stuff. So, you know, again, technology will come. It'll be probably way beyond, you know, once we've left this planet, but it'll come.
Some
people just can't do that. You need AR stuff, so they have some kind of reference point for the room.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, there was something locally somewhere around. It was on the local news where they've got a VR experience where you actually move around a room and you're interacting with what you think of virtual objects, but actually in the room those objects exist. So there's lots of mapping going on and positioning.
So it's actual reality then.
It's actual reality, but in
with
a room
VR overlay.
But you're in a warehouse that's just got loads of, you know, boards to, you know, and just everything's plain black, but it's got little reference markers on, little crosses or whatever. And as you walk through, it tracks where you are in position, and then, you know, what you're seeing is you're maybe out in, you know, the middle of a battlefield or something, but the physical objects are there. So when you want to go and hide behind this pile of crates, you're actually leaning against a pile of crates. So it was fairly simplistic, but it's certainly, you know, it's there, isn't it? So
I hope it doesn't progress too much though, because I like watching those videos on YouTube of people running into walls.
This one booth had this amazing demo of a copier, and you know, these copiers can be really extensive where they open out, and to service them is a real nightmare. To explain it and do animations for it. So they made this giant white box with QR codes all over it, You put this little goggle thing on, and you could look at the box, and all of a sudden it's transformed via AR into a fully functional 3D printer. That you could push buttons, and it shows how it all opens and how you load things and how you service it.
Yeah,
and it's just a basic box right in front of you. It's really cool.
Yeah, we were demoed something at our place. So one of the things that we make are card readers, for physical access control, and we have a lot of people phoning in saying, I'm trying to fit this and I don't know what wire to put here, or I don't know how to do this. So we had a demo from this company, and you have to work in partnership with them. Basically, they take your product and they scan everything in 3 dimensions, every component, every wire, everything is and they build this 3D model, and then you can using your phone. So you phone up tech support and you say, I'm trying to wire this reader in, and you take your phone with the app running and you point it at the reader, and it sees the reader and it sees exactly what what you've got, whichever, and it says, oh yes, and then it'll highlight the bit you need to go and do, and it's just so
Very
clever.
cool. Yeah.
Very cool, but I don't think we went with it because it was like ridiculously expensive.
But I understand the appeal of augmented reality more than I do virtual reality, because I think the technology is here now. It can be used very successfully for things like, I set up a satellite system and just used an app called DPAR, which overlays the satellite positions to enable you to point your dish at whichever satellite you want to pick up.
That's cool.
And I've got some astronomy maps where you can just hold your phone up to the sky.
Yeah,
those are great. Yeah.
And that I think works really, really well. And I think some companies are also using QR codes on their shop fronts. So if you walk past, you can hold your phone up to the QR code and you get either information or offers or whatever.
They've got those on bus stands. You just sit there and you can point your phone at this advert on the side of a bus shelter, and something will then happen in AR. On the...
It's kind of like They Live. It's going to say obey, right? So...
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to get going. My family found me. Thanks. Appreciate
it, David.
Cheers, David.
Dave,
Take care.
take care, man. Oh, I don't know. I must admit, it's only been in the last 6 months or so where I've started seeing, like trailers for upcoming games on YouTube, and I'm watching it for about 30, 35 seconds and then going, wait a minute, this isn't video. This is the game. You just really, wow.
Yeah. No more cutscenes. It's just the game. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, Jesus Christ.
It's like some of the stuff, obviously you and I have been following GT7. I cannot wait. How many? It's only like a week or so, 10 days.
Mainly there's a lot of stuff in it where you're going, really? Do we need it? Do we need that? The weather modelling for every racetrack on the planet.
You need the cafe thing. But anyway,
because they're talking about going there Nuremberg Ring now, where it's sunny and dry near the start line.
Exactly.
And that back straight is going to be raining.
It's wet, which is what happens.
Well, I'm putting my Viper into a bleeding tree then, aren't I?
Exactly. You've got to learn how to drive
I've
properly.
watched you put your GT3 Porsche into a tree there.
Yeah, indeed.
Hanging like that.
No, but some of the stuff I've seen from that really just... Because now there's this trend, isn't there, of videos on YouTube where they claim that it's like a real life thing, and you watch it and you think, because it says, look what this crazy motorcyclist does, and you think he's watching this, and then he's kicking somebody or he's nudging somebody off the track, and you think, hang on a minute, that's not that's a computer. You can tell now because you can tell some of the behaviours.
Yeah,
but the graphics are just so amazing.
Yeah, that TT one, for instance.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
But even now in GT Sport, which is I guess old, some of that. It's not photorealistic, but it's good enough to make you feel like actually. But GT7 is looking incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Look at all the crowd scenes they used in Lord of the Rings. That was like, what, 15, 20 years
Yeah.
ago? And
Yeah.
it's all done with massive and certain model sets. And the behavior was all there. They even had like, you'd have a certain amount and you'd have attrition. You'd watch the simulation. They go, and they start running away because they're being overwhelmed. And
yeah,
it's nuts.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That was an Australian company that made Massive. It's really cool.
No, well, I can't wait to get GT7, but unfortunately, I'm going to only be able to play it on the PlayStation 4 because I can't, for love nor money, find anywhere that's got a PlayStation.
Have you seen what
5.
GT7 looks like on a PlayStation 4?
No.
Yeah, there's
prepared
there's
to be disappointed.
Yeah, prepared to be like, oh my god, no, it clunk 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 clunk.
Really?
Yeah, it clunks. Yeah.
So now it's no more different than PCs, right? You got to buy a fancy graphics card every couple of years or buy a new console.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's geared up to use the new chip in the 5.
Yeah, but the PS4 version, they must have developed.
But for some reason, I think even if you were able to turn the graphics down, not that you, I mean, you'd have to turn it down to a certain level just to show how fast the 5 is compared to the 4. But it actually still clunks when it got like they wrench it right down. There's so much in it that's not supported by the original chip in the 4. So yeah, and it's a bit juddery. You get like too many cars on the screen at once, and it starts clunking up. So it's not really an experience.
Well, we shall see.
Yeah, I know. I've already pre-ordered mine as well, but so we're going to have to find PS5s.
Yes. Well, every time.
Where do you find PS5s? Like, are they all under the tree somewhere, under a rock?
They're probably on a boat somewhere in the middle of some harbour.
They're in Farthing Wood somewhere.
Yeah.
So how much is a PS5?
Well,
who cares? I just want one.
There are two versions, aren't there? There's the digital version that doesn't have the Blu-ray drive, and then there's the one that has the Blu-ray. So the digital version is $399, and the the one with the drive is like $450.
Yeah.
That's incredibly cheap for the technology that's
for what you're getting. Yeah,
put in them.
I'd get the one with the Blu-ray in it because I've got Blu-ray films and I haven't got a Blu-ray player.
Yeah, but I mean, you just get it just simply because it's just more convenient. And you know that if you buy the non-Blu-ray version, there's going to be a point where, damn, I wish I'd bought that one, and it's only 50 quid more.
Yeah,
and the fully downloadable games are still the same price as the old discs, right? So they haven't given you a discount or anything.
I think, I mean, if you buy a game online nowadays, it tends to be the same price as the box price if you buy it in a store.
What a surprise!
Sometimes you get a little discount. A lot of the time, you actually get bonus stuff with a digital purchase because they give stuff away that they can't do with the physical version. But
if they had a sort of like plug-in boutique for games, that'd be a good idea.
Called Steam.
Steam.
Yeah.
Steam.
Oh God, how many games have I got in Steam that I don't play?
But the amount of games I've bought on the PS Store that have been on stupid discounts, full £70-80 games for 10-15 quid because they'll just do sales. Never buy a game, unless it's something like GT where I've pushed out the boat and 90 quid for that to get the anniversary edition. But most of the time you can just, if you wait a short while, it gets discounted, especially if you get the digital version. But no, I mean I do what my son does now. He goes in cash converters or even Game, the store, and you can buy pre-loved games for huge reductions. Does Grand support clutch?
Maybe you spelt it wrong.
Does it support?
Well, I've got a clutch on mine. I've got a clutch on mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. For manual change, I've got a gear stick as well. So yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, you can set it to manual.
Yeah. I mean, I always had mine. I always had mine manual, but I just,
Did you guys buy the paraphernalia, the wheels and stuff, and the foot pedals?
He's got the full thing with the chair and the wheel and the
Yeah, I
pedals
went
and
the
everything.
whole full tart.
I haven't
full
gone that far.
tart.
I saw an ad for that. There's a flight sim one. The guys are now wearing like a fully rotatable thing where you can.
Yeah.
Well, I've got, because I used to really be in my flight sim, so I've got a yoke and everything and throttles and stuff. But now my computer is just not capable of, because I use X-Plane, and it's just not up to standard. You have to dial everything down, and it's just no fun then. So there's
Microsoft Flight Sim, the latest one, is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, X-Plane have had to raise it, because X-Plane were just like the king of it for a while, and plus the fact they did it for the Mac as well.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing. I mean, I'd have bought Flight Sim, but they just don't do it for the Mac, which is, I think, it's a silly thing to do. But X-Plane is incredibly good, incredibly good.
I had a bit of software that came with it wasn't a radio control unit. It was a cabled USB controller, really, and it taught you how to fly radio control helicopters.
Oh, right.
Rather than buy a helicopter and then put it into a tree, you learn on this. And I got really, really good at this. Really, really good. But I'd never had the money then. I never had the money to afford to actually buy a radio-controlled helicopter, or at least build one anyway. Always wanted an Airwolf. Or a big Bell Huey or something like that.
Yeah, I built a Huey with a little nitro, a fairly big nitro engine.
Yeah.
And this was in the days before the computer-controlled controllers.
Oh, the autopilot that they do for them now, isn't it? The auto leveler. Yeah.
Yeah. And they are an absolute nightmare to fly. And flying a real helicopter is easier than flying a remote controlled one.
Yeah. Especially landing.
Yes.
Because it's so light. At least on a real helicopter, you know when you hit the dome of air just before you land.
Yeah.
On a radio-controlled helicopter, it throws it about like a rag doll.
But people have drones these days. They don't need. I mean,
it's taking it's taking the skill out of it.
A lot, yeah.
I mean, Nelly could fly a drone without too much trouble.
Well, it depends on the drone.
Well, the little baby ones. You know.
It's the racing one that's hard. It's the racing skills. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, doing them in enclosed spaces is really annoying. I would highly recommend do not do it in a theatre.
As you say that, our local cinema in the town, it used to be just like this one screen cinema that was also a theatre as well, and they had this refurb. It's a proper 1930s Art Deco building. It's gorgeous, and they did this complete refit, and they added 2 more screens and like a cafe area and stuff, and they got a local guy it's his business to fly his drone around the cinema, and it's done very, very well, and you really do get a feel for the space, you know, because he's filming it from all the different angles and everything.
Yeah,
but you wonder how many takes that were had, you know. But no, yeah, I've seen those drone racing things. You think, fuck, that's just insane. It really is.
I'll tell you something I noticed lately. If you go back to the old racing games, right?
Yeah.
The ones that they did in the 90s and the early 2000s, I refuse to call it the noughties. The early 2000s, right? Spa. You know that what do they call it? The the yes.
Yeah.
On the start straight that goes up the hill.
Yeah.
I remember you used to be able to go through that in 6th gear flat out, and it was all right. You can't do it on any game now. You come flying off. Have they changed it, or were the games not really that accurate before?
I think they've just made them more accurate.
Must be, because you can't go through that flat out anymore.
No, the physics has changed. I mean, honestly, you could do so much in some of those old ones. I mean, like even playing like early Gran Turismos, you could get away with maneuvers that you just couldn't do in real life, even though it boasted this incredible physics. It was incredible for 1990, whatever it was.
Yeah.
But nowadays, the guy behind Gran Turismo and the whole team, they strive for absolute perfection. I think every time they get a new console to play with, they just get even more and more accurate as much as they can.
Yeah.
Did you ever play VET on the old System 7 Max?
No.
No.
You drive around San Francisco in this Corvette, and you could crash, and it would crack the windshield.
Oh, right.
It was fun. The impossible jumps and all that. It was fun.
Sounds like Outrun.
Yeah,
it's just really primitive graphics.
Oh,
yeah,
mate, yeah.
Or what about pole position? And if you got the pole position with the seat and the three screens, so you got kind of a big widescreen view of the from the cockpit. That was great.
Yeah, I can remember when we used to play the Grand Theft Auto 4 a lot. I mean, stupid amount, and then find myself trying to get through traffic in the Chrysler in much the same manner, and go, no, real cars, whoa, stop. But I got into NASCAR. Huge from doing all the tire pressures and shocks and everything to get it to work best at Michigan or Talladega or wherever. And I got really good. I used to go online and race people. You know, there's about 45 cars going around Talladega at about 213 if you were lucky. And I really got. I lost months and months of my life playing that. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Because it's V8s and a big grunty roar. Not that I wasn't doing the whole, bubble cap and like, my mother's my sister kind of thing. But I didn't.
Apologies to all the Americans in the room.
No, I embraced.
He's right.
No. Yeah, there is a lot of that bubble stuff, but I embraced the sport and everything it stood for. It's a great sport. I know, people say, "Oh yeah, you're just going round and round in circles." There's so much more to it than that.
Is there?
So much more. Yeah, absolutely. Buckets, right down to how much tape to put over the grill.
Yeah,
because you can go faster the more tape you put on the grill, but you got to balance that out with how hot your engine's going to get, and stuff like that, and how much tire pressure, and a pound of tire pressure on the back rear change from the front can change completely how you go around that track and how fast your little lap times will be.
So you feel the blowouts and all that stuff?
Yeah. Me and the wall are good friends.
Because there's a great game. You ever play Interstate 76?
Rings a bell.
It's basically Death Race 2000 meets Mad Max meets whatever, but during the 70s.
Yeah.
So it's like funky music, car jumps, guns
familiar.
and stuff on cars, oil slicks.
Yeah,
it's addictive as hell game. So much fun.
Yeah,
it's like the,
was it Death Race 2000 or something? The what was it called? Carmageddon that got banned.
Carmageddon basically,
2 or 3 or something. They actually banned it in the end. Managed to get a pirate version of it.
No, the Interstate 76 is a lot more fun. It's mostly about the cars, not the people. So
yeah.
You talk about transferring game experience into the real world. When I first got a car with a flappy paddle gearbox, I drove it like I would drive a car in Gran Turismo with a flappy paddle gearbox, and you soon realise that actually it's not. It is a skill you have to learn.
Yeah, no. You don't do that. Yeah, but I must admit, catching myself out trying to, I'll get through that gap.
Yeah.
The Chrysler going, no. It really actually matters if you smash the side of their car off. Robin leaned out the window and go, fuck you.
And the Chrysler is quite a wide car.
Yeah. And it often gets its side ripped off.
Yeah, done it just. It's just had another smack in the car park.
Jesus.
A couple of days ago, they've gone down it a little bit more. I was going to have it wrapped, and I'm just like, no, let's not bother. Can't be bothered with it. They've just put a camera in it, front and back, and just have it on all the time. I think, and then at least find out, get the number plate of wanker that went down the side of it, little bastard. But now it looks like a bumper. It looks like one of those demolition derby cars now. There isn't a single panel on it. It doesn't have a scrape or a scratch or a bit of rust or a dent.
And you want to buy another one.
So is it because your car's so big and everyone else is so small? That's why, is it?
No,
it's a small road.
Well, the thing is, Fiona says that it keeps getting wrecked in the car park, but she was driving it. And, I mean, she's a good driver, but let's face it, well, I'd say she's a good driver. What was it? Drive to Leicester? Synthfest with the handbrake on?
Yeah, the Sheffield,
Ouch.
And she pulled over because other people were beeping at her and pointing at her wheels like this because there was smoke coming out.
Those things that are glowing red aren't meant to be red.
Yeah. I had put new discs on it. Because they were sort of like this. So, no, they'll have to come out.
Oh, you know that Arteon that I was going to go and look at?
Yes, that was pretty.
Yeah, bastard fucking sold it under my nose. He phones me up on the Thursday. He says, it's here if you want to come and give it a test drive. And I said, yeah, I'll pop in at the weekend.
Yeah.
Go there first thing Saturday morning, and it's there on the bloody forecourt with a sold sign stuck in it. I said, what's going on? He said, oh, we sold it last night online. I said, but you only called me like Thursday night. Fuck.
Yeah.
So,
well, I told you I found that 5.7 V8.
Yeah.
Up in where did it say it was? I forget where it was. It's only a few mile up the road anyway. And I got the alert. I went, 5.7 for sale. Oh, good mileage, colour. Yeah, but, 5.7. Like that. Phoned them up, and it's like, oh no, it's sold, gone. It's gone, mate. Like, what?
The value. I mean, somebody said to me, "Oh, it'd be a good time to sell your car because the second-hand values are going." I said, "Yeah, no, but then I've got to buy another second-hand car, and the value of that has gone up." So
yeah, so you're back where you were.
But it kind of did me a favour because I wasn't sure about the petrol because having been on diesel now for some while again, the petrol version, whilst it has the same performance, slightly less economical. Well, quite a bit actually, about 20 miles to the gallon less than the diesel.
What have you got, Robbie?
Well, I've got at the moment the VWCC R line, and I'm looking to go to an Arteon R line or Arteon R if I can afford it, which is the one with the proper engine. But and I wanted the shooting brake as well because I want space to put large synthesizers in. But
yeah, there is that.
That's why Kent's got the Chrysler.
Exactly. But the fastback version is actually because like mine is the CC, so it actually has a boot, small boot thing. Yeah. But I can get DX1 in it, I can get a Fairlight in it, but it's just negotiating the aperture and getting it in the angle. Whereas the Arteon fastback is actually a hatch, so you big old hole to put things.
What was that fantastic American car? It was.
There's no such thing. No. There's never been a fantastic American.
The engineering on this car was brilliant. I mean, it was the size. No. It was the size of a football pitch. But
Lincoln Continental Mark II.
It had this. Yeah, it had an electric window that went down into the tailgate, right? And we're talking early on, and it had it pulled down. The tailgate pulled down. And if you closed it, and then there was another handle, and then it opened the other way. So it could go down or open like a door.
All right.
Well,
was it one of the Corvair?
I don't. It was a massive, great big square thing.
It's like a Corvair.
As it's down.
Like the wooden panels down the side.
Oh, there's a woody.
Huge bus thing,
Oh, okay, right.
I don't know what it was, but it was. So great engineering. They should adopt that.
Every time I go to America, I get a shit car. I guess it's like
pay
shooting
the
fish
money.
in the barrel.
You got to get a Mustang, a Camaro, a GTO. You got
Yeah. Well, the last time I went, my flight was late. Or actually, I missed my connection. But it wasn't my fault, I swear. And so I got to San Jose. Was it San Jose?
San Jose. Yeah.
And
did you know the way?
I did vaguely. Was
right
it
over
San
there.
Jose? Yeah, it was San Jose. Anyway, so I got to I got to the airport about 1 a.m. So by the time I made it up to the rental car deck of the car park, handed the guy my ticket, and he said, "Oh, that's gone." And I said, "Oh, what have you got?" And he gave me what was it? It was a massive, great. What do they call? Yeah, like a big 9-seater minibus type thing. I mean, it was big.
Room for synths. You can load a lot of synths in there.
Yeah, but I was there on business, so I was just like going backwards and forwards to the office. But got all my luggage in there, no problem. I had DVD players in the thing, but horrible. And then the time before that, they gave me a damn Hyundai.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, the only decent
Americans don't understand suspension.
No, or corners.
No.
Where was the only decent car I've ever had? And I say it's decent. I mean, it's decent for an American car. Was in 1990. I want to say 95. And I got a Chrysler LeBaron convertible. But actually, it was a nice car because all we would do was driving around California. So obviously the hood was down most of the time. And it was the first time I'd driven a big engined American car. So you know that thing in the movies when they're waiting to have a drag race and they're just dabbing the throttle and the left hand side of the car just
twitches
with the torque, with the torque. And this one did that, and it had that kind of twitch to it. And I was like going to my first wife, like, "Oh, look at this, it does that." And then I'd get onto a piece of road, and I'd like put my foot down, and it was like, "Okay, when's this thing? Oh no, it's starting to go." It's got a 3.5 litre V6, but it's tuned down. Oh, horrible, absolutely horrible. But
I used to drive a '73 Chevy Impala, and that thing was amazing. And all the guys wanted to buy it for me for lowrider.
Yeah. So. No, I've the only nice car I actually drove in it wasn't mine. It was Tara's. She had the new Dodge Challenger. Was it the Challenger? Yeah. And she had it in black with the black alloys. It was just all black. Everything was black, but it looked the dog's leathery bits. It was really nice.
Yeah. Horrible gas mileage, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they were just nipping around LA, but
well, it's lucky they didn't give you a pacer.
Yeah.
Oh, or Gremlin. That's the AMC.
Oh, another one I had.
Yeah, AMC Gremlin.
Yeah. Another one I had when I was over there was a Geo Metro.
Hello.
Yeah, well, when I saw it on the list, it said Metro. I thought, oh, is this like an Austin Metro, which is the car that we have over here? Oh no, it was
no, it's our version of a Yugo.
Yeah, it was worse.
And Kent, was it a Buick Roadmaster?
Could very well be, or it was a Lincoln something.
Right.
But it's sort of like the Brady Bunch family car type of thing.
Yeah.
The wood panel station wagon.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah. And the door was able to go down that way or open like a normal.
Like
door.
the massive silly one they had on Vacation with the Chevy Chase.
Actually, very similar in shape and size. Yeah.
The one American car I would actually kill people for and sell my wife for is a Ford Gran Torino in red with the white stripe.
Oh wait a minute, which
Starsky
Gran Torino?
Yeah.
Which Gran Torino?
The Starsky and Hutch Gran Torino.
Oh right, okay, because
they drove terribly.
Big
I know, I
Gran
don't
Torino.
care.
I never got the appeal of that car, but
it's the childhood thing,
1970 Buick Riviera in mint green.
Or an 85 Pontiac?
Boat tail.
Was Kit was it an 85 Pontiac Firebird?
Oh,
I think it was earlier than that. I think.
Was it? Oh yeah.
I never rated that.
No, but again, it's a car that to look at. You think, oh, that's the dog's.
No,
I'd go for a 50s Plymouth or a 50s Chrysler.
No, I just don't.
Big chrome curves.
My brother had the big yellow, the convertible Cadillac that had in Scarface.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Without the animal prints.
What's the one? Mate used to get a load of them. What's that bloody thing he brought around here one day? I will remember it in a minute. It was a. No. Oh yeah, it was. It was a Buick something, and it was in gold as well because he was well into Kojak. Brown Buick.
Oh yeah.
Damn it, the Kojak car basically.
82 Pontiac was Kit.
Okay.
Pontiac, that's right. Prefer the earlier Pontiacs.
What was Jim Rockford's car?
Oh yeah, that was that's a Camaro.
Yeah.
No, Firebird. Sorry, Firebird.
Yeah, it's a Firebird. Yeah, it was a Firebird.
Pontiac
Gold,
Firebird,
wasn't it? Gold.
Gold or bronze, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Bronze, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was a truck guy for a long time until I had to start carrying a telescope around. Then I got an SUV. So
Roman bronze Ford Granada.
Oh yeah.
Hit the boxes.
Mark 2?
Mark 1, isn't it?
Mark 1.
Was it Mark 1 or Mark 2?
Mark 2.
Mark 2.
Is it Mark 2? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be always a good laugh.
My dad had a 3-litre Granada gear estate, which was a fantastic car to be a passenger
in. My old man used to know a guy that worked at the Ministry of Transport back when it was the Ministry of Transport.
And not Silly Walks.
No, but he was a big wig, a big high up thing in the development of road technology and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And he would tell us tales about how they were working on plans for guided road, with guided cars on, so you would just get in your car and you would drive. But he used to drive a Mark. What was the boxy, the one that looked like a large Cortina, the boxy version? Was that Mark 3 Granada?
Mark 3 or Mark 4?
Yeah.
When you say boxy, probably a 4.
With the square edges, yeah.
Yeah.
But he had
four and five. Yeah.
The Gear X of that with like everything on it.
Yeah.
And it was like being driven around in a limousine. It was just gorgeous.
Oh, yeah, we had air conditioning and electric windows.
Yeah. Well, that was the only reason my old man bought a Super Mirafiori 132 over the Cortina, because the Cortina didn't have electric windows and it didn't have the 5-speed gearbox, whereas the Fiat did.
Yeah.
But what the Fiat had was rust.
Lots of it. As all Italian cars of that era did, and probably still do.
No,
one of the most exciting cars I've ever driven is probably the Metro 6R4.
Oh, that's nice.
That is just
Wow.
mental. It was mental.
I had
a
two
mental
Metros.
car to drive.
I had a City X, a little 1 litre City X. That was my first car. And then I had a 1.3 L, I think it was. But I went to a scrapyard and I found an MG Metro that had been front-ended into something. And I whipped the horseshoe spoiler off the back and put it on my 1.3 L. And then I had graphics down the side that had Metro in. This was the 80s. This is what you did. And you had Metro written down the side. It was the dogs.
It's interesting. Old Brett Lemon, who's it? No, Ken Lewis is saying about, just American cars of the 70s, rust buckets. Let me introduce you to European cars in the 70s.
Well, especially if you live on the East Coast where they salt the roads. Everything's rusty.
All the roads here are salted.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Regularly. Yeah. They do it even if they're as nice, just for a laugh.
Yeah.
Because
Fiat's.
That's why wax oil was developed here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they started to put undersill and body protectors under the cars. Eventually, they used to come over just painted floors. They go, where's the floor of my car gone? I'm sure I used to have a floor in this and carpets.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I tell you, it's bad.
All the people I knew had Fiats. I always called it "Fix It Again, Tony."
Oh yeah. Ford to fix and repair daily.
I had an original Mini, the old little one.
Yeah.
And bizarrely, there was more room inside. And I'm a fairly tall bloke.
Yeah, I'm just trying to picture you in a Mini.
No, there's more room inside one of those than there was in the BMW 316.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There's a big difference between having subframes and having a chassis.
Yeah. But the Mini was such a brilliant design.
Yeah.
So my parents had a Porsche 924 for a while, and I don't know how basketball players fit into it because it didn't have steering column adjust and a really tight bucket seat. And I'm 6'2", and I was just dying in that thing. It was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh God, because there used to be that thing, didn't there, between people who had the 924 and the 944. Oh no, the 44's better, mate. No, I like this.
Which was the one that was like the cheap?
That's
24.
The 924.
It had a Audi engine.
There was a 914.
Yeah. God.
But it ran like a bat out of hell. It's crazy. It was a fun car.
Yeah.
Well, 914 is very different. 914 is the VW Porsche. It was actually developed by Volkswagen.
Yes.
And just sold internationally as a Porsche. And it's mid-engined. It has nothing to do with any other Porsche.
Yeah.
It's actually
Well,
an amazing car.
the 914 had the flat 4 engine that came out of the Type 3, but it was a tuned version, if I recall.
Right, but I mean, it's a Porsche that's mid-engine, so it's interesting enough for that to learn. But it's an amazing car. It's like it's like an old Porsche, but you don't have this weird thing of having a massive, powerful engine behind you and trying to not crash.
But the 911 was such a joy to drive when it was dry and you were going straight.
Yeah.
Have you ever driven a DAF 55?
Yes. with the CVT metal band gear.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It went as fast in reverse as it did forward.
Yes.
Yeah, the gear stick was like, that's forward, that's backwards. And just stamp on it and off you go.
Yeah. They were fun little cars, actually.
Yeah, they were. Well, the more simple they were, the more fun they used to be, wasn't it, I suppose?
Well, again, getting back to the old fart thing, I used to be a real gearhead. And, as a kid, we'd be playing, top trumps all the time. We'd know the displacement of every car out there. We could recognize cars just by the shape of their headlights or their tail lights. Every single car, if you take the badge off them these days, just looks the same, and they all look shit. They've lost their individuality.
What do you mean? It just looks like an egg on wheels.
Yeah.
Well, I had the indignity of when I was at the top of my game in panel beating, when I'd actually got my own my own business going, and I had to put up with cars like the Maurice Tal.
Oh yes.
And the Allegro Equip.
There's
and
a guy.
Rover SD1 2500cc.
Yeah.
Beautiful car. Put a fridge motor in it.
There's a guy on YouTube. He's an English guy, and he does car history videos, and they're usually sort of 20 to 30 minutes long. But they are beautifully researched, and he does stuff on things like the Ital and all those kind of oddity cars of the 70s, and but he also does kind of other things as well. But they're really well researched, and like the history of the Cortina from the Mark I through to, and then I think he did the history of the Mondeo as well, because that's gone through some revisions. But he does some really great videos. I'll try and remember his channel, but they're a really good watch, for good humoured car histories.
Well, everything started going downhill when the Sierra launched.
Yeah,
the jelly mold.
Yeah, but they got it right later on when the 4x4 hit and the Sapphires and stuff like that, and it started really becoming a better car.
It started sticking the Cosworth engine.
That early stuff was, oh my god, that early stuff.
Do you remember the Cosworth Sapphire?
Oh yeah.
The most stolen car in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, some people's insurance was as much as the bloody car. Legend had it. It was just absolutely incredible.
Well, it had two outputs, didn't it? It was either embedded into a lamppost, or it was stolen and on fire in a field somewhere.
I had a Saab 900 Turbo that had been tuned by Carlson,
right,
and when the turbo kicked in that thing, and it kicked in about 2,700 RPM, it would just spin the back wheels. Whatever gear you were in, it was.
I bet you that Saab is still on the road.
Probably.
I would have thought so. It was
built forever.
Brilliantly.
Yeah, they're built out of titanium or something. They just go on forever. Those Saabs, brilliant little motor.
Do you guys have a bunch of Ladas over there?
No, they've all rusted.
Yeah, but I remember my granddad had what did he have? Was it a Lada or a Polski Fiat? Which are pretty much the same sort of things, really. They were like a 1-2. I can't remember the bloody model numbers.
I saw tons of them in Jamaica. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
The best Larder was the Larder Reaver,
yeah.
which was plastic bodied and 4-wheel drive. And they go for silly money these days.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's underwhelming is the 6-cylinder E-Type Jag.
Yes.
Looks beautiful, but it's got to be the V12, mate.
I had a girlfriend whose father's toy was an E-Type.
Yeah.
V12. Absolutely beautiful. Convertible as well.
Yeah. Oh, as well. Oh, God. They ruined that car in '71 when they made the roof higher. It started to look stupid.
Yeah. Mind you, the XJS was fun to drive as well. It didn't have the looks of the E-Type, but
I don't know.
it was an interesting car to drive. 5-litre V12 went like stink.
Remember, one of the hardest jobs to do is to fit the electric glass in the Daimler coupe, because it had a mechanism where the glass came down. Instead of just going down and disappearing into the back of the wing, because the wheel was there, it used to go down, tip, around, move forward, and then go down. And it had this really intricate arm system inside it. And it was a sealed wing, so you had to go in from the top, and you had to try and connect everything up, sort of like remotely with little bits of wire and stuff like that. Nightmare job.
Cable driven as well.
Yeah, it was a bloody awful thing to do, but a lovely car to drive. Beautiful.
Well, Ken Lewis mentioned the Morris Minor, and I was lucky enough to have a Moggy Minor, 1965, I think it was.
I had a 57 split screen.
Oh, very nice. But
I restored it.
1 litre A series engine.
Yeah.
Great car to drive and really, really easy to work on.
Yeah. And a Traveller with its little bits of wood all over it.
Yes. And you can still buy all that wood today.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't afford the car anymore. That's for sure. So, like when Fiona was looking at that Mark 1 Mexico, Ford Escort Mark 1 Mexico, 79 grand.
Jesus Christ.
I got
my friend put one into a tree.
Yeah. Used to be able to buy them for about 250 quid and smoke them about all over the place.
Yeah.
Whatever happened.
I'd love to get a Mark III Cortina, like my old man had. I do like those.
Yeah. Get the GL?
GXL.
GXL, that's it, yeah.
He had that. It was in vermilion orange, vinyl roof, 8-track. Oh, it's lovely.
I'd like one of the old Lotuses.
Mm.
They were great cars.
Oh, we might have Mark 1 Capri again.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't designed to go around corners, but...
No, my brother-in-law had a Mark II, I think it was, and he used to have to keep his toolkit in the boot just to keep the bottom end planted. It's just,
but the Mark 1 was quite a bit smaller than the Mark II.
It was, yeah.
And it was much curvier as well.
Do you remember the Tickford Capri, the 3-litre?
Oh, yes.
In that white body. Oh,
yeah.
My dad used to bring home do you remember Ford's promotional magazine? It was just called Car, I think it was, and it used to be released every quarter or something. Dad always, had one delivered, and I just used to always just go to the Tickford Capri page because they just have it there, just one tantalising glimpse of this amazing Capri.
Tickford were the body people, weren't they?
Yeah,
they did all the.
It was an Aston Martin engine.
The coach work, yeah.
Yeah, it had an Aston 3-litre V6 in it, and the Tickford bodywork. Oh, very, very nice. I valeted.
Go on.
Hand on heart, I valeted Mandy Smith's Carmen Ghia Beetle for Bill Wyman.
Okay.
Parked outside his shed that had his Citroen SM. Which he recently sold.
I fitted new brake pads to Norman Wisdom's AC Cobra. Nice. And you know what? If you asked him to do it, he would do it.
Oh yeah, I bet he'd do.
The
his
guy
bit.
was in his 70s and he's throwing himself about all over the floor and everything. It's fantastic. He just put the hat. He put the cap on. He always had the cap nearby. They go, Mr. Grimsdale, wow, all this business. He's a fantastic guy.
Bless him.
Yeah, this AC Cobra, it was his love of his life. Absolutely mad.
Yeah, I got a phone call one day from the keyboard player in the band that I was in at the time, because Bill Wyman lives. He's got
name dropping. Yeah,
he's got Gedding Hall, which is this old kind of
little estate. Yes,
little. Yeah, it's got its own church and everything. It's fantastic. But the keyboard player had a valeting business, and this was what must have been, I don't know, 87, something like that. It was when the Stones were touring Russia, whenever that might have been. But anyway, so he got this call from Bill Wyman's housekeeper, and he said, "Can you come and valet a couple of cars while Bill's away?" And so I was on a day off, and the keyboard player called me. He said, "Do you want to come earn a few quid? I'll go and valet some cars." So I said, "Yeah, all right, fair enough." He said, "Where are they?" He said, "Oh, they're in Gedding." And I'm like, "There's not a lot in Gedding. It's just, it's like a little hamlet." And then we started driving up the whole, the path. And this is Bill Wyman's gaff. So I did the Beatle, which was Mandy Smith's. I forget what he was doing. I think
traitor.
He did something else. Anyway,
But there was,
but in this, he'd got this massive shed, which was more like a building. Yeah. It was, but at one end was the Maserati SM. And it was just sat there, and it was absolutely gorgeous. There was a Ferrari. I can't remember what it was now.
323.
No, 348. Might be 348.
Yeah, it could be 348.
Yeah, but yeah, there was that.
Nice.
And he collected cars, and I can't remember what the other one was. And while we were there, this lorry pulls up, and the housekeeper comes scuttling down the drive, and he goes to this barn, and he opens up this barn, and in this barn is pretty much every piece of backline you could ever imagine that a rock and roll band would have. And they offloaded some stuff and chucked it on the lorry, and as he came back, he said, "Oh yeah, Bill's requested some amps," so he just throw them in the back of this lorry and stick them on a plane to Russia or something. Wow. So because we were in this band, this kind of fairly successful pub band at the time, and we thought, oh, well, if we got Bill Wyman, we can get a demo to him. So we went back the next day with this envelope. We got a demo cassette in there. We'd done all the blurb and little press release things. We put it all in there, and the housekeeper said, "Oh, absolutely, I'll make sure he gets it." And what was it? 25th February 2022. Still waiting to hear. Never heard a bloody thing.
On the cutting room floor.
I don't think he even got that far. I think the housekeeper just tossed it in the bin before once we were out of sight. Because
of course, another famous musical gearhead is Nick Mason.
Yes,
Pink Floyd, who I think has owned every car that I would ever want to own.
And JK.
Oh yes, yeah.
He's got some motors.
And what's his mush?
What's his mush?
Oh God, keyboard player of in Genesis.
Tony Banks.
Tony Banks. Got McLaren F1.
Very nice.
Wow.
He wheel spins new tires every 6 months.
I saw one of those recently up in a kind of rural area up in the hills around here, and they kept stalling it. They couldn't keep it running. Just didn't know how to drive it. They just couldn't afford it. Couldn't drive
don't deserve them, do they?
Yeah.
Don't deserve them. No, but Colin Chapman used to be a regular at my dad's restaurant back in the 70s, because obviously Hethel's just outside Norwich, and he'd go,
absolute legend.
Yeah, and he would turn up, in whatever was lying around Hethel at the time, whether it was an Esprit or a, whether what was the other one they did in the 70s? There was
the XL. Or no, the XL was the 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah. Was it the Elan? Not the Elan, no. Or Europa, I can't remember. But yeah, he would. And I remember him coming into the restaurant one lunchtime, and I must have been a weekend or something, and he had this box, and inside this box were Corgi Spy Who Loved Me models, and all in their boxes. And me and because my dad was in, he owned this restaurant with this guy called Tony. me and Tony Summer about the same age, and we were both there. And Colin is giving us these corgi, replicas of the Spy Who Loved Me Lotus Esprit with the torpedoes that shot out the back of it, and you press the periscope on the roof, and the fins would pop out and everything. And you know what? I mean, those things go for stupid money, but we played with them. They were toys. We just in the bath, underwater like James Bond, and absolutely wrecked them. But I wish we kept, because they were boxed and everything.
I had to collect an Esprit because one of the things I had to do is every 2 weeks they had a rota where I originally worked, and every 2 weeks, we'd have to man the wrecker, and we'd have to go out. It doesn't matter, hail or sun. We'd just sit around waiting for the phone to go. And we got this call, and we said, "Yeah, the motor's gone. Had a crash up on." I'm trying to remember the name of the road now. It's between Mitcham and Croydon here. And so we thought, all right, we'll be there and everything. So we get in the old wrecker, which was a converted Land Rover with the big hook on the back. And it was this Esprit. And it hadn't actually had a crash. What had actually happened was the guy's floor broke away from the rest of the shell with the A-post and the door.
Jeez.
And he's still in his seat. He slid halfway across the road over into the pavement, and the cars just ran on. And of course, there's all these cars parked at the lights and just ran into the back of them all, with him not in the car. So we had to, that was fun getting that back. But Christmas Eve, 1979, we had to go and collect a Jaguar XJ6 from a woman's front room. When we got there, see what it was, the houses was like quite low down. He'd gone round this roundabout, given it some. It's quite icy, lost it, up, mounted the pavement, hit a van in the side road and knocked that flying, then went through the brick wall, then leapt and straight into this woman's dining room. We got there, the woman was still sitting in the settee with this Jag sitting in front of her. Between her and the TV, in shock, and they had a ambulance guy there. They weren't paramedics back then, were they? God, I'm old. Trying to take care of her, and she's like, all this business. And we had to try and get this car back out. And as we're pulling this car out, you can hear all her furniture and china crash. Yeah, just get it out, It's like, all this business. And tore the car to bits as well. And the two blokes said, the bloke who was driving it, and his mate who was in there with him, was pissed as farts. He could barely stand.
Jeez.
So, and they giving them sobriety tests. I mean, dude, they can't stand. Why wasting your time?
It depends who they knew. Yeah.
One of them's been sick into the rose bushes and fallen over. He's drunk, mate. Yeah, 2 o'clock in the morning, getting his bloody Jag out of the woman's front room.
There was the Elite and the Esprit in the 70s, or the Eclair.
No, the Europa. That's the girl.
The Europa was earlier. That was up to the 70s, 75 or something, wasn't it?
Wasn't the Europa the one that Roy of the Rovers drove? Fictionally, of course. You remember that? He used to drive a Lotus.
I just thought the Europa was a very unusual looking motor.
Yes.
Yeah, because it had those kind of,
and then it had that flat bit where it's really sweet looking motor.
Well, I mean, Lotus never really made a bad looking car, did they?
No.
True enough.
No, I still, to this day, the Esprit is up there with, if I could have any car, what would you have? The Esprit. I almost bought one because I used to play with this band, and many years later we're at this pub and we're loading in the gear, and I just happened to turn my head, and inside this kind of garage is a gold, must have been an S2, I think it was, and I said to him, "So is that yours?" This is the landlord, and he said, "Yeah, bloody thing, it's bane of my life. It needs work on it." I said, "Well, what are you going to do?" So I think I'm going to sell it. And I said, just thinking he was going to stupid money. He said, "Oh yeah, about $4,000," which wasn't unachievable if I'd gotten a loan or something. I seriously thought, maybe I should go for this, and then common sense got the better of me.
If you want to do anything serious on the engine, you have to drop it.
Exactly, and I have no experience in that realm, so I just thought, nah, shan't bother. But no, if money was no object, I would go out and find the best possible, maybe an S3 or an S4 turbo.
Well, another car that was interesting to drive was the TVR Chimera. They were just brutal. Looked beautiful, and they handled, for what they were, really quite well. But you put the foot down in the wrong place, and you just spin it out,
and then it would break down. As many TVRs would.
Well, everyone I knew who owned one completely rewired them anyway.
Oh right, well yeah.
You guys ever seen a Lancia?
Yeah.
Lancia, oh yeah, Lancia Delta HF Turbo Integrale.
Lancia Delta, bloody hell! Chris, there's a ghost from the past.
I've just seen all these things in movies. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Lancias were fun to drive, but again, they just fell apart.
Yeah.
Alfa Romeo.
Yeah. Well, Alfa Romeos fell apart and broke down.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they didn't even last long enough to break down
or catch fire. Yeah.
But
they just burst into flames for no apparent reason.
The Alpha Spider did look beautiful, though.
Oh yeah, we were having this conversation the other day, weren't we?
That's right. Yeah,
every Alpha looks amazing, but unfortunately,
was it the Giannetta?
No, the Alpha said 1.3 Ti did not look sexy.
Oh, is that the cut off flatback one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one where the wheel arches used to sort of like just disappear
Disintegrate.
overnight.
Yes.
It was just holes the next morning. Where's my wheel arches?
What's Italian for disintegrate? Alfa Romeo.
With the pasta.
Yeah. Steady.
Steady now.
Right, guys. I'm going to go to bed because I need to have my wits about me tomorrow.
Might be an idea.
So don't forget to join us 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Today.
Dave Spear. Yeah, today.
Later.
Because Dave will be on only for 1 hour, and it's the first hour. So if you want to see Dave, you've got to be there at the beginning of the show.
Dave's stories and all that.
Awesome. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it'll be all things Oberheim. Lots of interesting stories and tales that he's only now able to talk about. So
yeah, and shitload that you won't be able to talk about.
And yes, there's still a lot that you can't, but yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be very
well. I'll bow out as well, and I'll look forward to the show later today, Robbie.
I know. Don't say that.
Anyway, yes. No pressure.
Yeah. Oh, 6.5 hours. Bloody. Yeah. Okay.
That's short for this. Isn't it?
Yeah, I've got a 4 voice I've got to finish in the morning. Which is going to be fun. Oh, and I've got that CS80 to do over the weekend. Oh, God.
Hey, real quick, Robbie, you know anyone who's using that FS1R controller? Is that for sale?
Oh, the big one?
Yeah.
So I asked him about
it. You can buy them. I mean, he does make them.
He does them like to order, I think. But it wasn't like he wasn't doing like production runs or anything because he builds them all by hand. But it's if you get in touch with him, I'm sure we discuss the details.
Just my luck, I get one and then it breaks, right? The FS1R breaks.
It's not honestly. There's not a lot to go wrong. Have you ever opened it up?
No. I haven't. No. It looks pretty simple though.
It is, yeah. It's just like a couple of boards. The thing is if the chips go, which they shouldn't do at this age, but there's a lot of custom stuff in there. But
there's a bunch of VLSI chips in there.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember. Yeah. So I opened it up to change the battery and just had a little snoop around. But I was going to go because I bought that VL board for my CS1X, which is it's very nice. And I was just sort of doing research and getting all the documentation and found out that that Yamaha did all these PLG boards. There was the PLG 100s and then the later 150s, and there was a piano board, there was a DX board, there was an AN board, there was the VL board, there was a vocal harmonizer board, but they did one in Japan only, which I think is called the PLG G100S something. I can't remember what it is now, but it's formant shaping. It's the same formant shaping that you get in the FS1R. So you can get a formant shaping plug-in board for any of those compatible synths. But it was only ever released in Japan, so they're very few and far between. I've noticed to say this wasn't one that was for sale; it was just somebody describing it.
This guy has the AN board in it.
Yeah. I mean, those boards. I mean, the VL board is essentially a VL70M.
Yeah.
On the board, and it doesn't have the effects. It uses the host effects, which obviously in the CS6X aren't quite as good as the VLs, but there's not a lot of difference. You can actually, like I've got a piece of software demo version of it. He wants 150 quid for the full version. I really don't know that's worth it, but it comes with a whole bunch of voice banks, and a lot of them are voice banks for the VL1 and the VL7, and they will work on the plug-in board, the VL plug-in board. So there's lots of compatibility between them. So it's an interesting little thing to.
The AN1X, does that have the board in there, or is that integrated to a?
No, the AN1X is a proper synth. Whereas the AN board I think is a half of an AN1X.
We've got Wagyu here.
We've been called by the elusive Wagyu.
Yes. Sorry for no camera for now, but I'll rectify that when I've finished rebuilding my studio. So.
Cool.
Well, still not done.
What do you do?
Anyway, I've got to go.
Cheers,
Sorry,
Wagyu. I mean, honestly, you just come on just as I say goodbye. Look at that.
Yep.
Typical.
Yeah. So, do you know what? It's like when I did that. Was it 8.5 hour one?
Yeah.
Oh my god! The next day. Oh man. People phone me up and I go, what? No, sorry, can't process anything. Try tomorrow. whacked out. It was mental.
It was a good show though, so
it was a long one. It was a long show.
Quantity over quality, right?
Well, yeah.
Well, you bowed out of the 6.5 hour show because you had a client arriving early in the morning next day. So
yeah, I got the same tomorrow, and mind you, I think 10 keyboards went out this morning. 10.
Wow. What, all to the same person?
No, loads and loads of different people. And got, at least 5 of the Jupiter 8s have gone now. So I think we just. Oh no, somebody brought in one. So there's still 2 here. No, 3, because one's in a flight case. So yeah, and there's
good riddance to bad rubbish.
Oh, well, I've got to get his full voice finished so it can go tomorrow. Is it tomorrow or Saturday? Can't remember now.
Well, tomorrow technically is
tomorrow is Saturday.
You see, I don't even know what bloody day it is anymore now. It's stabbling around in the dark here. So I'm going to have to rewire this place. Well, I'll have to do it sharpish, otherwise I'll be on the show tomorrow going.
Same as every.
Same as
turn the microphone around, yeah.
No,
yeah.
Hello. Testing. Oops.
Cool. All right, guys. Have a good
Robbie.
sleep or whatever, and
cheers,
see you
Rob.
later. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna bow out as well. Great chatting for once, Wagyu.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can catch up on another show. And I'd love a tour of your gear.
Yep, yeah. Once we get it organised, that'd be good.
There we go.
I don't know how the hell you find time for work if you got 1,400 games on your stream account as well. Anyway, good night, chaps.
All right.
See you all.
Take care, man. Bye now. Okay, right. All right. So look. Yeah, it might be an idea to wind this up before I don't know. I think I'll have a psychotic episode if I stay awake much longer now. I can't remember what time I got up this morning, but it was early. It was stupid o'clock in the morning. So take care,
I had a nap
guys.
before the show, so didn't you do the same thing, Kent?
You wish. No, I can't do stuff like that. I can't, if I go and lay on the bed before 11 o'clock 12 o'clock at night, I'm molested by dogs, going, "Why are you in bed? Get out of bed! Come play with us! I want my dinner. Throw the ball." That's all I get. I'm just a dog toy to them. I really am. So anyway, well, thanks, guys. It's interesting. Another interesting chat, exchange of information, as it were. I must admit, I hadn't really noticed the. Well, I was being stupid and mistaking what I was saying as comedy, so I must be more aware of that. I must admit. So,
I think the vast majority of us understood everything that you said, and we all kind of aligned in that. But yeah, it's like a younger generation that are very sensitive to that kind of thing. So
yeah. Well, it's better for, if I don't go down that road at all, it'd be better anyway. So besides,
I think like Sid James and Monty Python, that kind of thing. So that's kind of like an alien landscape to most people these days, I suppose.
Yeah. No, I mean there was some things that I was saying, but I was kind of saying to Fiona, because we have this thing where we're just constantly trying to outdo each other.
Yeah, and that's a very UK humour type of thing.
Yeah, but it's also a very sort of like niche-y thing. So out on the public forum, it makes me look like I'm a misogynistic twat.
Well, until you get it back the same, you get it back the same amount,
Yeah, I got to be clever and cleverer than that, and sort of like shut up, King.
Yeah, it's hard. Context is always a thing. So
true enough. Yeah. So of course, when people watch this and they don't know me from Adam, it just, like I say, it just make me look like a twat. So it might be a better idea to stay away from any sort of, like, should we say, more risque humour. So, but I mean, at least you can still say fuck on this show and it's okay.
Don't take that away. Yeah.
Yeah. I will fight for that. Because you can't say it on PSN because it's just not really a doable thing. That's not what the show is. Where this never actually had any delusions of grandeur right from the start. So,
it also depends how he releases it. If he releases it like child safe, is this stuff child safe? YouTube.
No, I think it's listed as not for kids.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got that turned off.
Because when you do that, they have a whole bunch. I was doing some science stuff. I thought it'd be fun for sharing with kids. It's a whole bunch more crap you have to go through just to do that.
The not for kids thing is not very good, because not for kids mean they disable all the comments. It's like you think I'm doing something that is fine for kids, but they just disable all your comments. It's like I'm fine for like 5-year-olds. So it's a bit weird on YouTube.
Yeah, but I must admit, when I mean, it personally, it felt like Zoe was talking to me, because I was the one with. Well, according to Fiona, she said, she wants to come on, and she's definitely not happy with what you said. So I went, okay, face the music. So, but Robbie was.
It's a generational thing, because
well,
I mean, look at the Mod Wiggler and all those guys having the change.
They changed from Mush Wiggler.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, because I mean,
no, not bad at all. It's just it's been that way forever, and now they're changing it because times are changing. So
I mean, when I think about coming from the motor trade and something like stuff like that, it wasn't. You used to like tell really, really, really dirty jokes and stuff like that, but
none of us say
there was no minutes behind it.
It was just like an accepted thing. It was like a carry-on style thing, like a Monty Python style thing.
Yeah.
My mom would find it hilarious, but the younger people don't like that stuff. So
exactly, I think it's a generational thing where younger people get offended by things we just took as normal, kind of thing.
Yeah. But it's fine, because I can still find humor and crack jokes about other things and just stay away from it. It'll be easy enough. So, I mean, there's always, the good old fallback poo.
Yeah.
You can talk about creepy stuff you find in the synths. That's good.
Yeah.
Because that's
it
work
was
related.
weird because like we didn't just take piss out of women, we took piss out of Kent's minor country as well.
my small pension.
Exactly, yeah. So
yeah. Well, that's
it's
it.
very even on the.
I think that's just part of it in general. People are into the prurient stuff, so you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, with me and Fiona, it's always been that sort of like game of tennis that we like to play, and see who can actually score the point. So
that's a very UK humour style thing that we're all kind of used to.
Yeah, but you know.
Well, especially the way they banty about the C word, right? I mean, you do that in this country, people totally have a cow. But
yeah.
You guys do it over there like it's nothing.
It's almost a term of endearment in the UK.
Yeah. But because it still has that sort of like, you know, violent sexual connotation attached to it still.
Right.
Without, like you say, without the context, it's not gonna come across too well. So. I suppose on a platform like this, you know, not everybody will be able to get that context.
And even Piero the Acid Clown, when he uses that word, he spells it with a K. Because he doesn't want to give you the idea that that's what he's trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Well, also that YouTube chat censors things based on American points of view.
Yeah.
So if you swear in kind of UK way, like bugger and all that kind of thing, then they let it through.
Yeah. Yeah, because there was an article not long ago where they were saying about if Monty Python was brought to the US today, it wouldn't get through, it would get banned.
When MTV bought it for a while and played it, they censored the crap out of it.
Did they?
Oh yeah, it was terrible. I said, this is blasphemy. I love Monty Python.
Yeah. See, it's hard to get the context across if you're removing the context.
Well, some of it was a little bit of nudity in there too, which is not much, but also just certain things were trimmed or bleeped or whatever. So
I bet they bleeped the Undertaker's sketch.
Yeah,
because then also you have to get the context of that. Like all the outrage from the audience is fake.
Yeah, exactly.
So
not reality TV. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it. That's too much reality TV. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Television used to be escapism. Now it's like it's like, you know, next door in your face. I don't want to say it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we have regular training at work, harassment training, and it's just a big part of corporate culture. Everyone's got to behave, and which is it's a good thing. It's not a chore. Shouldn't be seen as a chore.
Yeah. But it's like many things where when a particular ideal is put forward and it all works beautifully, and then it gets to that point where it's in perfect balance, but then there's always somebody that starts to push it into the stupid zone.
No.
You know,
people follow.
And it gets too too bad, too mad, and you're walking on eggshells for the rest of your life. So, but no, I agree with her, but it's just something I'm just going to have to watch. So that's how we do it. I have to write new material now. God damn it!
I was kind of surprised she was English, to be honest, because it's kind of a normal kind of English sense of humor to take the piss out of each other.
Yeah, because you look like Absolutely Fabulous. That stuff was really raunchy.
Yeah,
and funny.
I don't think it was that. It was the. I think some of the level of some of the stuff like I was talking about Victoria Coren Mitchell, for instance.
Sure.
Objectifying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Although the reason I said it would be a really good way of getting off of Russia-Ukraine war, and breaking that and being able to clear the decks to get onto something else.
It's a much more light topic to talk about. So,
yeah. Meanwhile, if you go to a museum here, like Smithsonian Air Museum, there are pinup girls all over the plains, and that's just part of history, So, times have changed, and you're not going to paint that over, but you don't do that now,
Yeah, yeah. but I don't know. It's I don't know. It's like this, banning books and stuff like that because it doesn't fit in. You see, there's got to be a point where you got to go, no, stop. Got rid of the bad stuff, but now you're getting silly. You know, stop trying to just bury certain parts of history just because it looks bad. So, but there you go. Such is life. So, I'm gonna have to. Coffee, toilet, bed, tuck the dogs in. I live for these dogs. I really do.
Here, I'll wake you up with a vibra slap.
All right, guys. It's, until next week, we're talking about even more bizarre bollocks, I suppose. With something to do in it. So,
thanks for creating the forum. This is great.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's good to be able to just talk about just about anything that just comes to mind and just let the thread go where it will. Yeah, just have a good old laugh about stuff. Right. I bid you all adieu. Be safe and be well. Take care.
Cheerio.
Okay?
Thanks all.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.